Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗧𝗵𝗲 on Wattpad. Now, let's start. And they're off, folks, 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝐸 announced, his excitement palpable. He had a strong feeling this would be an incredible show, urging everyone to pay attention. 𝗬𝗏 watched intently, curious about how well the students would perform, especially considering their extracurricular training. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 declared it was showtime to his team. Their formation was established, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 at the front, 𝗂𝗁𝐴𝐴 as the rider with the 10 million point headband, and 𝗬𝗵𝗲 and 𝗎𝗪𝗏 providing support on either side. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 checked in with his team, asking if they remembered the plan. They responded in unison, affirming their readiness. 𝗎𝗪𝗏 activated her quirk, allowing her teammates to float as she swayed to specialized boots from 𝗵𝗲 collection, which kept her airborne without relying on her quirk, reducing any feelings of nausea. 𝗂𝗁𝐴𝐴 activated a jetpack, lifting the team higher into the air. 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝐸 exclaimed in delight, noting how the students were flying. 𝗬𝗏 observed that while this approach conserved stamina, it did not guarantee safety. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝐷 charged upward toward 𝗂𝗁𝐴𝐴's team, demanding the headband. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 quickly broke away from the formation, calling for Dark Shadow to boost him forward. As 𝗵𝗃𝗁 smirked, anticipating 𝗧𝗂𝘁's approach, he detonated an explosion to redirect his trajectory, determined to claim the headband. Dark Shadow attempted to block 𝗵𝗃𝗁's advance but was pushed back by another explosion. Just as 𝗵𝗃𝗁 was about to reach the headband, 𝗂𝗁𝐴𝐴's arm, enveloped in Dark Shadow, struck 𝗵𝗃𝗁's ribs, disrupting his focus mid-flight. 𝗵𝗃𝗁 began to fall but was swiftly caught by 𝗬𝗪's tape, which pulled him back toward his team. 𝗎𝗪𝗏 expressed her concern for 𝗂𝗁𝐴𝐴, checking if he was okay. 𝗂𝗁𝐴𝐴 assured her he was unharmed, recalling the tough training sessions he had endured with 𝗧𝗂𝘁. 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝐸 excitedly commented on the aerial exchange, prompting 𝗬𝗏 to clarify that the students had figured things out on their own. Meanwhile, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 was already on the ground, using a thin wire from 𝗳𝗵𝗲's kit to navigate the battlefield, collecting headbands from various teams. He reasoned that they didn't have to stick together. He could pressure the opponents from below while the others defended their points. After several minutes in the air, 𝗎𝗪𝗏 signaled, and 𝗳𝗵𝗲 fired a net gun at a ground team, a clear cue for 𝗧𝗂𝘁. As he prepared to jump back, vines suddenly erupted from the ground, reaching for him. He narrowly dodged them, still adjusting to the zero-gravity environment. Finding a small opening, he launched himself back into the air, reclaiming his position at the front. Upon landing, they unexpectedly sank into the ground. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 reacted quickly, using his strength to free them. 𝗎𝗪𝗏 shouted about the boots, which had been lost during their escape. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 ordered 𝗂𝗁𝐴𝐴 to hand over the jetpack, which he did without hesitation. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 then asked 𝗳𝗵𝗲 how long it would take to get the mechanism ready, to which she replied she needed a few minutes. As 𝗧𝗂𝘁 steadied 𝗂𝗁𝐴𝐴 on his shoulders, a flash of pink shot toward them. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 instinctively dashed forward, pulling them out of harm's way. They realized it was Asui's tongue, which led back to Shorji, who had transformed himself into a living backpack, with the tongue retracting into him. 𝗂𝗁𝐴𝐴 acknowledged the cleverness of the strategy but warned 𝗧𝗂𝘁 to be cautious, as they were unaware of who else might be involved. As Shorji charged, purple spheres erupted from his backpack. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 narrowly avoided the sticky projectiles, questioning how Asui could tolerate such a situation. Dark Shadow surged forward to shield the girls from the barrage. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 called out for an update, and 𝗎𝗪𝗏 announced that the jetpack was ready. 𝗳𝗵𝗲 added that it was good to go, and 𝗧𝗂𝘁 declared it was time to take back the skies. 𝗎𝗪𝗏 activated her quirk for everyone except herself and ignited the jetpack. 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝐸 cheered as Team 𝗂𝗁𝐴𝐴 took off once again. 𝗬𝗏 noted that having 𝗧𝗂𝘁 operate on the ground as both a horse and an attacker was an effective strategy, freeing their strongest combatant from defensive duties. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 quickly handed 𝗂𝗁𝐴𝐴 the headbands he had collected, and 𝗎𝗪𝗏 remarked that they already had the 10 million points. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 cautioned them not to keep the headbands but to hold on to them until he gave the signal. 𝗃𝗁𝐼 acknowledged the plan, and 𝗧𝗂 explained that when desperation set in and teams clustered together, they would scatter the extra headbands. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 grinned, excited about the chaos it would create. 𝗏𝗃𝗂, frustrated, muttered under his breath. Just then, Kirishima warned him of an incoming threat. 𝗏𝗃𝗂 barely avoided losing his headbands to a smug boy named 𝗵𝗲, who taunted Class 1A 𝗵𝗲's teammate, a dark-skinned boy named 𝗓𝗨, reminded him they needed more points as the flying student had taken theirs. 𝗏𝗃𝗂, enraged, shouted for 𝗵𝗲 to return the headbands, but 𝗵𝗲 casually thanked them for their donation, promising to use the points wisely. 𝗏𝗃𝗂's fury escalated as he threatened 𝗵𝗲, who mocked him in return, reminding him of his recent loss. As 𝗏𝗃𝗂's team chased after them, 𝗵𝗲 turned and unleashed an explosion mid-air, which 𝗏𝗃𝗂 recognized as his own quirk. 𝗵𝗲 calmly stated he would use it more effectively, further infuriating 𝗏𝗃𝗂. Elsewhere, Momo observed the battlefield and noted that they had enough points. Todoroki agreed, suggesting they target Izuku's team to secure second place. Kaminari asked if Todoroki had a way to reach them in the air. After a moment of thought, Todoroki asked Momo if she could throw him. The team was taken aback by the suggestion, as it involved putting their key player in a dangerous position. Momo hesitated but ultimately agreed, though Ida cautioned against the risk, reminding them that Todoroki was their headband holder. Izuku's strategy clicked in Todoroki's mind, realizing why Izuku had chosen not to be the rider. Kaminari acknowledged the logic behind it. Todoroki then decided to attack from below, forming ice pillars and launching them toward Izuku. Izuku warned his teammates to watch out, kicking aside the larger projectiles, which were easier to deflect. However, a barrage of smaller ice needles followed, and Dark Shadow moved to block most of them. Uraraka alerted the team to a problem with the jetpack, which was sparking dangerously. Hatsune confirmed it wasn't waterproof, and they needed to act quickly. Izuku ordered 𝗃𝗁𝐼 to scatter all the headbands, including their own, while they still had altitude. 𝗃𝗁𝐼 complied, albeit with some concern about the plan. Dark Shadow launched headbands across the stadium, leaving Team 𝗃𝗁𝐼 with no points. The arena erupted into chaos as confetti-like headbands fell everywhere. Participants scrambled, chasing after the 20 loose points, including the coveted 10 million point band. Present MIC expressed his disbelief at Team 𝗃𝗁𝐼's strategy, questioning their plan. Aizawa observed quietly, recognizing the brilliance behind it. With only minutes remaining, the outcome was uncertain. Team 𝗃𝗁𝐼 descended slowly as their jetpack faltered. Uraraka looked at Izuku, concerned about their 0 points. Izuku grinned, revealing a thin wire from Hatsume's kit. Uraraka squinted, surprised at his quick thinking. Izuku began reeling in a headband, confidently claiming he had caught a significant one. He handed the 10 million point band to 𝗃𝗁𝐼. As they landed, and the big screen updated in real time, Present MIC excitedly announced their return to the game, praising their clever use of extra headbands for camouflage and distraction. The other students narrowed their eyes, quickly targeting the first-place headband. Izuku remarked on their aggressive pursuit, while 𝗃𝗁𝐼 vanished into the chaos, echoing the thrill of the moment. Present MIC continued to hype up the battle as teams clashed and headbands flew through the air. Uraraka warned the team of their encroaching danger, and Present MIC noted that Team 𝗃𝗁𝐼 seemed trapped. Aizawa, however, pointed out that they had overlooked a crucial detail. Inside, Dark Shadow expanded, blocking out the light. 𝗃𝗁𝐼 declared that in darkness, his shadow grew stronger. Dark Shadow roared, breaking through the ice walls. 𝗃𝗁𝐼 commanded Izuku to fire, and he quickly channeled his chakra. Hundreds of small fireballs erupted, illuminating the enclosure and restoring Dark Shadow's control. Izuku aimed a powerful attack at the ice roof, melting it before it could collapse on them. As sunlight flooded in, Izuku assessed their surroundings and prepared to break through the wall. He reached the far side of the room, away from Todoroki's team, and delivered a chakra-infused kick to the wall, creating a passage just as Team Todoroki entered the enclosure. Momo expressed her frustration at not being allowed to create the entrance, while Shoto remained stoic, and Momo confidently defended her abilities. With 30 seconds remaining, 𝗵𝗲 announced that Team Tokoyami still held the lead. Izuku's team surged forward, but the opposition was already plotting their next move. Ida revealed his plan, knowing he would be incapacitated afterward. Todoroki assured him they would make the most of it, and Ida instructed him to create an ice path. As Ida propelled himself forward over the ice, he dragged Kaminari along while Shoto held on tightly. Momo struggled to keep pace as the wind whipped around them. Todoroki focused on Tokoyami, reaching for the 10 million point headband, but Izuku leaned in just enough to block him. Ida twisted at high speed, giving Todoroki another chance to reach the target. Kaminari prepared to unleash his quirk at maximum capacity, while Momo created insulation for protection. As they closed in, Momo's invention enveloped her teammates, except for Kaminari, who unleashed a powerful electric attack. Nearby teams recoiled in shock as Kaminari breathed, dazed but grinning. Todoroki scanned the area, searching for Tokoyami. As the dust settled, he spotted Izuku crouched low, one hand extended toward Kaminari and the other on the ground. Tokoyami was astonished, realizing Izuku had redirected the lightning. Uraraka bluntly questioned Izuku about his actions, and he felt the pressure of the moment, knowing he had a few tricks left. Momo expressed her surprise at Izuku's ability, while Todoroki wished he had known earlier. 𝗵𝗲 announced the countdown, and Ida called out to Momo, knowing she had already moved ahead. Izuku tossed Tokoyami to Uraraka and engaged Momo in a rapid exchange of strikes. 𝗵𝗲 exclaimed at their sudden confrontation, while Aizawa smirked, noting that they had been exploiting the lack of clarity in the rules. Izuku and Momo were locked in a fluid dance of attacks and defenses. Momo launched an uppercut, which Izuku redirected, countering with a strike toward her neck. Momo quickly deflected his attack and executed a judo throw. Izuku twisted mid-air, landing on his feet and using the momentum to drive his knee upward. Momo blocked the strike but had to release her grip on him. From that position, Izuku flowed into a backflip, aiming a kick at her head. Momo sidestepped just in time, and as he landed, she countered with a hook aimed at his abdomen. Izuku barely caught it, redirecting her fist. As they continued to exchange blows, their movements became a seamless blend of offense and defense, each anticipating the other's next move. For 5 full seconds, neither side gave way, their exchange so swift and precise that the crowd erupted in cheers at the remarkable skill on display. 𝗵𝗲 exclaimed that the two competitors were truly going at it, likening it to a kung fu movie and encouraging everyone to grab some popcorn because it couldn't get any better than this. Aizawa, already ahead of him, quietly munched on popcorn that had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. While Izuku and Momo captured the spotlight, Ida spoke up from behind them, requesting Todoroki to freeze his engines for a quicker cooldown. Shoto nodded in response and froze Ida's legs, leaving the exhausts unobstructed. 𝗵𝗲 announced the countdown, declaring it was 12 seconds remaining. Momo executed a high kick, which Izuku ducked under, quickly grabbing her supporting leg. Momo muttered to herself, sensing the shift in momentum. With a swift motion, Izuku flung her backward toward her team while leaping back to his own side. Bakugo screeched Izuku's name as his team charged straight at them. Ida declared his move, snapping back into formation with a shout of recipro burst. Izuku mentally prepared himself, realizing it was time to use his strategy again. With Team Bakugo and Team Todoroki charging at them simultaneously, the situation became desperate. Tokoyami and Uraraka braced themselves for impact. Then, just as Ida's engines roared in preparation to fire, they suddenly stopped. Silence enveloped the arena. For the first time that day, not a single sound echoed through the stadium. Every other team froze in place, their bodies refusing to move. Some stared wide-eyed, overwhelmed by the unfamiliar sensation gripping them. The audience fell completely quiet, cameras ceased clicking, and cheers died in throats. Heroes in the stands rose to their feet, every instinct screaming danger. To the professionals watching, this was no longer a student exercise. An invisible pressure saturated the air, demanding attention and dominating the senses. Even the most seasoned heroes felt the weight of anxiety. They struggled to analyze the situation, but in the presence of that oppressive atmosphere, even simple thoughts felt monumental. Like a tyrant's judgmental gaze upon rebels daring to usurp his rule, an invisible weight pressed down on the arena. Even those watching from the comfort of their homes could sense the dread radiating from the UA Sports Festival. Inside a rundown bar, far from the stadium, Shigaraki Tomura stiffened, recognizing the unmistakable pressure. He thought that only Sensei had ever made him feel this way, grinding his teeth in anger at the thought of a mere student causing such a sensation. Elsewhere, in a pitch-black room filled with humming machines and life support equipment, a mysterious figure let out a low chuckle, intrigued by the unfolding events. Every frozen breath and racing heartbeat was caused by a single student standing at the center of the arena. No one would have believed it possible, a lone high schooler, not yet a full-fledged hero, making the entire world hold its breath. Izuku Midoriya was projecting his overwhelming intent, flooding the stadium in every direction as a warning not to come closer. Even his own teammates were not spared from the fear it invoked. Tokoyami, caught directly in the epicenter, succumbed to the pressure, his consciousness fading as he slumped forward against Izuku's shoulders. Uraraka and the others trembled, fear crawling up their spines as the oppressive aura weighed down on them. The clock continued its relentless countdown. 10 seconds. 5, 3, 2, 1. The timer hit 0, yet still, no one moved. The only sound that echoed through the arena was the dull chime from the giant screen overhead. It wasn't until Izuku finally reined in his overwhelming intent that the spell was broken. Movement returned, and breath was drawn again. Present MIC announced that the second round was over, his voice strained as he forced enthusiasm back into it, mentioning a short break after the intense round. The crowd responded weakly, the festive atmosphere fractured by lingering unease. Bakugo remained frozen in place. Even with the pressure lifted, terror clung to him, not fear of the aura itself, but of the realization that followed. He recognized that Izuku was far ahead of him. Every fight they had ever had replayed in his mind, twisted by a single horrifying truth: Izuku had never been serious against him. Internally, Bakugo snarled, clenching his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. In contrast, Todoroki remained calm, staring at Izuku with narrowed eyes as his mind worked through possibilities. He thought he had sensed something hidden and felt that this confirmed several of his hypotheses. Nearby, Momo stood in quiet contemplation, replaying the entire second round in her head. She admitted to herself that she should have expected Izuku to exploit a loophole and realized she could have created counterfeit headbands to mislead other teams or at least tried to deceive him when they first got close. Regret lingered, but so did resolve. After several tense minutes, Midnight stepped onto an elevated platform, cracking her WHP sharply to regain everyone's attention. She announced that it was time to reveal the finalists advancing to the final round. A wave of applause followed, though it was noticeably subdued compared to the earlier excitement. Midnight paused dramatically before announcing that first place went to Team Tokoyami, with 10 million points. Polite applause rippled through the stands. She continued with second place going to Team Todoroki, with 1,460 points, followed by Team Bakugo in third place with 1,305 points, and finally, Team Shinso with 1,065 points. As the announcement ended, Tokoyami jolted awake, confused about what had happened. Izuku offered a small, awkward smile, informing him that they had won but that he might have gotten a little too excited and scared everyone. Tokoyami followed Izuku's gaze to the uneasy faces of the students and the crowd, stiffening at the realization. Before Midnight could move on to the next event, Ojiro slowly raised his hand, head bowed, and quietly expressed his longing to withdraw from the next round. Gasps spread through both the audience and the students at his sudden declaration. Midnight blinked in surprise and asked him to explain why. Ojiro clenched his fists at his sides, stating that he didn't feel he deserved to be in the finals, as he couldn't even remember how he got there. He felt it went against his pride as a martial artist to accept a victory he could not truly claim. Kaminari blurted out in disbelief, questioning Ojiro's decision to withdraw, while Mina quickly added that they still passed and it was part of the game, emphasizing that he hadn't cheated. Midnight purred, acknowledging 𝐎𝐻𝑗iro's fiery spirit as that of a true warrior, and accepted his withdrawal. Another voice chimed in, belonging to a blue-haired, somewhat chubby boy from Class 1B, who also expressed his longing to withdraw. Midnight turned toward him, surprised, and announced that 𝗵𝗫𝐺𝐸 𝐔𝐸𝐽 had also withdrawn from the competition. A murmur rippled through the stadium. Midnight continued, cracking her WHP for emphasis, that due to the resignation of 2 contestants, the open slots would go to the next highest-ranked teams. After a brief discussion, the decision was made. Midnight announced that 𝗬𝗓𝗓𝗬𝗓𝗬𝗓 and 𝐒𝐻𝑗iro's 𝐔𝐸𝐽 would advance to the 3rd event of the UA Sports Festival. The crowd responded with a round of applause, energy slowly returning. Midnight declared that it was time to move forward, sweeping an arm toward the massive spinning wheel. The excitement in the stadium was palpable as the announcer declared the CLMX of the first-year sports events. The wheel spun rapidly, clicking as it slowed down before finally coming to a stop. The final event was announced as a one-on-one tournament-style elimination round, and cheers erupted, filling the stadium with renewed energy. The announcer continued, explaining that there would be a 1-hour lunch break followed by 2 hours of recreational events, inviting all students to join in the fun without hesitation. With that, she stepped down from the platform, clearly eager for a meal. The commentator called out to the audience, letting them know they would return after lunch for more excitement. Turning to his colleague, he suggested they grab something to eat together or if he should bring back something for him. Aizawa, however, had other plans and crawled into his bright yellow caterpillar-shaped sleeping bag, expressing his longing for a nap. His friend warned him about the unhealthy snacks, but Aizawa simply pulled out a jelly drink and consumed it in one go. Suddenly, Midnight burst into the cafeteria, announcing with enthusiasm that Lunch Rush had prepared vanilla coffee cake with strawberry toppings. Her excitement was contagious, and her colleague joined in, urging Aizawa to wake up and join them. Aizawa, however, turned over in his sleeping bag, ignoring their pleas. The 2 teachers, not deterred, hoisted him up and carried him out, much to the confusion of passing students who were accustomed to such antics. In the VIP booth, the Yororozu family sat comfortably alongside 𝗏𝗏 Midoriya, enjoying a spread of elegant dishes. Mrs. Yororozu mentioned how her daughter preferred to eat with her friends, a sign of her growing social circle beyond just Izuku and Shoto. Mr. Yororozu reflected on Izuku's impressive display of power in front of so many classmates, while 𝗏𝗏 noted how remarkable this year's hero students were for pushing him to that point. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria, students were enjoying their meals. Kaminari complained about how exhausting the sports festival was, while Hagakure countered with the fun they were having. Zero asked if anyone wanted to join the recreational games before the next round, but Tokoyami, with a serious demeanor, insisted on conserving his energy for the final confrontation. Others expressed interest in participating, with Tsuyu wanting to stand out more and Mina inviting Momo to join the minigames. Momo, however, declined, stating she needed to face Izuku with all her strength. Jiro teased her about the inevitability of their match, and Shoji inquired about Izuku's relationship status, leading to a light-hearted exchange between the couple. As the time passed, anticipation for the final tournament grew, but the festival grounds remained lively. Present MIC announced the next event, a minimatch of ultimate dodgeball, prompting cheers from the audience. Participants from various classes entered the arena, their expressions a mix of excitement and confusion. Tsuyu took the opportunity to stretch, while Shoji prepared himself with his quirk. The announcer reminded everyone of the rules, emphasizing that quirks were allowed but no permanent damage should be inflicted. The chaos of the match began as students charged forward, dodging and throwing ball with enthusiasm. The next recreational event involved a team-based puzzle box trial, where 2 students worked together, trying to align a spinning lock mechanism with their quirks. Midnight watched with amusement, commenting on their efforts. 𝗂𝗏, despite already qualifying for the finals, insisted on participating in the Quirk talent show, dramatically showcasing his quirk with glittering laser beams. Following him, a student from general education stepped onto the stage, gracefully lifting water from a bucket and creating musical notes and animal shapes that danced in time with her song. The audience responded with applause, enjoying the light-hearted performances amidst the anticipation of the main event. Laughter echoed through the stadium, reminding everyone that these moments were about fun and camaraderie, not just competition. No one was fighting to prove themselves. Yet, in their own quirky, awkward, and unexpected ways, the students shone. Tsuyu landed lightly beside a very sleepy Izuku in the Class 1A seating area, where his head rested comfortably on Momo's lap. Without warning, Tsuyu's tongue snapped out and wrapped around him, causing Izuku to jolt awake. He was startled and confused as Tsuyu dragged him toward the arena, straight to Midnight, who was overseeing the scavenger hunt. Tsuyu expressed her apologies, explaining that she had chosen him as her item. She handed her prompt to Midnight, who accepted it. When Izuku asked what the item was, he learned it was something scary. He shrugged, realizing that not every moment needed to be a desperate struggle for the top. Sometimes, it was enough to run, laugh, and play. Tsuyu remarked that it was not a bad way to spend the afternoon. After the recreational events concluded, the 16 finalists gathered once more at the center of the stadium, standing in neat lines as they awaited the announcement of the tournament brackets. Midnight instructed everyone to watch the screen carefully, as it would decide who fought first. The randomizer slowed, its mechanical whirring fading beneath the lingering cheers. When it finally stopped, a massive bracket shimmered into existence above the stadium. Students, pro heroes, and spectators alike turned their eyes upward, collectively holding their breath. With a sharp crack of her WHP, Midnight stepped forward, her grin illuminated by the stadium lights. She announced that they had survived the obstacle course and the madness of the cavalry battle, and now it was time for the main event, the final round. The crowd erupted once more. Midnight waited patiently until the noise dipped, then raised a gloved hand with dramatic flair to reveal the matchups for the UA Sports Festival's one-on-one tournament. One by one, the brackets locked into place, names sliding smoothly into their slots. The first match was announced as Izuku Midoriya vs Shinso Hitoshi, causing a ripple of murmurs in the audience. Shinso was not from Class 1A or 1B, and his quirk was still unknown, leading to wild speculation. The second match was Todoroki Shoto vs Zero Hunter, which elicited gasps and sympathetic winces, as that match did not look promising for Zero. The third match was Shiozaki Ibara vs Kaminari Denki, prompting Kirishima to comment that Kaminari might have a shot if he fired fast. The fourth match was Ida Tenya vs Hatsume Mai, with Tsuyu and Zero discussing Hatsume's gadgets. Ida realized he would need a completely different strategy against a student from the support department and resolved not to underestimate her resolve. The fifth match was AMR Yuga vs Ashido Mina, with AMR striking a dramatic pose as if victory were already his, while Mina cracked her knuckles, grinning. The sixth match was Tokoyami 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝐻 vs Yororozu Momo, surprising the audience as Class 1A's brilliant tactician faced off against the Dark Crusader. The seventh match was Kirishima A Hero vs Tetsu, with both boys shouting in excitement from opposite sides of the arena. Someone in the stands joked about it being a mirror match. Finally, Midnight announced Bakugo Katsuki vs Uraraka Ochako, leading to gasps and whispers, followed by silence. Bakugo remained unfazed, while Uraraka clenched her hands briefly before steadying herself with a firm expression. Midnight declared that the matches would begin in 15 minutes and instructed the competitors to report to the waiting area. Amidst the excitement, Izuku Midoriya exhaled slowly and stepped away from his classmates, his mind sharpening as he prepared for the opening match. As he turned to leave, Momo reached out and grabbed his shoulder, confidently stating that she would see him in the finals. Izuku smiled back and nodded, determined to give it everything he had, though he humorously noted it would be without ninjutsu. In the waiting area, with only 3 minutes left before his match, Izuku sat cross-legged, eyes closed, breathing slow and controlled as he meditated. He had learned an ancient art to stand on the same stage as everyone else, but at his core, he was still a teenager who had dreamed of moments like this ever since he first wanted to become a hero. Now, he had reached another milestone in that dream, feeling excitement, anticipation, and nervousness churning inside his chest. He guided his chakra in a slow, steady spiral through his body, a basic exercise he had learned long ago that remained his favorite, simple, familiar, and effective. It cleared his mind of all distractions. Present 𝗵𝐼𝐶's voice echoed through the waiting area, calling for Izuku and Shinso to report to their respective entrances. Izuku opened his eyes, exhaled, and rose to his feet, ending his meditation as he jogged toward the arena entrance. Present 𝗵𝐼𝐶 welcomed the audience to the final round of the UA Sports Festival, the tournament, and the crowd responded with the loudest roar of the day. He introduced Izuku as a student who had been heating up the field since the very beginning, emphasizing his determination and skill. As Izuku stepped into the arena, calm and focused, the spotlight hit him, and he felt the energy of the crowd. Present 𝗵𝐼𝐶 continued, introducing Shinso as a dark horse from general studies, a quiet contender who had slipped into the finals like a shadow in the night. As Shinso entered the arena, he looked at Izuku with half-lidded eyes and remarked on Izuku's apparent boredom, suggesting he thought the match would be easy. Izuku remained silent, contemplating the challenge ahead. Shinso continued to taunt him, hinting at his own reputation and abilities. Midnight then interrupted, laying out the rules. Competitors would be out if they stepped outside the arena, tapped out, or could no longer fight. With a crack of her WHP, she signaled for the fight to begin. Shinso scoffed, dismissing another competitor's decision to step down for honor, while Izuku noted that Shinso kept talking, clearly trying to get under his skin. Shinso frowned slightly, noticing the lack of reaction from Izuku. Irritation crept into his voice as he expressed his thoughts about Izuku's girlfriend, but his words were abruptly interrupted by a powerful punch to the gut. In an instant, Izuku had crossed the arena and struck Shinso's abdomen, sending him skidding backward. Shinso coughed, straightening up as he felt the pain. He declared that now that he had control over Izuku, it was worth the hit. With a casual wave of his hand, he commanded Izuku to walk off the stage. Izuku turned and began moving toward the edge of the arena, leaving Class 1A in confusion. Kirishima shouted in disbelief, while Ojiro grimly noted that he thought Izuku would have figured it out by now. Gyro inquired about what Ojiro meant, and he explained that Shinso's quirk activated when someone responded to him. Tension rose as they realized it might be checkmate for Izuku. Momo pointed toward the arena, insisting it wasn't over yet. Inside Izuku's mind, frustration and regret churned as he realized he had fallen into Shinso's trap by talking. Just as he was about to leave the arena, he flared his chakra for a brief moment, a faint blue aura bursting outward before disappearing. Kaminari rubbed his eyes in disbelief, convinced he had seen Izuku glow blue. Zero and Ashido agreed, while Hagakure asked Momo if she had any idea what had just happened. Momo remained silent, unsure of how to explain it, while Kaminari speculated that it might be Izuku's quirk. Back in the arena, Izuku stood near the edge with his eyes tightly shut, reflecting on the unpleasantness of the situation. He thought it was better to keep quiet. Shinso, staring at him in disbelief, demanded to know how Izuku had escaped his quirk. It was a feat that should not have been possible without outside help. Izuku slowly turned to face him and mimed zipping his lips shut, as if sealing a bag. Frustrated, Shinso took a basic boxer's stance, declaring that if he was going down, he would go down fighting. Izuku rushed forward, engaging Shinso in hand-to-hand combat, not to overwhelm him but to assess his skills. Shinso threw a straight punch, which Izuku narrowly avoided, and followed up with a low kick that Izuku easily sidestepped. Shinso shouted in frustration, demanding to know why Izuku wasn't fighting back, his desperation growing as he continued to attack. Neither of them noticed how close they were getting to the boundary line until Izuku twisted past Shinso's right hook, caught his left arm, and used his momentum against him. With a smooth flip, Shinso sailed past the edge of the arena. Midnight announced that Shinso Hitoshi was out of bounds, declaring Izuku Midoriya the winner. The crowd applauded politely, appreciating the clean finish. Present 𝗵𝐼𝐶 excitedly announced the end of round 1 of the tournament. Izuku walked over to where Shinso had landed and asked how he was holding up. Shinso shot back with a sarcastic response, still sprawled on the ground. Izuku offered a hand to help him up and asked why Shinso wanted to be a hero. After a moment of pause, Shinso admitted it was out of spite, but mostly to prove that his quirk wasn't villainous. Izuku smiled, pointing out how useful Shinso's quirk could be in talking down villains or calming people before they acted rashly. As he spoke, he jotted down notes in his notebook. Shinso, curious, asked where that insight had come from, but Izuku chose not to answer. Instead, he pointed toward the stands where Class 1C was cheering for Shinso, encouraging him for the next time. Izuku added that the heroes were likely thinking the same thing. Shinso looked away, biting his lip, and Izuku casually suggested that he just needed some muscle and a few fighting lessons. He extended his hand, and after a moment of hesitation, Shinso took it firmly. Izuku insisted it wasn't an if but a when regarding their next match. Shinso met his gaze and declared that when he got in next time, he would beat Izuku. Izuku grinned, welcoming the challenge. Present MIC announced the camaraderie between the students, praising their plus-ultra attitude before moving on to the next contestants. As the crowd's applause faded, Izuku and Shinso walked off the arena together. Present MIC called for Hunter 𝗧𝗫 versus Shoto Todoroki to prepare for their match. 𝗧𝗫, standing slightly slouched, wished for luck, while Kaminari jokingly told him to break a leg, just not literally. Gyro whispered that 𝗧𝗫 was going to get destroyed, and Shoji calmly agreed. Todoroki rose from his seat, heading toward his waiting room, while Toru advised him not to hurt 𝗧𝗫 too badly. Tsuyu commented that it would be a quick fight, but Izuku cautioned against underestimating 𝗧𝗫, returning to his seat beside Momo and gently laying his head on her lap. Izuku shared his thoughts on the importance of not lowering one's guard in a fight, recalling how both his eldest brother and he had drilled that lesson into 𝗧𝗫. Momo smiled softly, brushing his hair with a comb she had created. Izuku murmured that she didn't have to make the brush, but Momo reassured him that she could replenish the materials later, holding up a freshly made cookie from the cafeteria. Gyro muttered about getting cavities just from watching, while Kaminari shouted a teasing remark about needing a room. Bakugo snarled at Kaminari, calling him a hypocrite. Izuku lazily asked Bakugo what he meant, not lifting his head. Bakugo shouted that he knew Izuku had never taken him seriously, accusing him of holding back in every fight. Izuku calmly responded that he didn't fight seriously because a serious fight could lead to death, explaining the difference between not lowering one's guard and fighting for one's life. Bakugo snapped back, questioning Izuku's earlier speech about giving it his all. Izuku replied that he was indeed giving it his all, but in a way that preserved his strength for when it was truly needed, focusing on subduing opponents rather than annihilating them. Finally, he opened his eyes and glanced at Bakugo, acknowledging that he had many secrets but was under no obligation to share them. Bakugo growled, accusing Izuku of hiding like a coward. Unfazed, Izuku stated that as long as his actions saved lives and stopped villains, he didn't care. He emphasized that if everything he could do was common knowledge, villains could plan specifically around him. He concluded that villains only lost when they were stopped. Heroes lose the moment they fail at any part of the job. Bakugo was on the verge of exploding when Present MIC's voice echoed over the PA system, announcing that everything was set and the fighters were ready to begin the next battle. He introduced Class 1A's very own Spider-Man wannabe, Hunter 𝗧𝗫, the adhesive acrobat, who entered the arena with a wave. Present MIC described 𝗧𝗫's tape-launching abilities and his laid-back demeanor, emphasizing his precision and agility. The audience was eager to see if 𝗧𝗫 would surprise them with his combat skills. Next, Present MIC introduced Shoto Todoroki, the prodigy with polar powers. As the son of the number 2 hero, 𝗫, Todoroki commanded attention with his ice and fire abilities. He stepped onto the field, exuding calmness as he prepared for battle, shutting out distractions and focusing solely on his opponent. Kaminari remarked on Todoroki's robotic demeanor during fights, while Ida noted his apparent lack of emotion. Izuku explained that elemental quirks are stronger when tied to emotions, and Todoroki's suppression of feelings was a strategy for control. He expressed concern that this approach might hinder Todoroki's growth as a fighter. In the arena, Midnight announced the rules: incapacitate the opponent or force them out of bounds, with no lethal actions permitted. The countdown began, and as the match commenced, 𝗧𝗫 launched his tape, wrapping it around Todoroki. Determined not to go down easily, 𝗧𝗫 declared his intent to fight back. He swung his arms to hurl Todoroki out of the arena, but Todoroki reacted swiftly. Flames erupted. From his left side, burning through the tape, while ice formed beneath him, creating a wall that halted his momentum. Todoroki landed gracefully and calmly challenged 𝗧𝗪 with a surge of ice, creating a prison of jagged spikes around him. 𝗧𝗪 froze, sweat trickling down his face, and Midnight asked if he could continue. Realizing the danger, 𝗧𝗪 ultimately surrendered. Midnight announced Todoroki as the winner, and the crowd erupted in applause as Todoroki melted the ice prison, freeing 𝗧𝗪. Present MIC then introduced the next match between 𝗂𝗪rashio Ozaki and Denki Kaminari, prompting 𝗧𝗪 to reflect on his performance. He felt he hadn't showcased enough of his abilities, despite having a new move. Todoroki offered advice, suggesting that 𝗧𝗪 should keep moving, especially against someone with greater firepower. 𝗧𝗪 acknowledged this and playfully reminded Todoroki that he had managed to catch him with his first move. Todoroki admitted he had allowed himself to be captured, explaining that he had intended to use 𝗧𝗪's tape to trap him but had to adapt quickly. As they walked, a familiar voice called out to Todoroki. It was 𝗬𝗵𝗵, his brother, who casually mentioned that he was part of security. 𝗬𝗵𝗵 advised Todoroki not to get tunnel vision and to maintain awareness of his surroundings. He shared insights from Izuku, who had taught him about expanding consciousness and using all senses together for clarity. Shoto pondered who had taught Izuku these tactics, while 𝗧𝗪 listened intently. 𝗬𝗵𝗵 had to return to patrol, wishing Todoroki luck before departing. Shoto and 𝗧𝗪 resumed their path to the stands, with 𝗧𝗪 contemplating the possibility of asking Aizawa-sensei to teach them about awareness techniques. Upon returning to their seats, they were greeted with supportive gestures from their classmates. Shoji complimented their performance, while Kaminari encouraged 𝗧𝗪 to keep his spirits up. Jiro made a light-hearted remark about 𝗧𝗪 avoiding a worse fate. Izuku praised both fighters sincerely, and Shoto acknowledged the support with a small smile. 𝗧𝗪 expressed disappointment at losing quickly, but Izuku reminded him of the importance of keeping a strategy in reserve, especially with villains watching. 𝗧𝗪 chuckled at the thought, realizing the weight of Izuku's words. Meanwhile, hours earlier in Hosu City, pro-hero 𝗔𝗫𝗵, known as Tensai Ida, patrolled the streets alongside a sidekick, his sleek armor shining under the city lights, embodying the essence of a racing machine and a knight. The engines integrated into his arms hummed softly as he scanned the quiet streets. Reports indicated that 𝗬𝗪, the hero killer, was somewhere within the city limits. Eyewitness accounts, rumors, and whispers passed through back alleys. If 𝗬𝗪 was still present, it was 𝗔𝗫𝗵's duty to stop him. He instructed his sidekick to keep alert, noting that their latest intel suggested 𝗬𝗪 was still in the area. Minutes passed, and then movement caught 𝗔𝗫𝗵's eye. A shadow slipped into a narrow alley. He raised a hand, signaling his sidekick to circle around and cover the opposite exit. Across the street, a woman dressed in green jogging attire observed silently as the heroes positioned themselves. 𝗔𝗫𝗵 spoke into his radio, asking if there was any sighting. His sidekick reported negative findings. 𝗔𝗫𝗵 reminded him to stay alert, as the situation could be nothing or something far worse. Suddenly, the sidekick collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The woman standing over him calmly remarked that the hero killer was a bit beyond his capabilities. She formed a hand sign, and a perfect copy of herself materialized beside her, slipping away into the shadows while she remained behind. Back in the alley, 𝗔𝗫𝗵 carefully surveyed his surroundings. His engines idled as his eyes traced every surface, walls, rooftops, and discarded trash, searching for anything out of place. Finding nothing, he muttered to himself that he might just be jumping at shadows. He raised his communicator, about to call off the search and regroup when a blade shot out from the darkness, slicing through the air where his head had been an instant earlier. 𝗔𝗫𝗵 twisted aside as metal rang sharply behind him. He turned to see 𝗬𝗪, the hero killer himself, katana raised, deflecting the projectile with ease. In the same motion, 𝗬𝗪 launched forward. The impact was sudden as he drove a kick into 𝗔𝗫𝗵's side, sending the pro-hero skidding backward across the pavement. The hunt had begun. 𝗬𝗪 was lean and powerfully built, his muscles defined beneath layers of ragged red cloth that clung to his body. Twin-chipped katanas rested in his grip, shaped less for clean cuts and more for destruction. The most striking feature of all was his face. Where his nose should have been, there was nothing. 𝗬𝗪 growled, demanding to know who dared to interfere with his hunt. A woman's voice replied lightly, acknowledging his talent for sneaking up on people while wielding sharp metal. 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗲 froze, his eyes darting between the two. He quickly stepped in front of the woman, urging her to run, explaining that 𝗧𝗓 was the hero killer and he would hold him off. 𝗧𝗓 dismissed them both as fakes. The woman dryly pointed out that 𝗧𝗓 was about to be sliced by the hero killer. That remark was the last thing 𝗧𝗓 tolerated. With a snarl, he lunged forward, swinging one katana in a brutal arc aimed straight for 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵's neck. 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵 barely escaped, leaning back as the blade screamed past his face. His engines roared as he counterattacked, driving a thruster-boosted punch towards 𝗧𝗓's abdomen. 𝗧𝗓 twisted midair, absorbing the blow by leaping backward. Then he vanished, bounding from wall to wall, blades flashing as he sought a new angle. The alley erupted into motion. 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵 blocked strike after strike with the armored guards on his arms, dodging where he could and retaliating whenever an opening appeared. Sparks flew as steel clashed against reinforced plating. A roundhouse kick from 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵 forced 𝗧𝗓 back, buying precious distance. The woman sighed, suggesting they cut a deal. She would incapacitate 𝗧𝗓, 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝘵𝗵 would get all the credit, and he wouldn't report her interference. 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝘵𝗵 was horrified that she was still there and insisted she get out of the fight. She calmly replied that she was waiting for permission or necessity. 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝘵 urged her to call for backup, insisting he would buy her time, but she shot back that no other hero nearby could defeat 𝗧𝗓, even together. Steel rang again as 𝗧𝗓 hurled a knife. 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝘵𝗵 raised his right arm guard to block, but his vision was obscured. In that instant, 𝗧𝗓 closed the distance and sliced into a gap in 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝘵𝗵's armor. 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝘵𝘵 cried out as his body locked up, crashing to the pavement. 𝗧𝗓 hissed that 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵's BLD spoke the truth and that he would be purged. He raised his katana high, but the blade came down and was stopped inches from 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝘵's spine. The thrown knife, 𝗧𝗓's own, was lodged between the katana and its target, held firmly by the woman's hand. She casually stated that she would handle 𝗧𝗓 now and instructed 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝘵𝘵 to relax and not move. 𝗧𝗓 roared in frustration, demanding she stop interfering. She replied that she could not do that and twisted to knock his blade aside, declaring that his tirade would end there. 𝗧𝗓 snarled that she was no hero and that this was none of her business, demanding to know who she was. She responded that they had stopped him from killing heroes before, and that was all he needed to know. For the briefest instant, 𝗧𝗓's vision warped, and another figure overlapped the woman's form, an illusion born of memory. 𝗧𝗓 whispered in realization that she was one of them, part of Shadow. The woman cheerfully confirmed that he had guessed correctly and that the prize was a beatdown. Using more chakra than usual, the Shadow agent launched herself forward. 𝗧𝗓 did the same, and they met halfway through the alley in a violent collision, steel screaming as knife clashed against katana. Normally, reach alone would decide such an exchange, but Shadow's movements were precise, practiced to perfection, every deflection angled just enough to deny 𝗧𝗓 leverage. Before he could press the advantage, Shadow inhaled sharply and performed a series of one-handed hand signs. A blast of compressed air erupted from her mouth, slamming into 𝗧𝗓 and hurling him backward against the alley wall. The impact cracked stone and sent debris skittering across the ground. A puff of smoke followed. When it cleared, Shadow stood clad in a familiar uniform, dark, featureless, and unmistakable. She deliberately kept her tone feminine as she addressed 𝗧𝗓, noting that this was more familiar for both of them. 𝗧𝗓 snarled, veins bulging with rage, declaring that her entire group had hindered him from culling those he deemed fakes. He insisted he was the cure and would not allow her to stop his mission. Shadow replied lightly, acknowledging that there were bad apples but pointed out that all he did was random killing, questioning if he even knew which ones were truly naughty. 𝗧𝗓 bellowed that the only true hero was All Might, raising his blade and declaring that only he was worthy. Shadow flatly remarked that he was a delusional fool blinded by All Might's light. That's all you are. The alley fell silent. Rusty trash bins lined the walls, and fire escapes loomed overhead. The air was thick with decay and stagnant heat. At one end stood 𝗧𝗓, coiled, feral, with blades clenched tight, his tongue dragging slowly across cracked lips. At the other stood Shadow, a kunai in his right hand and 𝗧𝗓's thrown blade in his left. Between them lay 𝗔𝗵𝗄's paralyzed body. Shadow's stance was relaxed, almost casual, but his eyes tracked every breath, every twitch, every subtle shift in muscle. The wind passed once. Then the fight began. 𝗧𝗵 moved first, no shout, no warning, just motion. A blur of red cloth and steel surged forward, the blade flashing in the sunlight. Shadow sidestepped at the last possible moment, the katana hissing past his ribs. He stepped inside 𝗧𝗵's guard, dropped his weight, and drove an elbow toward his jaw. 𝗧𝗵 twisted away, the strike grazing his cheek. He rebounded off the wall mid-motion, his unnatural agility carrying him upward as he slashed horizontally. Shadow ducked, the blade screaming overhead. They separated again. Shadow flashed a hand sign with his left hand, and a shadow clone burst into existence. 𝗔𝗵𝗄 protested weakly as the clone lifted him and carried him away from the battlefield. Shadow spoke calmly, stating that now he could fight without worry. 𝗧𝗵 lunged again, blade leading. Shadow intercepted with his kunai, steel clanging against steel, sparks scattering beneath the sun. 𝗧𝗵 twisted his wrist sharply, forcing Shadow's guard high, then dipped low, driving a knee toward Shadow's stomach. The real fight had begun. Shadow blocked, his forearm absorbing the blow, then responded with a spinning kick. 𝗧𝗵 leapt over it, landed, and lunged with a stab aimed at Shadow's leg. The blade found its mark, and BLD spattered across the ground. Shadow grunted but didn't retreat. He grabbed 𝗧𝗵's arm mid-move and pulled him in close, slamming his forehead into 𝗧𝗵's face. 𝗧𝗵 staggered, but Shadow didn't let go. He kneed him in the gut once, twice. 𝗧𝗵 gasped, spit flying. But BLD had already dripped. 𝗧𝗵's tongue flicked out, brushing against a red smear on his glove. In an instant, 𝗧𝗵 slashed upward, shallow but precise, cutting across Shadow's chest. The hero killer stepped back, chest heaving, watching. Shadow's body trembled, but only for a moment. Smoke burst, and another shadow dropped from above, having left 𝗔𝗵𝗄 in a safe place just before the BLD hit 𝗧𝗵's tongue. He landed a punch across 𝗧𝗵's face, hard and clean, enough to rattle teeth. 𝗧𝗵 flew back, crashing into the alley wall, leaving a dent in the concrete. No time to breathe. Shadow rushed in, movements sharpened by determination. His kunai gleamed again, slashing low at 𝗧𝗵's side. The blade nicked armor. 𝗧𝗵 twisted away, but Shadow pressed on, his punches, elbows, and kicks relentless and efficient. Shadow threw 𝗧𝗵's knife, and 𝗧𝗵 flicked it away again. Shadow then threw his kunai, but this time 𝗧𝗵 barely dodged. The kunai got stuck in the wall behind him, BLD trickling down his shoulder from the wound. 𝗧𝗵 parried, blocked, ducked. His blade lashed out again, carving a shallow cut along Shadow's shoulder cloth. Shadow didn't slow. They broke apart again. Shadow breathed lightly, sweat dripping into the dirt, not letting his gaze stray from 𝗧𝗵. 𝗧𝗵 cracked his neck, breathing 𝗪𝐵, a welt forming over his cheek. One arm trembled from repeated impacts. He lunged, and Shadow met him halfway. The clash was brutal, less a duel and more a storm of limbs and steel. 𝗧𝗵 ducked a hook, stabbed forward, almost cutting Shadow's thigh. Shadow slammed a palm into 𝗧𝗵's chest, sending him skidding across the ground. A clone appeared beside Shadow mid-stride. 𝗧𝗵 sprang forward, blade raised. The clone took the blow, bursting into a puff of smoke just before the blade would have struck Shadow again. Shadow's foot came from above, a heavy axe kick slamming onto 𝗧𝗵's shoulder, bending him down. A follow-up uppercut threw him off his feet. He hit the alley wall hard and didn't get up immediately. Dust settled as the sun beat down mercilessly. Shadow approached cautiously, breathing slow and controlled. 𝗧𝗵 pushed himself up, limbs shaking, blooded, bruised, but his eyes still burned with intent. He threw a final knife, but Shadow caught it and snapped it in half between both hands. He then delivered a clean, straight punch to 𝗧𝗵's face. 𝗧𝗵's head snapped back, and his body crumpled to the pavement. His weapon slipped from his hand, and his chest rose once, then again, shallower this time. Shadow stood over him, tired but upright. The alley, hot and windless, was silent once more. No words were exchanged. No speeches were needed. One fighter was down, and one still stood. The sun bore witness. 𝗔𝗫𝗄𝗻 was carried back toward the battle area by an extra shadow clone, his body still stiff with paralysis even after Stain had been knocked unconscious. Shadow muttered quietly, still using the feminine charade, that 𝗔𝗫𝗻𝗻's quirk must be time-dependent or something. Forming a series of hand signs, Shadow leaned forward and spat out a thick substance that quickly spread across the ground. Earth jutsu. Mud prison. The mud surged forward, enveloping Stain's body and hardening in seconds, sealing him completely in place. 𝗔𝗫𝗻𝗻, his voice strained as another clone continued to carry him, thanked Shadow for the help. Shadow replied that he needed to borrow 𝗔𝗫𝗻𝗻's comms to call the police. 𝗔𝗫𝗻𝗻 instructed him to press the button on his waistband to send a distress signal. Speaking of which, 𝗔𝗫𝗻𝗻 wondered where his sidekick was. Shadow casually mentioned that he left him sleeping, with another member of Shadow guarding him to prevent another potential victim for the hero killer. As the clone searched for the button, 𝗔𝗫𝗻𝗻 glanced at Shadow and asked how many people were in Shadow. Shadow paused, then chuckled softly, stating they were as diverse as the stars in the night sky, yet as rare as life on Earth. That was all 𝗔𝗫𝗻𝗻 would get. He fell silent after that, waiting as distant sirens began to creep closer. After a moment, 𝗔𝗫𝗻𝗻 asked one last question. From what he had heard, Shadow and the hero killer had history and wondered if Shadow could share even a little. Shadow exhaled slowly, stating it was fine to share. He explained that their first contact with Stain was back when he was a vigilante called 𝗬𝗱. Things happened, and he began targeting heroes. Shadow's voice hardened as he continued, explaining that Stain's standards for what qualified as a true hero were so extreme that even the symbol of peace wouldn't meet them. Everyone else became unworthy in his eyes. Whenever they crossed paths, they intervened, but they couldn't detain him. Heroes were always on the way, so they had to retreat each time. Shadow glanced toward the immobilized Stain and noted that it was thanks to them that his kill count was only 17, during the times they weren't near that psycho. Inside his mind, Shadow grimaced, realizing that fighting a serial killer while avoiding lethal force and heroes trying to arrest him was incredibly difficult. Minutes passed in silence until police sirens finally arrived. Shadow stayed beside the now mobile 𝗔𝗫𝗻𝗻 and his still unconscious sidekick. When the reinforcements appeared, officers immediately raised their weapons, shouting for everyone to put their hands in the air and not move. 𝗔𝗫𝗻𝗻 yelled for them to wait, explaining that it was thanks to Shadow that he was unharmed and urging them to lower their weapons. Shadow tilted his head, reminding 𝗔𝗫𝗻𝗻 that he was still part of a wanted vigilante group. 𝗔𝗫𝗻𝗻 admitted he had forgotten about that. He hesitated, then added that Shadow should consider becoming an official hero, as the members of Shadow clearly had the skill. It wouldn't be difficult. Shadow shook his head, expressing concern about their secrets, dangerous ones. As long as the HPSC remained unchanged, trust was out of the question. He waved slightly, saying goodbye to 𝗔𝗫𝗻𝗻. In a series of soft puffs, every Shadow clone disappeared. 𝗔𝗫𝗻𝗻 noted their absence and called for the officers to secure Stain. They moved swiftly, freeing him from the hardened mud and locking anti-quirk restraints around his limbs. Back in the present, the UA Sports Festival had reached the third round of the tournament. Present MIC announced the next match with enthusiasm, describing the competitors. Stepping into the arena with grace and power was 𝗂𝗏 𝗧𝗵𝗲 from Class 1B. Her vine-like hair trailed behind her, ready for action. The crowd cheered as she entered, showcasing her skills and calm demeanor. She bowed her head gently, expressing gratitude for the opportunity to grow stronger through honest combat. Present MIC continued, introducing the next competitor, Kaminari Denki from Class 1A, who brought excitement and unpredictability to the match. He hopped into the arena, sparks crackling at his fingertips, and flashed a confident grin. He promised to give it his all, adding a light-hearted comment about dinner afterward, which drew amused reactions from his classmates. Midnight, the referee, called for a clean fight, and both contestants agreed. The match began with Shiozaki's vine-like hair launching toward Kaminari in a sudden attack. He rolled to avoid the first strike and kicked off his shoes, determined to end the match quickly. Electricity erupted from his body, but Shiozaki reacted instantly, forming a protective dome with her vines that harmlessly redirected the electricity into the ground. Kaminari, realizing he needed a new strategy, sprinted forward as the vines struck again. He dodged and weaved through the rapid attacks, but the vines became thicker and more relentless. Just as he formulated a plan, a wall of vines surged up in his path, sending him flying backward. He skidded across the arena, narrowly avoiding the edge. Vines erupted from the ground around him, intent on binding him. Kaminari grabbed a single vine and sent electricity surging through it, causing Shiozaki to stagger for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, he rushed in, but Shiozaki retaliated with a massive wall of vines that burst upward between them, showcasing her growing intensity. The vines closed in around Kaminari again, firmly grounded this time. Shiozaki attempted to lift him and throw him out of bounds, but he clung to the vines with determination. As she flicked her vines like a WHP, he was sent flying into the arena wall, where he stuck momentarily before falling. Midnight declared Shiozaki the winner, and the crowd erupted in cheers for the electrifying match. Kaminari slowly got up, dazed but unharmed, and shuffled back to the center of the arena, only to find his shoes destroyed. He sighed, wishing for replacements. Midnight reassured him, directing him to Recovery Girl for spare footwear. Kaminari expressed his gratitude, feeling flustered by her presence. Izuku and Momo discussed the match, analyzing the competitors' strategies. Mina made a playful comment, causing Izuku and Momo to blush and quickly change the subject. As Ida prepared for his match against a tough opponent from the support course, 𝗵𝗃 announced that contestants should return to their waiting rooms. Aizawa, observing the situation, made a quip that surprised everyone, leading to a moment of disbelief among his colleagues. Despite his usual demeanor, he had managed to lighten the mood, leaving his fellow teachers momentarily speechless. Ida felt irritation creeping in as he realized he was starting to act like the younger students. From the perspective of Class 1A, they believed they understood their homeroom teacher well, but it turned out they were mistaken. Zero remarked on the unexpected side of Ida, while Todoroki commented flatly on the surprise. Shoji agreed, and Tokoyami murmured about revelry in the dark. Dark Shadow dramatically questioned if the world was ending, and Izuku reflected on the quiet moments he had shared with Aizawa during late-night patrols. On his way to the waiting room, Ida was approached by 𝗧𝗵𝗲, the familiar pink-haired inventor, who greeted him cheerfully. The details of their exchange remained a mystery, but Ida's stiff posture afterward suggested it was not a brief conversation. After repairs, waiting, and a few bathroom breaks, the arena was finally ready for the next event. President MIC announced the fourth round of the tournament, building excitement in the crowd. He introduced Ida as the pride of the Ida family, a model student and speedster, equipped with high-performance gear. Ida entered the arena, his posture straight, but he was noticeably burdened by additional equipment: shoulder-mounted devices, wrist gadgets, and a clunky pair of boots. He stopped at the center, his face tight with restrained frustration. Before the match began, Ida explained his appearance, stating that his opponent requested he wear her support equipment for fairness. He bowed sharply, and cheers erupted from the support course section. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 rolled into view, dragging a wheeled toolbox and radiating excitement. President MIC introduced her as the mad genius of the support course, ready to showcase her inventions. Mai enthusiastically thanked Ida for being her test subject, while Ida muttered under his breath about the fairness of the match. Midnight, twirling her WHP, acknowledged the unusual situation and allowed it. What followed could only be described as an extensive demonstration of 𝗧𝗵𝗲's inventions, all tested on Ida, sometimes against him. Izuku watched intently, admitting it was an effective way to showcase support gear. Momo noted several tools she could incorporate into her arsenal, while Izuku suggested recreating the quick-hardening foam. Gyro sighed at their ongoing discussion, and Toru wistfully wondered if she would ever find someone who understood her like they did. Todoroki remarked on their unique bond, referencing what his sister had said about them. Finally, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 concluded her demonstration, exiting the stage with a satisfied smile, while Ida lay face down on the arena floor. Midnight paused before declaring 𝗧𝗵𝗲 out of bounds and Ida the winner. Muted applause followed, and Ida muttered about the humiliation he felt. Midnight urged him to leave if he could, and 𝐒𝐬𝐫 insisted he was fine as he pushed himself up and returned to Class 1A. Kirishima expressed sympathy for 𝗎𝐬𝐫, while Tsuyu calmly noted that he could prove himself in the next round. As 𝗎𝐬𝐫 returned to his seat, his posture slumped from the earlier embarrassment, but his classmates offered encouragement. Kirishima and 𝗬𝗪 reminded him that he would have another chance to show his abilities, and even Koda offered a small thumbs up. 𝗎𝐬𝐫 felt a brief lift in his spirits before his phone vibrated, prompting him to step away for privacy. He answered the call quietly, greeting his brother. Meanwhile, President MIC's voice boomed across the arena, announcing the next match between 𝗂𝗪𝐫 and 𝗓𝗨𝐺, with the stage inspection underway. 𝗓𝗪 cheerfully hopped to her feet, wishing her classmates luck as she jogged off, followed by 𝗂𝗪𝐫, who flicked his hair dramatically. 𝗬𝗪 expressed confusion over 𝗂𝗪𝐫's light show, while Kaminari advised not to think too hard about it. Izuku admitted he had no idea about 𝗂𝗪𝐫's quirk, and Momo reflected on the puzzling nature of the Midoriya's large tear ducts. The group paused, and surprisingly, Bakugo bluntly explained that Izuku and his mother could literally cry a river. Momo fondly recalled the first time she met Izuku's mother, who showed them a picture of his first puddle of tears. Izuku's face flushed with embarrassment as Kaminari quickly changed the subject, asking about Mineta's whereabouts. The crowd roared with anticipation as the next match approached. President MIC leaned into his MIC, energizing the audience with his booming voice. He welcomed the fighters with enthusiasm, preparing them for an action-packed fight where only one would advance to the next round. The audience cheered loudly in response, ready for the spectacle to unfold. A radiant enigma. The answer is, yes, indeed. Prepare to be starstruck by the man who simply cannot stop shining. 𝗂𝗪𝐫 stepped forward with a dramatic twirl. There was no glitter, yet somehow, it still felt like there was. He lifted his chin, struck a heroic pose, and grinned, his eyes gleaming under the stadium lights. He declared proudly that his brilliance would never be dimmed. President MIC continued without missing a beat, introducing the next competitor. He urged the crowd to give it up for the unstoppable pink powerhouse, the queen of rhythm and energy, and the absolute last person anyone would want to challenge to a dance-off or straightforward fight, 𝗓𝗨𝗪𝗓. From break-dancing to fierce confrontations, she had the moves, the attitude, and the reflexes to overcome any obstacle, literally. Her quirk may be acid, but her energy was effervescent. Beneath her bubbly vibe lay a fierce fighter ready to slide, dodge, and burn her way to victory. 𝗓𝗪𝐫 jogged into the arena with a few quick dance steps, blowing a kiss to the crowd and punctuating it with a wink. She simply wanted to have some fun. Midnight announced the rules, counting down from 3. When the signal echoed across the arena, a charged stillness settled over the field. 𝗂𝗪𝐫 moved first, lowering into a theatrical stance with one hand pressed firmly against his belt. His lips curled into a confident smirk. With a flourish, his navel lit up, and a dazzling beam of energy tore through the air toward 𝗓𝗪𝐫. But she was already gone. 𝗓𝗪𝐫 dove to the side in one fluid motion, her feet skimming the ground as the laser scorched past her, kicking up dust and sparks. 𝗂𝗪𝐫 pivoted, swinging his torso to realign his aim. He fired another blast, the beam cutting straight toward her. 𝗓𝗪𝐫 planted one hand on the arena floor, acid secreting rapidly from her palm. The ground hissed as it softened beneath her. She twisted mid-air, landing smoothly and skating across the field atop her acidic trail. 𝗂𝗪𝐫 fired again, and again. His stance widened with each shot as he struggled to keep up. The laser sputtered slightly, and strain crept into his posture, his back arching unnaturally as he clutched his side, teeth clenched in discomfort. 𝗓𝗪𝐫 didn't slow down. She zigzagged around him, forcing him to spin clumsily just to keep her in sight. His elegant posture faltered, his hands trembled, and the sparkle in his eyes dulled, replaced by a bead of nervous sweat. He tried once more, but the instant his chest lit up, 𝗓𝗪𝐫 ducked low and slid in, sweeping his legs out from under him in a clean tackle. 𝗂𝗪𝐫 hit the ground with a startled grunt, and the laser never fired. 𝗓𝗪𝐫 didn't press the attack. She simply crouched beside him, offering a faint, satisfied smile as President MIC's voice rang out above them, declaring 𝗓𝗨𝗪𝗓 the winner. 𝗂𝗪𝐫 lay there for a moment, blinking up at the sky. Then, in classic 𝗂𝗪𝐫 fashion, He extended one arm dramatically toward the heavens. Even in defeat, he sparkled. Shoji commented on the fight, noting the efforts 𝐻𝐸𝐵 had put into her training. Tokoyami added solemnly that her hard work was now evident on the battlefield. Momo straightened, announcing that her match was next. Izuku encouraged her with a playful remark he had heard in a cartoon. Momo smiled, waved, and headed toward the waiting rooms. 𝗵𝗃 announced for the next contestants to proceed to their rooms, glancing at the robots neutralizing the acid coating the arena before 𝗬𝗏𝗄 stepped in to repair it. Hisashi leaned toward Aizawa, ensuring his MIC was off, and remarked that the sports festival this year felt rather one-sided. Aizawa muttered that it could be due to the recent incidents to ping away their hesitation or a certain problem child showing them what was possible through hard work alone. Hisashi agreed, noting that not just Midoriya but also Yororozu and Todoroki were showcasing skills far beyond first years, pushing everyone else to strive for greatness. He paused, adding that Todoroki had been trained by 𝗪𝗠 and Endeavor. Aizawa grunted in acknowledgement, carefully avoiding mention of Midoriya's other source of skill. He thought about wanting to meet that elder someday. Once 𝗬𝗏𝗄 gave the all-clear, 𝗵𝗃 turned back to the MIC, ready to introduce the next contenders. He thundered through the stadium, announcing Yororozu Momo, stepping into the arena with elegance, DSPLN, and a mind sharper than steel. She possessed the poise of a seasoned tactician and the precision of someone who had honed both mind and body into perfect harmony. Every step and movement was controlled, deliberate, and dangerous in the best way possible. She was the kind of competitor who read the battlefield like a book, turning the page before anyone else could react. The audience was urged to keep their eyes peeled, as this was a combination of brains and precision that should not be underestimated. Momo stepped onto the stage, her gait graceful, her eyes focused, and her mind calm. She reminded herself that she had already prepared countermeasures and to not forget the training. 𝗵𝗃 continued, introducing Tokoyami 𝗵𝗵𝐸, who marched in with a presence that could silence a storm. Calm, composed, and locked in on victory, this warrior thrived under pressure. Every move was calculated, every step deliberate. No flash, no fuss, just pure focus and relentless drive. The audience was advised to keep their eyes on him, as the quiet ones were always the ones you never saw coming. Tokoyami entered the arena without ceremony, his posture steady, with dark shadow coiling protectively around him, its form rippling with restrained energy. Dark shadow cheered for him, urging him to win. Tokoyami nodded once, ready for the challenge. Midnight announced the start of the match. Tokoyami declared his move, and dark shadow surged, wrapping around his arms to form claws, encasing his head as shadows flowed down his back like a living cloak. The air around him seemed to dim. Izuku, watching from the stands, noted with interest that it had only taken 2 weeks for Tokoyami to make that move his own. Ida asked if that technique had been Izuku's suggestion. Izuku clarified that he had only given Tokoyami a vague idea, and he had polished it into a gem all on his own. Back in the arena, the moment Black Abyss manifested, Momo reacted swiftly. A katana formed in her hands, gleaming under the sun. Tokoyami surged forward, and Black Abyss lashed out with WHP-like strikes. Momo deflected the first swipe, the sound of steel ringing against hardened darkness. The second strike came from the side, faster. She pivoted smoothly, her blade tracing a silver arc that forced the tendril back. Tokoyami acknowledged her skill, and she reciprocated, noting his mastery of the technique inspired by Izuku. Tokoyami attacked again, mixing feints with heavier strikes. Momo parried, stepped back, and redirected his momentum. Her movements were crisp and deliberate, rooted in disciplined sword training. Tokoyami attempted to close the distance, dark shadow wrapping around the katana's hilt in an effort to bind it. Momo twisted her wrists sharply, slicing free, then stepped inside his reach. Her blade met the shadowy armor, and sparks scattered as steel clashed with condensed darkness. The force of their clash pushed Tokoyami back several meters, resetting the battlefield once more. Izuku wondered how long it would take, and Mina leaned in, grinning, teasing him about missing his girlfriend. Izuku admitted he did, but that wasn't all that was on his mind. Curiosity lingered in the air as Mina questioned what 𝗧𝗂𝘁 meant by Momo's realization. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 simply stated that it pertained to Dark Shadow's weakness. In the arena, the two opponents clashed once more. Tokoyami swung his claws, attempting to knock Yorozu out of the ring. Momo ducked under the strike and retaliated with a swift kick to his ribs. Darkness quickly formed to absorb the blow, causing Tokoyami to slide back but remain in the match. They returned to their starting positions, locked in a perfect stalemate. Momo's thoughts raced as she retreated, contemplating her next move. She realized her previous strategies had focused solely on avoiding elimination from the ring, which limited her thinking. Her eyes sharpened with determination. In one swift motion, she created a flashbang and threw it at Tokoyami before sprinting forward. Her movements were so precise that they could easily be mistaken for a speed-based quirk. The flash detonated, causing Tokoyami to flinch as the sudden light disrupted his shadow armor for a brief moment. That moment was all Momo needed. As she circled the ring at full speed, she conjured another object, this one long and cylindrical, humming with energy. It was a high-output flashlight. She swayed it on and directed the beam at Tokoyami, causing Dark Shadow to recoil. The armor around Tokoyami visibly weakened, its edges fraying under the intense illumination. Dark Shadow complained about the brightness, and Tokoyami shielded his eyes, stumbling backward. Then, the light disappeared. Confusion washed over Tokoyami as he froze, feeling a sharp blade resting against his exposed neck. Momo stood before him, her katana steady in her grip, her eyes focused and unwavering like a predator that had cornered its prey. Tokoyami swallowed hard, unsure if the sweat on his brow was from exertion or the chill of the situation. He quietly conceded. Midnight announced Momo's victory, and the crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating the thrilling match. Momo lowered her sword, forming a sheath around it before placing the katana aside. She picked up the flashlight and handed both items to Midnight, who praised her performance before passing the equipment to a nearby robot for storage. Momo thanked her with a polite bow and glanced toward the Class 1 stands, where 𝗧𝗂𝘁 was cheering her on, his lips forming the words, "You were amazing." A warm smile spread across Momo's face as she turned to the VIP section, giving her parents a confident thumbs up. Kaminari exclaimed about Momo's impressive performance, while Kirishima noted how she had dominated the fight. Mina leaned toward 𝗧𝗂𝘁, curious about Momo's newfound sword skills. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 explained that she had been training for a while, recalling their practice sessions with a scroll he had obtained. Jiru questioned why they had never seen her use a sword before, to which 𝗧𝗂𝘁 clarified that she had chosen to focus on a bow staff first, opting for a less lethal option. The fact that she had used a katana today indicated she had stopped holding back. When Momo returned to the stands, her classmates greeted her with praise. She laughed softly as she sat beside 𝗧𝗂𝘁, who expressed concern for her well-being. Momo assured him she was unscathed. A few moments later, Tokoyami returned to his seat, maintaining a calm demeanor. Kaminari and 𝗬𝗪 encouraged him, while Tokoyami acknowledged his defeat, stating there was no shame in being bested by her use of light. Dark Shadow chimed in, affirming Momo's strength. Present MIC announced the next match, prompting Kirishima to leap to his feet, excited for the upcoming battle. He declared it would be a manly fight, and his classmates wished him luck. Momo turned to 𝗧𝗂𝘁, asking for his thoughts on her match. He praised her control, precision, and overall performance, expressing his admiration. Momo smiled, but 𝗧𝗂𝘁 noted that it had taken her some time to discover Dark Shadow's weakness. Momo revealed that this was not her first encounter with it, while 𝗧𝗂𝘁 explained his hobby of analyzing quirks. Present MIC's voice boomed through the stadium, introducing Kirishima and 𝗬𝗪, both of whom activated their quirks as the match began. Kirishima's body hardened into jagged stone armor, while 𝗬𝗪 transformed into a metallic form. They charged at each other, fists drawn back like coiled springs, and struck with devastating force. The impact resonated like a hammer against an anvil, sending shockwaves through the arena as they engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. Neither fighter backed down, their relentless strikes creating a rhythm of stone meeting steel, captivating the audience. They were both enduring hits and retaliating fiercely. 𝗎𝗪𝗀 turned to Midoriya and asked for his thoughts. Izuku observed that they possessed nearly identical power and defense. In a contest like this, where both sides were evenly matched, he noted that there were only 3 potential paths to victory. 𝗎𝗪𝗀 inquired about those paths. Izuku explained that the first was outlasting the opponent, the second was superior technique, which neither fighter seemed to possess beyond the basics, and the third was investing everything into a single, decisive attack. The battle transformed into a relentless test of endurance, with 2 unyielding forces clashing repeatedly. Each encounter met with equal resistance, every shove countered with raw strength. The arena floor cracked under the pressure, stone tiles splintering from the force of their struggle. Sweat trickled down their hardened bodies, and fatigue began to set in. Kirishima muttered in frustration, realizing he had no choice but to push harder. He declared that he would give every last ounce of strength he had. He took a heavy right hook from 𝗧𝗪𝗧 directly, then leaned back and pushed the steel-clad boy away, creating a brief moment of distance. He knew it wouldn't last long, but it was enough. With a fierce determination, Kirishima transformed, jagged armor erupting across his body. Stone plates jutted outward at sharp angles, his skin hardening into a rugged texture that reflected the sunlight. His hair spiked outward like a crown of red steel, framing eyes filled with unwavering resolve. Every muscle in his body locked into place, layers of hardened armor overlapping until he appeared invulnerable. In that moment, Kirishima was more a weapon than a man, his presence commanding and intimidating. The crowd erupted in excitement, sensing the impending CLMX. Kirishima understood the limits of his unbreakable form. It granted him immense strength and durability but drained his stamina rapidly. Every second spent in this state consumed his energy reserves, so he sprang into action. With his body still encased in jagged stone armor, he lunged forward, the ground cracking beneath him. His fist clenched tightly, every ounce of power coiled into a single strike. 𝗧𝗪𝗧 braced himself, steel plating covering him as he crossed his arms in defense. Kirishima declared that the fight was over and unleashed an uppercut that struck 𝗧𝗪𝗧's stomach with explosive force. The impact sent 𝗧𝗪𝗧 flying several meters back, his body skidding across the arena before coming to a halt. He lay still, unconscious. Midnight rushed to 𝗧𝗪𝗧's side, kneeling to check his vitals. After a tense moment, she exhaled in relief and announced Kirishima as the winner, signaling the medical bots to carry 𝗧𝗪𝗧 to Recovery Girl. Kirishima dropped to his hands and knees, struggling to catch his breath as exhaustion washed over him. Yet, the thunderous applause of the crowd enveloped him like a wave. He had emerged victorious. The medbots carefully lifted him onto a stretcher, transporting him toward the nurse's station. Despite his fatigue, a wide grin spread across his face, his first victory achieved through sheer determination. From the stands, his classmates cheered, their voices cutting through the noise. 𝗧𝗪𝗀 exclaimed how manly the fight was, while Kaminari praised him, earning a light shove from Gyro, who gave Kirishima a thumbs up. Mina shouted her excitement, and Kirishima responded with a thumbs up of his own as he disappeared into the tunnel. Present MIC's voice boomed, celebrating Kirishima's triumph. The crowd went wild, reveling in the display of strength from both competitors. Izuku, however, noted that while Kirishima's new form was a significant boost, the stamina drain was considerable. Momo agreed, adding that although his speed seemed unaffected, an opponent could still win by avoiding direct confrontation. Izuku mentioned that aside from training in that form, he didn't see many ways to reduce stamina loss, suggesting that either endurance needed to be increased or energy conserved. Momo thoughtfully proposed the idea of partial transformation. Before Izuku could respond, Present MIC announced the next contestants, Uraraka and Bakugo. Okako hurried toward her waiting room, her heart racing. Bakugo, on the other hand, strode confidently to his own, already certain of his victory. Izuku expressed concern and suggested they follow Okako, to which Momo nodded in agreement. Class 1A was visibly anxious. Kaminari nervously asked if Bakugo would go easy on her, while Soto dryly reminded them that Bakugo never held back. Ida insisted that he wouldn't cause permanent injury, and Soto added that the teachers would intervene if necessary. Tsuyu quietly warned that mistakes could still happen, leaving the class unsettled. Momo and Izuku stopped in front of Uraraka's waiting room. Momo gently knocked and asked if she was all right. The door opened, revealing Uraraka with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. She assured them she was fine, though a little nervous. Izuku offered to share insights on Bakugu's fighting style, but Okako declined, stating that if she wanted to be a hero, she needed to face this challenge on her own. She took a deep breath, grounding herself, and expressed her determination to create at least one plan. Izuku and Momo exchanged encouraging glances and smiled at her resolve. Momo expressed her belief in Okako, while Izuku urged her to give it her all. Okako laughed, her nerves easing slightly, and promised to do her best. With that, Momo and Izuku returned to their seats, still quietly concerned for their friend. Izuku cautiously remarked that while Bakugu's personality might be unpleasant, his combat skills were formidable. Momo added that even if Uraraka lost, she needed to demonstrate her capabilities to the watching heroes. Izuku agreed, noting that she had been practicing hand-to-hand combat and might want to test herself against the strongest fighters in their year. He emphasized the potential of her quirk, which could render an opponent powerless with just a single touch. They continued to discuss possible outcomes, their minds racing with simulations of the upcoming fight. Then, President MIC announced the final battle of the first round, igniting the stadium with excitement. The crowd erupted in cheers as he introduced Uraraka, highlighting her determination and unique abilities. Okako stepped onto the stage, fists clenched, feeling a flutter of nervous energy in her stomach as she moved forward. The announcer introduced her with enthusiasm, highlighting her determination to succeed. Then came Bakugu Katsuki, described as a force of nature, ready to unleash his explosive power and dominate the arena. He strode in with a bored expression, but inside, he was fully aware of the threat Uraraka posed if she got too close. Uraraka stood at the edge of the ring, heart racing, while Bakugu took his position, a sharp smirk on his lips as sparks danced from his palms. The crowd buzzed with anticipation, many already predicting the outcome of the match. Midnight announced the final match of the preliminaries, reminding everyone of the rules, and as the signal sounded, Okako charged forward with a simple yet desperate plan. Close the distance, make contact, and disrupt his control. Bakugu remained unfazed, his palm moving forward as an explosion erupted. In the arena, sending dust and smoke swirling. Uraraka was forced to skid back, and the crowd gasped at the intensity of the opening attack. The battle had begun, but Uraraka was undeterred. She dashed in, weaving through the chaos, using the debris from Bakugu's blasts as fleeting cover. Each explosion tore apart the arena floor, chunks of concrete flying into the air, but she pressed on, determined to close the gap despite his overwhelming power. Spectators murmured their concerns, questioning the fairness of the match. Some felt Bakugu was going too far against a girl whose quirk wasn't suited for such a fierce fight. Yet, Aizawa silenced the crowd, urging them to recognize Bakugu's respect for Uraraka as a capable opponent. The stands quieted, especially among the heroes, as they took in the unfolding battle. Sweat stung Uraraka's eyes as she slowed, her chest heaving. She wasn't charging blindly. With every explosion, she made rubble weightless, stacking her chances. Bakugu raised his hand again, and Uraraka smiled with determination. She unleashed her strategy, massive slabs of concrete soaring upward before crashing down like a meteor shower aimed at Bakugu. The crowd erupted in cheers, recognizing her tactical brilliance. But Bakugu was unyielding. With a fierce roar, he fired a massive explosion straight upward, shaking the stadium as shockwaves tore through the falling debris. When the smoke cleared, he stood defiantly amidst the chaos he had created. Coughing and battered, Uraraka charged one last time through the haze, her body screaming in protest, but she pushed herself forward. Bakugu turned, palm raised, his expression serious yet steady. This explosion was smaller but precise, just enough to send Uraraka tumbling across the arena floor. She skidded to a stop, trembling but resolute. Despite her exhaustion, she declared her refusal to give up. Midnight hesitated, contemplating calling the match, but the fire in Uraraka's eyes held her back. With every step, Uraraka moved slower, each ounce of strength fading until she finally stopped. Midnight rushed forward, and as Uraraka's eyes glazed over, she announced that Okako Uraraka was unable to continue, declaring Bakugo the winner. The stadium echoed with mixed reactions, but the intensity of the fight was undeniable. Kirishima and Tetsu shouted their admiration, while others acknowledged the impressive display of strength. Izuku whispered to Momo about Uraraka's final move, and she cautioned him about discussing certain tactics. Bakugo, however, turned away, his usual arrogance absent as he reflected on the fight. It was over, but the impact lingered, not just on the arena but on everyone who had witnessed it. Medic bots entered the field to assist Uraraka, lifting her onto a stretcher and carrying her toward Recovery Girl. The stadium settled into a heavy silence, the weight of the battle hanging in the air. In the teachers' viewing area, the faculty discussed the students' performances, acknowledging the toughness of this year's competitors. As the next round approached, 𝗵𝗃 announced the upcoming match between Midoriya and Todoroki. Izuku quipped about heating things up, while Todoroki calmly prepared for the challenge. In the stands, Mina asked Momo who she thought would win, and without hesitation, Momo chose Izuku. She explained her reasoning, noting that despite Todoroki's impressive training, Izuku's skills stood out. Momo recalled Todoroki's earlier words, emphasizing his acknowledgement of Izuku's strength. The nearby students listened intently, and even Bakugo, who had been pretending not to pay attention, froze at the implications. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as they awaited the next match. Momo pondered whether the individual they were discussing was truly just a student. During their training sessions, she often found herself questioning why he hadn't applied for a hero license yet. When she had inquired, he had replied that he wanted to spend more time with her. A gentle blush appeared on her cheeks, but she sensed there was more to his reasoning. Ida interjected, explaining that a minor could not obtain an official hero license without graduating from a hero school. Momo acknowledged this but pointed out that with endorsements from at least 2 pro heroes, one could take the licensure exam early, and 𝗬𝗲 was firmly supporting Izuku. Gyro expressed her curiosity about the situation. Just then, a pro hero casually leaned against the railing nearby. Momo greeted him with a wave, and 𝗬𝗲 responded, instructing her to call him by his first name while in uniform. He raised 3 fingers, outlining the reasons behind Izuku's choice to attend UA. First, 𝗬𝗲 noted that despite Izuku's impressive combat skills, he recognized his lack of experience in civilian rescue, which could only be gained through proper training at a hero school. Momo thought to herself that Izuku had already accumulated plenty of experience in that area. Second, 𝗬𝗲 confirmed that Izuku genuinely wanted to stay close to Momo, prompting soft coos from some students and causing Momo to blush even deeper. Lastly, 𝗬𝗲 revealed that Izuku desired more friends. Toru found the revelation endearing, and Momo turned to 𝗬𝗲 with a sweet smile, playfully demanding to know how he had acquired information about Izuku that she was unaware of. 𝗬𝗲 chuckled, his laughter echoing lightly as the excitement for the next round built in the stands. He confessed that he may have accidentally gotten Izuku drunk one night, his voice becoming quieter as he spoke. Momo, confused, asked for clarification. 𝗬𝗲 explained that during a casual gathering with friends, he had brought drinks, not realizing some contained alcohol. After giving one to Izuku, he had ended up babbling his feelings on the way home, leading to an interesting conversation with Mrs. Midoriya later. Gyro remarked on Izuku's unexpected weakness, while Mashirao commented on his surprising lightweight when it came to alcohol. 𝗬𝗲 announced he needed to return to his patrol and bid farewell as he slipped into the crowd. The students resumed their conversations, anticipation building for the next match. 𝗵𝗃 voice boomed through the stadium, announcing the upcoming battle. Aizawa observed from the sidelines, thinking this would be an intriguing round. 𝗵𝗃 introduced the first competitor, the Prince of Fire and Ice, Todoroki Shoto, who stepped forward with a calm demeanor, excitement coursing through him. Next, 𝗵𝗃 introduced the class representative of 1A, Midoriya Izuku, who entered the arena with a wide smile, eager to see how Shoto had progressed. Midnight declared the match to begin, and Shoto wasted no time. He slammed his foot down, unleashing a massive glacier that surged forward, towering over the stadium walls. Present MIC exclaimed in awe at Shoto's display of power, noting how impressive it was for a student. The battlefield transformed into ice, setting the stage for an exhilarating clash. Shoto activated his flames just enough to maintain his body temperature, scanning the arena for Izuku. Suddenly, a kick struck his back, sending him flying forward. He twisted in midair, landing hard but quickly retaliating with a barrage of ice spears that erupted from the ground. Izuku leaped backward, narrowly avoiding the attack, recognizing Shoto's clever strategy and deciding to evade rather than counterattack. As Izuku skillfully dodged, the crowd roared with excitement at the display of power. From Shoto, the son of the number 2 hero. Frustration seeped into Shoto's voice as he questioned why Izuku wasn't fighting back. Izuku responded that he wanted to see Shoto's plan unfold. Shoto, narrowing his eyes, accepted the challenge. He assessed the battlefield, inhaling sharply as his flames surged, engulfing his body. He unleashed both sides of his quirk simultaneously, creating a torrent of superheated steam that exploded outward, transforming ice into gas and adding pressure to the blast as it surged toward Izuku. 𝗵𝗵𝗲 reacted quickly, raising barriers to protect the audience, while Midnight took cover behind her podium as the heat washed over the field. The crowd fell silent, a mix of fear and awe evident as they witnessed another overwhelming display of power from a student. Present MIC exclaimed about the impressive move, while Aizawa flatly noted that he hadn't taught them anything. They had come in with their skills. Present MIC humorously pointed out Aizawa's admission of being a terrible teacher, causing Aizawa to facepalm. As the steam cleared, Shoto appeared, his uniform scorched and ragged, breathing heavily as he scanned the arena, which was now devoid of ice and Izuku. Suddenly, Izuku's voice broke the silence, complimenting Shoto on his technique. Shoto turned in surprise to find Izuku standing behind him, smiling. Izuku casually remarked on Shoto's impressive debut of a super move during the UA Sports Festival. Shoto, still catching his breath, asked how Izuku had managed to dodge his attack. Izuku hinted at another technique he had used, leaving Shoto to ponder the surprises Izuku always seemed to have in store. Shoto performed well, shifting into a fighting stance with an upright posture, his right hand forward and left tucked behind his back, his left foot slightly behind the other. A grin appeared on his lips as he acknowledged that there was still more fight left in his opponent. He declared his readiness, signaling for the next round. For a moment, Shoto hesitated, but then frost and flame erupted from his body as he mirrored Izuku's stance, muttering about the second round. Izuku lunged forward, and Shoto countered immediately, gliding across the ground while unleashing a blast of fire to keep his distance, aware that Midoriya excelled in close combat. Suddenly, Shoto's eyes widened in realization. Why wasn't Izuku using his quirk? He slammed his foot down, raising a wall of ice between them, breaking Izuku's line of sight but also obstructing his own view. He quickly followed up with fire, creating a localized steam explosion. Through the fog, Izuku charged forward, completely unharmed. Shoto clicked his tongue in irritation, his frustration becoming evident. Ice and fire continued to fly, but Izuku skillfully dodged, flipping and weaving effortlessly around every attack. A full minute passed before Shoto snapped. His ice spears turned jagged and brittle, and his flames flared wildly, losing their precision. The refined control he had cultivated over the years was replaced by raw, unchecked power. Izuku calmly sidestepped an ice attack and noted Shoto's loss of control, teasing him about his irritation. Shoto, forming a sword of ice, demanded to know why Izuku wasn't using his quirk. Izuku explained that Shoto's fire resistance made it unnecessary. Shoto challenged him to melt his ice, swinging his sword. Izuku narrowly avoided the strike, deflecting Shoto's follow-up attacks with his palms. He explained that melting the ice would take too long or cause dangerous steam explosions, neither of which suited his fighting style. Then he inhaled deeply and unleashed a concentrated burst of flame, striking the sword's handle. The ice shattered, and in that moment, Izuku closed the distance, delivering a powerful blow to Shoto's abdomen. Shoto was sent flying out of the ring, and the announcer declared him out of bounds, naming Izuku the winner. The stadium erupted in cheers, the excitement at its peak as the spectators witnessed the clash of Shoto's overwhelming power and Izuku's refined skill. Both were seen as beacons of hope for civilians and sources of concern for those with malicious intent. As Izuku approached Shoto, he wondered if he had revealed too much. He looked down at Shoto, who was staring up at the sky with a soft smile before bursting into laughter. Shoto expressed that he had never felt better, acknowledging that he had come a little closer to his goal. Izuku extended his hand, and Shoto accepted it, gripping tightly as he was pulled to his feet, wobbling slightly. Izuku asked if he could walk, and Shoto confirmed he could, albeit feeling extremely exhausted. Izuku advised him to wait for the medic bots to take him to Recovery Girl. When the robots arrived, Shoto lay back on the stretcher and gave Izuku a thumbs up, which Izuku returned. The commentator expressed excitement about the match, noting the tremors caused by the clash. He announced that the next battle would be between Ibara Shiozaki and Tenya Ida. Ida stood up and headed for the waiting room, and Izuku wished him luck as they passed each other. They exchanged a quick high five, and when Izuku returned to his classmates, he greeted them warmly. Kaminari praised Izuku for his performance, and Izuku acknowledged that it had been a tough match. Bakugo, with his usual intensity, declared that he would show Izuku his place in the finals. Izuku simply encouraged him to do his best, lightly squeezing Momo's hand, which she understood as a gesture of support. Bakugo growled in response to the provocation, and the students continued to chat until the announcer called for the next match. The crowd erupted again as the next fight was introduced, featuring Ibara Shiozaki against Tenya Ida. Aizawa commented on the brevity of the introductions, while present MIC defended his excitement for the action. Midnight insisted on a clean fight and cautioned against endangering the audience, prompting Izuku to defend himself about his previous match. Momo pointed out that Izuku had pushed Shoto into using his secret move, suggesting he should be more careful in the future. As the match began, Ida charged at Ibara, who quickly summoned her vines to block his approach. Thanks to Izuku's training, Ida managed to avoid a direct collision by twisting his body at the last moment. He circled around the barrier, pushing his engines to their limit without activating reciprocal burst, and slammed into Ibara with enough force to send her out of the ring. The announcer declared Ida the winner, and the crowd responded with polite applause. Present MIC noted the excitement of the quick match, while Aizawa highlighted Ida's impressive kinetic vision. The announcer then called for the next match, inviting Momo Yororozu and Mina Ashido to report to their waiting rooms. Aizawa confirmed that the stage was undamaged and that the fight would begin shortly after a quick scan. Momo wished for good luck, and Izuku assured her she wouldn't need it. She smiled faintly as she headed toward her room, while Ashido cheered excitedly, skipping off in the opposite direction. Their classmates encouraged them, wishing them well as they prepared for the next match. As the students waited, Present MIC's voice boomed through the stadium, announcing the third match of the quarterfinals. Momo stepped onto the stage, calm and poised, while Mina jogged out with a wide smile, waving to the crowd. Both competitors locked eyes, ready for the battle ahead. When the match began, Mina immediately launched a glob of thick, diluted acid, but Momo raised her arm, forming a glass shield just in time to block the attack. While Momo's focus was on defense, Mina slid across the field, closing the distance and seeking an opening. Momo focused on diverting attention before striking from a blind spot. She turned just in time to evade a roundhouse kick aimed at her head. It was unfortunate that such tactics wouldn't work on her. She pushed Mina back, her palm slick with the residue from the acid on Mina's foot. A small amount of water formed from her other hand, washing the substance away. Momo reminded herself to stay focused. The exchange resumed, with Mina continuing to launch acid while executing agile, close-range attacks. Momo remained on the defensive, blocking, dodging, and repositioning without committing to an offensive move. In the stands, Tsuyu frowned slightly and turned to Izuku. She questioned why Momo was only defending, noting that she could have landed a hit by now. Izuku explained that Momo was likely treating the fight as if she were facing a villain. Several members of Class 1A looked at him, causing his face to redden. Tsuyu wondered if Momo could use a long-range weapon. Izuku reassured her that Momo had a plan and reminded her of Midnight's warning not to endanger the audience. He explained that a bow would be ineffective if Mina anticipated it, a gun could misfire, and a staff or sword would require close contact, which was dangerous in this setting. In a real villain fight, such exposure could be fatal. Back in the arena, the ground around the two fighters was slick with acid, even coating Mina's legs. Momo sensed it was time to act. As Mina lunged again, striking at Momo's shield, Momo jumped clear of the contaminated area. In one fluid motion, she created a high-voltage taser, activated it, and tossed it onto the wet ground near Mina. Electricity surged through the conductive acid, causing Mina to convulse as the current coursed through her, painful but controlled. When the battery finally lost power, the shock ceased, and smoke drifted upward. Mina's hair stood on end, frizzed into an uneven shape, before she collapsed backward, unconscious. Midnight rushed in to check Mina's condition and confirmed she was passed out but otherwise fine. She announced that Ashido Mina was out cold and that Yororozu had won. The crowd erupted in cheers as the UA Sports Festival surged closer to its CLMX. 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝐶 declared it a shocking turn of events, noting that it seemed Ashido had total control of the fight until Yororozu turned her opponent's quirk against her. Aizawa commented on the importance of intellect in heroics. 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝐶 continued to hype the next match, announcing Bakugo Katsuki vs Kirishima Eijiru. Bakugo stood silently and headed for his waiting room, determined to prove he was number one. Kirishima excitedly declared it would be a manly fight as he sprinted toward his own room. On the arena floor, medical bots carefully lifted Mina onto a stretcher and carried her toward Recovery Girl. Momo watched her go and murmured that she might have made the taser a little too strong. She walked back to where the device had landed, picked it up, and approached Midnight, handing it over. Midnight examined the taser without hesitation, ignoring the lingering slime. She noticed a small dial along the side, twisted it in the opposite direction, and pressed the trigger, producing a much weaker spark. Midnight grinned and asked how to charge it. Momo explained that there was a latch underneath that allowed for any compatible cable once opened. Midnight expressed excitement over the blueprint and inquired how Momo managed to fit such output into a small battery. Momo explained that she borrowed some of 𝗧𝗵𝗲's designs, modifying a compact battery suited for handheld electric tools for this purpose. Midnight nodded approvingly and clipped the taser onto her belt, thinking she would have fun with it later. As Momo exited the arena corridor, she spotted Izuku leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. Teasingly, she asked what he was doing there, suggesting he was trying to look cool. Izuku straightened up, coughing awkwardly. After a brief pause, he pulled out a storage seal, checked for cameras, and, finding none, released a large bento box. He handed it to her, saying it was to help her recover. Momo accepted it and opened the lid to find an assortment of neatly arranged sandwiches. She asked when he made it and when he took the bento box from the mansion. Izuku explained that he sent a clone home to cook and had made too much, so he didn't have a container big enough. He teleported to her place, asked one of the maids for a large food box, inspected it for safety, and then brought it back. Momo raised an eyebrow and asked why he suspected it would have poison. Izuku explained that the maid was new and he wanted to be sure. He added cheekily that it was amusing to see her reaction when he came out of the door. Momo exasperatedly noted that all the servants were bound by an NDA not to divulge anything they saw while in their employ. Izuku replied that he was present when her parents drafted it. He then extended his hand in a gentlemanly gesture, asking if he could escort her to her seat. Momo placed her hand in his, and he led the way back to their seats, their hands clasped. The other students weren't surprised to see them together, but they were intrigued by the elaborately decorated bento box cradled in Momo's arms, which none of the vendors were selling. 𝗧𝗪𝗔 asked where she got it, and just as Momo was about to explain, Izuku spoke first, casually lying that their parents were there and his mom had given it to her. Gyro teased about making sure her daughter-in-law stayed healthy, to which Momo calmly corrected her to say future daughter-in-law. After a few minutes, the announcement for the fourth quarterfinal match rang out. 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝐶 excitedly declared that the arena was acid-free and ready for battle. He introduced Bakugo Katsuki as the blonde bomber, who strode onto the stage with sparks crackling from his palms. Next, he introduced Kirishima Eijiro as the Juggernaut, and Aizawa interjected that those nicknames weren't hero names, just vague descriptions. The students in Class 1A reacted immediately, relieved that they hadn't missed anything. 𝗵𝗃 chaotic commentary continued, and Midnight raised her arm, signaling the start of the match. The roar of the crowd shook the stadium as Kirishima charged forward, his skin hardening into jagged stone. Bakugo reacted immediately, unleashing an explosion that sent smoke and dust flying. Kirishima pressed forward, arms raised. Bakugo soared high into the air, propelled by detonations that sent him arcing sharply. Kirishima swung upward, and Bakugo kicked off his arm, spinning away with another blast. Digging his heels into the arena floor, Kirishima lunged again. Bakugo dropped low, striking the ground with his palms as a close-range explosion erupted. The shockwave knocked Kirishima off balance, scattering stone fragments. From the stands, Izuku observed intently. He noted that Kirishima had likely missed his best opportunity. Tsuyu inquired about his reasoning. Izuku explained that the longer Bakugo fought, the more he exerted himself, which made his explosions increasingly powerful. In contrast, Kirishima's stamina diminished as the fight progressed, making them opposites in endurance. Soto interjected, suggesting that it was still early in the match for Kirishima to be fatigued. Izuku pointed out that each explosion wore down Kirishima's endurance, as he had to continuously reinforce his body, which consumed stamina quickly. They were already in the quarter-finals, and it had been a long day. Back in the arena, Kirishima endured a series of close-range explosions but pressed on, delivering a massive punch that Bakugo dodged. Another punch followed, but it was avoided again. Kirishima intensified his efforts, unleashing a flurry of strikes, all narrowly evaded by Bakugo, who blasted backward to create distance, a flicker of respect crossing his face. With a final, powerful explosion, Bakugo surged forward, sending Kirishima tumbling across the arena to the edge of the ring. Smoke drifted in the air as Bakugo stood tall, chest heaving, palms still smoldering. Kirishima struggled to rise on shaky arms, determination shining in his eyes, but the fight was over. The crowd erupted as the festival approached its climax. Kirishima attempted to stand, legs trembling, before collapsing back to the ground, breathing. He acknowledged the fight, calling it a manly contest as he gazed up at the sky, waiting for the medical bots. Bakugo regarded him for a moment, arms crossed, before giving a silent nod and turning away. Midnight asked Kirishima if he yielded, to which he breathlessly agreed. Midnight announced that Kirishima Eijiro was unable to continue, declaring Bakugo Katsuki the winner. The crowd cheered once more. 𝗵𝗃 excitedly commented on the explosive nature of the fight, noting that Bakugo had controlled the battle from start to finish while Kirishima had shown remarkable grit and determination. In the stands, Class 1A buzzed with conversation about the escalating tension of the tournament. Kaminari remarked on the intensity, and 𝗬𝗪 agreed. Jiro called out to Izuku, asking why he hadn't used his super move, Indestructible. Izuku speculated that Kirishima was likely too fatigued and that even if he could withstand the explosions, he wouldn't be able to catch Bakugo due to his speed. Before the discussion could continue, 𝗵𝗃's voice boomed across the arena, announcing the start of the semi-final rounds. The crowd responded with enthusiasm. Contestants were instructed to head to their designated waiting rooms. Izuku and Ida exchanged determined looks before heading in opposite directions, wishing each other luck. In the stands, Uraraka leaned toward Momo, asking her thoughts on how the match would unfold. Momo considered the question, suggesting it would be a battle of speed. Kaminari wondered if Izuku could trap Ida with fire, but Momo explained that Ida could break through a firewall with his speed, and Izuku was reluctant to seriously injure his classmates, which was why he had barely used his quirk throughout the tournament. 𝗵𝗃 returned to the center stage, announcing that the arena was ready for the semi-final rounds. He introduced the contestants, Ida Tenya and Midoriya Izuku, with a lackluster introduction that did not dampen their spirits. They were in the semi-finals, and adrenaline fueled their excitement. Midnight declared the match to begin, and both students launched forward instantly. Ida sped ahead with engines blazing, while 𝐒𝐿 surged forward using sheer leg strength, moving so quickly that most spectators could only see blurs. They met in the center with a loud clash as their kicks collided, the impact resonating throughout the arena. 𝐒𝐵 recoiled first, sprinting in a wide arc to the right, while 𝐒𝐿 mirrored his movement precisely. 𝐒𝐵 charged again, spinning into a powerful roundhouse kick, but 𝐒𝐿 matched him perfectly. The pattern repeated, with every maneuver 𝐒𝐵 made answered in kind, and every feint met with perfect imitation. Uraraka noted that this was not 𝐒𝐿's usual style, while Kirishima, despite being on a stretcher, grinned and acknowledged the manliness of the fight. Momo suggested that 𝐒𝐿 was teaching 𝐒𝐵 a lesson, forcing him to improvise. Dshiru pointed out that 𝐒𝐿 was keeping up with 𝐒𝐵, to which Zero shrugged, stating that they had seen him move quickly before. Momo clarified that while 𝐒𝐿 could not match 𝐒𝐵's top speed, he could synchronize with him during acceleration and lower stages. Back in the arena, the two continued their high-speed exchange, movements sharp and deliberate. 𝐒𝐵 realized that 𝐒𝐿 was matching him move for move. He swung his left leg toward 𝐒𝐿's face, only for the same kick to meet it head-on. 𝐒𝐵 demanded to know why 𝐒𝐿 was only copying his actions, to which 𝐒𝐿 calmly replied that he was predicting them. Shifting his stance with focused eyes, 𝐒𝐿 encouraged 𝐒𝐵 to figure out the rest himself. They clashed again, kicks colliding mid-air before both disengaged. 𝐒𝐵 adjusted his glasses with a smirk, indicating he understood. They lunged once more, and 𝐒𝐵 executed another high kick, which was blocked by a mirrored motion. However, this time, �EDA did not stop. With his leg still raised, he twisted his hips, igniting his engines and delivering a sudden chain strike. 𝐒𝐿 leapt back just in time to avoid the crushing follow-up. 𝐒𝐿 praised �EDA for not becoming predictable and encouraged him to chain his moves together. He planted his foot firmly, eyes bright, and expressed surprise that �EDA had figured it out after just one conversation. Then his smile sharpened as he declared it was time for him to win. 𝐒𝐿 vanished in a burst of speed, reappearing with a high kick aimed at �EDA's head. �EDA barely avoided it, leaning back and countering immediately with a thruster-powered kick toward 𝐒�'s supporting leg. 𝐒� hopped, using the motion to twist midair and slam his heel into �EDA's chest, sending him skidding backward across the arena floor. 𝐒� did not relent, closing the distance in an instant, circling behind �EDA before grabbing his shirt and leg in one fluid motion. With a practiced pivot, 𝐒� lifted and hurled �EDA clean out of the ring, executing a move reminiscent of a wrestling maneuver he had seen on television. Midnight announced that 𝐒𝐵 tenure was out of bounds, declaring Midoriya 𝐒� the winner. The crowd erupted in cheers, and present MIC exclaimed about the dizzying display of speed, noting that the two speedsters had turned the arena into a blur. How did he manage to stand against Aizawa, their resident speedster? Aizawa responded in his usual flat tone that he had trained hard. While it wasn't entirely inaccurate, it left a sense of dissatisfaction. Present MIC pouted, accepting the mystery but still wanting to know more. He suddenly straightened, energy surging back into him, and announced the next battle. Momoyorozu and Katsuki Bakugo were up next. The moment Bakugo heard his name, he leaped to his feet, a wild grin spreading across his face. Confidence radiated from him as he turned toward Momo, who was calmly walking toward her waiting room. He sneered, promising that he would defeat her companion and put him in his place. Without waiting for a response, he stormed off. Unbeknownst to anyone, a small, cold smirk appeared on Momo's face as she continued walking, thinking that he would never get the chance. Around the stands, several students shivered. Despite Todoroki's absence, the atmosphere felt colder. When 𝐒� returned to his seat, he immediately sensed the unusual silence. He asked why everyone was so quiet, noting that it was the semifinals. Dshiru, with a serious expression, warned him never to get into a fight with Yororozu. Confused, 𝐒� pointed out that they spar all the time. Dshiru clarified that she meant a lover's fight, not their usual training sessions. 𝐒� blinked, stating that he loved her too much to hurt her emotionally. The tension broke instantly, and several students relaxed, the oppressive chill fading. Kaminari rubbed the back of his neck, noting that if they hadn't known about their training together, 𝐒�'s statement could have been misinterpreted. 𝐒� scratched his cheek, feeling embarrassed. Mina, her hair still slightly frizzed from her earlier match, added that it was sweet but needed context. Other than a few cracks on the field, it was repaired quickly, allowing the next match to begin almost immediately. 𝗵𝗲 announced the final fight of the semifinals, igniting the arena with renewed excitement. From the east tunnel emerged 𝗵𝗃𝗄, who strode out with a fierce energy, warming up with sharp pops from his palms. From the west tunnel came 𝗵𝗲, her expression calm and composed, though inside she felt a fire burning. Midnight snapped for them to begin, and 𝗵𝗃𝗄 raised his hands, energy crackling between his fingers. 𝗵𝗲 surged forward, her breathing sharp and controlled as she locked her eyes on him. In a flash, a heavy steel shield formed from her skin just as 𝗵𝗃𝗄 unleashed his explosion. The shield struck first, creating a loud crack as it hit 𝗵𝗃𝗄's face, halting his charge. His arms flailed, and the blast went wild, detonating against the arena floor and sending debris flying. 𝗵𝗃𝗄 staggered, momentarily dazed, but 𝗵𝗲 didn't give him a chance to recover. She discarded the shield and moved fluidly, a steel staff appearing in her hands as she brought it down across the back of his head. The sound echoed like thunder. 𝗵𝗃𝗄 grunted, his knees buckling as he bent toward the ground. Before he could regain his footing, 𝗵𝗲 struck again with a powerful kick to his ribs, sending him sprawling across the stone. 12 blades erupted around her in a dazzling display of steel, slamming down in an instant. The ground trembled as 2 swords pinned 𝗵𝗃𝗄's right arm, another pair securing his left, and 4 more restrained his legs. Before he could catch his breath, 2 blades pressed against his torso, holding him flat. The final 2 blades hovered over his throat, cold steel poised with precision. The fight was over. For a heartbeat, the stadium fell silent. No one moved or breathed. Then the arena erupted with noise. 𝗵𝗲𝗄 shouted in disbelief, exclaiming how quickly 𝗵𝗲 had shut down 𝗵𝗃𝗄. Even Midnight's usual composure cracked as she declared 𝗵𝗃𝗄 unable to continue, announcing 𝗵𝗲 as the winner. The roar that followed was deafening, a wave of awe and disbelief sweeping through the arena. In the stands, jaws dropped in unison. Kaminari could only stare, pointing at the field. Jiru's eyes widened, her earjacks hanging slack. Kirishima jumped to his feet, his hands tangled in his hair, breathless with admiration, calling it the most impressive display he had ever seen. 𝗵𝗲 offered a small bow to the arena, her cheeks faintly flushed, yet she maintained her steady posture as she walked off with quiet dignity. Izuku chuckled lightly, wondering what 𝗵𝗃𝗄 had said to provoke such a reaction from 𝗵𝗲, noting that she hadn't even let him show off. No one responded. 𝗵𝗲𝗄 then announced the finalists: Yoiorozu 𝗵𝗲 and Midoriya Izuku. He encouraged everyone to get ready for the final match. As 𝗵𝗏𝗄s repaired the arena, reshaping the damaged stone, he intentionally loosened the concrete around 𝗵𝗃𝗄, allowing Midnight to carefully free him from the blades. 𝗵𝗃𝗄 remained unusually silent throughout the process. Midnight advised him to head to Recovery Girl, but he simply turned and walked away, his head lowered as he disappeared into the tunnel. He felt humiliated, pinned like a rookie in front of everyone. He was supposed to be the strongest, to crush them all, but 𝗵𝗲 had outplayed him, shutting him down before he could even fight back. His thoughts burned with determination as he continued down the corridor, fists trembling at his sides. Minutes passed with the crowd's roar filling the stadium. Cameras rolled, and broadcast checks flashed green across the monitors. They were ready. After countless trials and battles, only 2 remained, leading to the CLMX of the UA Sports Festival, the finale. 𝗵𝗲𝗄's voice thundered through the arena, crackling with energy as he asked if everyone was ready for the championship match to crown the winner of the first-year UA Sports Festival. The crowd exploded with cheers, a tidal wave of excitement washing over the arena as flags waved wildly. The air buzzed with anticipation, thick and electric, promising that once the fight began, everything would erupt. Entering from the west tunnel was Midoriya Izuku, bursting forth with a huge grin, his heart pounding as his dream of becoming a hero drew closer to reality. From the east tunnel emerged Yoiorozu 𝗵𝗲, stepping forward with measured steps, her posture straight and composed. Her demeanor was composed and dignified, embodying the noble contender she was renowned to be. They entered the arena together, and for a fleeting moment, the noise around them faded. Their eyes locked, sharp and unwavering, a silent confrontation filled with intent before a single strike was initiated. The crowd fell silent, sensing the impending storm. Anticipation hung in the air like a blade poised to drop. Midnight called for them to take their positions, her gaze shifting between the two as they settled into their stances. This was the championship match of the UA Sports Festival. Midoriya Izuku vs Yororozu Momo. She raised her arm and declared the match to begin. In an instant, they moved. Two blurs surged forward, their fists meeting with a resounding impact. The ground beneath them cracked under the force of their combined strength, the sound echoing throughout the stadium. A relentless flurry of strikes followed. Punches, blocks, and counters flew as neither team landed a clean hit, each dodging, deflecting, and retaliating in a seamless rhythm. Every strike met resistance, every opening closed in a heartbeat. Their fists collided once more. Using the impact, both leapt backward, skidding across the arena floor as they broke the stalemate and reset. Izuku lunged first, his steps sharp and explosive, the ground cracking beneath him. Momo raised her guard just in time, absorbing the punch aimed at her face. The impact reverberated through her arms as she twisted with the momentum, delivering a swift kick toward his ribs. Izuku blocked the attack, his forearm meeting her shin with a heavy thud. They separated, dust rising between them, neither hesitating for a moment. They closed the distance again in an instant. Fists blurred, elbows sliced through the air. Each strike was met with a block or counter, the rhythm unyielding and relentless. Izuku dipped low, sweeping his leg across the ground. Momo vaulted over it, her body arcing gracefully before she descended with a powerful heel strike. The arena floor splintered where Izuku had just stood. He evaded the attack, countering with an elbow that skimmed past her chin, close enough for its force to sting. The pace intensified. Knees, fists, kicks, their bodies became a whirlwind of motion, each blow carrying the intent to end the fight, every parry a split-second decision that kept them standing. Neither yielded ground for long as the air snapped and stone cracked. Under stray impacts. Present MIC exclaimed with excitement, highlighting the raw determination on display. No quirks, just pure combat skill. The audience was captivated, witnessing a masterclass in fighting. In the stands, Kirishima leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with admiration for the display of guts. Ashido pumped her fists, thrilled by the action, while Tokoyami observed the contest of 𝗬𝗪𝗏 unfolding before them. Bakugo sat rigid, fists clenched, refusing to miss a single movement from the two competitors. Back in the arena, the close-quarters battle continued without pause. An elbow narrowly missed Izuku's temple as he ducked beneath it, driving a fist toward Momo's ribs. She twisted away at the last moment, her knee rising toward his face. Izuku caught her leg, his grip firm as he hurled her away. Momo flipped midair, landing lightly in a crouch, the ground cracking beneath her boots. A katana appeared in her hands, elegant and precise. She surged forward, the blade flashing in an arc aimed to breach Izuku's guard. Instead of retreating, he stepped into the strike, angling his body as he seized her wrist. With a twist, he used her momentum against her, the katana spinning free and clattering across the arena floor. Another weapon manifested in her grasp without faltering. Izuku stooped low, fingers closing around the discarded blade. For a heartbeat, the arena fell silent. Then both moved again. Steel rang out as their blades clashed, each impact sending sparks into the air, swallowed by the roar of the crowd. Their duel unfolded in a flowing rhythm, strikes chaining into counters, counters dissolving into reversals. Silver arcs sliced through the air, each movement fluid yet driven by unmistakable intent. They moved in remarkable synchronicity. Every swing was met in kind, every advance countered with a retreat that seamlessly transitioned into the next exchange. Sparks scattered like fireflies, tracing the tempo of their momentum. A low slash was parried high, a move brushed aside in a whirl that reset the dance. The arena floor bore the marks of their passage, scuffs and sweeping arcs etched into the stone. Their duel breathed like a living entity, fast, slow, sharp, smooth, an ebb and flow that drew the audience in. Neither yielded, nor faltered. It was as if two blades were weaving a single, seamless pattern, the air itself trembling with their harmony. In the Class 1A stands, the students watched in awe. Kaminari exclaimed about the thrilling spectacle, while Kirishima declared it the manliest thing he had ever witnessed. Okuko's eyes sparkled, likening the experience to a movie. Shoto observed calmly, noting that Momo was the only one to make Izuku fight seriously. Ashido questioned why Izuku hadn't bulldozed through the tournament if he was this strong, to which Shoto suggested he might have wanted to give his opponents a chance or saved his strength for this moment. Back in the arena, the duel reached its climax. They swung their katanas with full force, light flashing as the blades met head-on. The clash was intense, resulting in both weapons shattering, steel fragments scattering across the floor. Only the handles remained as they jumped back simultaneously, creating distance between them. Izuku remarked lightly about the familiar feel of their training sessions, recalling memories of early mornings spent training together at Momo's estate. Momo agreed, catching her breath as she prepared for the next round. Izuku encouraged her to take a moment to recompose herself after the intense battle. After a brief pause, Momo steadied herself, lowering into a fighting stance. Izuku straightened, extending one arm forward while resting the other behind his back, signaling that it was time to conclude the match. He vanished, lunging forward faster than ever before. Momo barely managed to react, deflecting his fist aside with her palm. She immediately followed with an elbow aimed at his face. Izuku ducked and spun into a roundhouse kick. Momo crossed her arms just in time to block, but the impact sent her flying backward, her boots skidding across the concrete. Izuku was on her instantly, delivering a powerful strike to her already bruised arm. Then another. And another. He was relentless, never allowing her a moment to recover. Each blow was heavy and unyielding, pushing her back step by step. In desperation, Momo created several kunai and hurled them toward him. Izuku caught one mid-flight and vaulted high into the air, dodging the rest. He twisted and threw the blade back at her. A katana formed in Momo's hands just in time to deflect it aside. Izuku landed gracefully and lunged again. Her blade flashed downward, but Izuku veered just out of reach, pivoting sharply. She followed with a diagonal slash, but his hand shot forward, fingers locking around her wrist. A twist and a wrench freed the katana, which clattered across the arena floor. Izuku stepped in and slammed his shoulder into her chest. Momo staggered back, just enough to cross the edgeline. A wall of flame erupted in front of her, and the sudden heat made her flinch. She instinctively took a step backward. Midnight announced that Momo Yororozu was out of bounds, declaring Izuku Midoriya the winner and champion of the first-year UA Sports Festival. Momo looked down, her foot resting just beyond the boundary. A quiet sigh escaped her lips as disappointment washed over her, not from defeat, but from losing track of her surroundings at the very end. The battle was over. Momo pointed at Izuku, determination blazing in her eyes, acknowledging his victory with firm resolve. She expressed that he had won this year, but she would strive to claim victory next time. Izuku responded with a bright smile, extending a fist toward her, expressing his anticipation for their next encounter and confidence in her growth. Momo accepted the fist bump but then lunged forward, wrapping him in a tight embrace. Izuku froze for a moment before hugging her back, and they quickly let go, aware of the live television audience. Izuku gestured toward Recovery Girls Station, silently asking if she wanted to head there together. Momo nodded, and they walked side by side toward the nurses' area. President MIC announced that in 20 minutes, they would distribute the medals and conclude the first-year UA Sports Festival. Janitorial robots rolled into the arena, collecting scattered debris and abandoned equipment. Everything was cleared, except for the kunai still embedded high along the far wall of the stadium, lodged too far up for the machines to reach. When it was time for the medal ceremony, the top 4 competitors stood atop 3 raised podiums. The first place occupied the center, standing tallest of all, while second place stood to the right, 1 step lower. Third place shared the widest platform, the lowest of the 3. Midnight announced the top contenders of UA's first-year sports festival, urging the crowd to show their appreciation. The audience responded with a thunderous roar. Midnight gestured dramatically toward the top of the arena to present the medals, introducing the #1 hero himself. All Might's booming voice echoed throughout the stadium as he leapt from his perch, soaring high into the sky in a display of raw strength. When he landed, cracks spiderwebbed across the ground beneath his feet. In his massive hands was a box containing the proof of the students' achievements. Handing the box to Midnight, All Might retrieved the bronze medals and approached 𝗵𝘃𝗂 first. Surprisingly, 𝗵𝘃𝗂 was calm, head lowered, fists clenched, teeth grinding together. All Might placed the medal around his neck, acknowledging his exceptional skill throughout the festival and encouraging him to be proud of his accomplishment. 𝗵𝘃𝗂 snapped back, questioning why he should feel proud of third place, expressing his frustration. All Might had anticipated this reaction, having seen young heroes face rivals from different paths before. He calmly explained that he wouldn't tell 𝗵𝘃𝗂 to accept defeat or lose his pride, but emphasized that when those they protect are hurt, it is their failure as heroes. 𝗵𝘃𝗂's glare softened slightly. All Might continued, reminding him that this was a friendly competition and that what mattered was giving everything they had. He encouraged 𝗵𝘃𝗂 to hold on to the medal as a reminder to grow even stronger. The tension around 𝗵𝘃𝗂 eased, his posture relaxing just a bit. All Might moved on, placing the other bronze medal around 𝐒𝐳's neck. He praised 𝐒𝐳's outstanding performance, affirming that the 𝐒𝐳𝐷𝗀 bloodline was in capable hands. 𝐒𝐳 expressed his gratitude, bowing deeply and accepting the award with pride. Next, All Might took the silver medal and approached the second-place podium, commending Momo for her exceptional intellect and skill. He encouraged her to hold her head high, acknowledging her resourcefulness and martial prowess as well. Momo thanked All Might, bowing gracefully and expressing her determination to continue striving toward her vision of becoming a hero. Finally, All Might retrieved the gold medal and stepped in front of the highest podium, standing eye to eye with 𝗧𝗂. He declared that the medal was proof of 𝗧𝗂's victory in the UA Sports Festival, smiling as he acknowledged that 𝗧𝗂 had shown he was a cut above the rest. He placed the gold medal around 𝗧𝗂's neck and noticed the shimmer in 𝗧𝗂's eyes, tears threatening to spill. 𝗧𝗂 expressed his gratitude, his voice trembling as he acknowledged that he was one step closer to becoming a hero. The dam burst, and tears flowed freely, creating a river to the end of the stadium. All Might's sweat dropped, realizing that turning away from a crying civilian was one of the hardest things he had faced in his career. He quickly turned to face the audience instead, choosing to ignore the tears. All Might's voice rang out across the stadium as he stood tall, fist clenched at his side, proclaiming that these students had shown the world the blazing fire in their hearts. He acknowledged that some triumphed while others stumbled, but every single one stood proud and faced the challenge head-on, embodying the spirit of a true hero. The crowd listened in rapt silence. He reminded them that victory and defeat do not define who they are, but rather the courage to rise, stand tall, and move forward no matter the odds. His gaze swept across the students below, emphasizing that the path ahead would be harsh, with villains not giving them time to rest. But today, he had seen something bright, a future filled with heroes ready to protect and inspire. Everyone held their heads high and joined in unison, cheering, plus ultra. The stadium erupted with their collective voices. Thus, the first-year UA Sports Festival concluded, granting the students the rest of the day off to spend as they pleased. The following 2 days were also cleared for events involving the upper years. That evening, 𝗧𝗂 and Momo found themselves at the Midoriya household, surrounded by an array of home-cooked dishes, each lovingly prepared by the Midoriya family. Steam rose gently from the plates, filling the room with warmth and inviting aromas. Mr. Yaoyorozu reflected on his experiences, sharing that he had dined at Michelin-star restaurants and tasted the finest dishes crafted by world-renowned chefs. Yet, he admitted, nothing brought him the same comfort as a home-cooked meal. Mrs. Yaoyorozu agreed wholeheartedly, praising Mrs. Midoriya's culinary skills as she savored a piece of herb-roasted chicken, perfectly seasoned. 𝐒𝐭, cheerfully preparing bento boxes filled with stir-fried beef and other delights, mentioned that she had made extra packages for the guards stationed outside. Mr. Yaoyorozu expressed his gratitude for her thoughtfulness. Meanwhile, 𝗧𝗂 enjoyed a large bowl of katsudon, his favorite meal, relishing every bite. For everyone present, it felt like the perfect conclusion to a long, memorable day. Mr. 𝗬𝗧𝗪𝗧 raised his glass, a cup of fine wine gleaming under the lights, and proposed a toast to their children, Momo 𝗬𝗧𝗪 and Izuku Midoriya, celebrating their achievements in the UA Sports Festival. The others echoed the toast, lifting their drinks in unison. Just as they were about to sip, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲's quirk activated, causing Izuku's and Momo's glasses to be pulled from their hands, spilling their contents harmlessly onto the floor. 𝗒𝐭 playfully scolded them, holding the confiscated glasses high. Mr. 𝗬𝗧𝗪𝗧 laughed, suggesting that it was just a sip, while Mrs. 𝗬𝗧𝗪𝗧 noted that in some places, the drinking age was lower. 𝗒𝐭 firmly reminded them that they were in Japan, where the legal age was 20, and expressed her concern for Izuku, insisting that he couldn't handle alcohol. Momo chimed in, recalling a story she had heard earlier about Izuku's past experiences. Laughter filled the room, and soon after, Izuku and Momo were safely holding glasses of juice instead. Mr. 𝗬𝗬𝗪𝗧 sought clarification about a certain individual, and Izuku explained that he had traced Liberation Army activity to Deku City, where 𝗬𝗏𝗏𝗏's headquarters were located. Before Izuku could finish his thought, his phone buzzed, interrupting their discussion. He glanced at the caller ID and excused himself to take the call. Stepping onto the balcony, he answered, greeting his father, Hisoshi, who was calling from afar. Hisoshi congratulated him on his victory, expressing pride in how he had stood strong against various quirks during the competition. Izuku felt a wave of emotion as he acknowledged his father's words, sharing that his mother had been quite emotional during the event. Hisoshi reassured him that such reactions were a sign of pride and accomplishment. Izuku questioned whether he could truly become a hero, to which Hisoshi replied that he had already proven himself by not giving up. Their conversation ended with Hisoshi encouraging Izuku to continue showing the world who he was, promising to support him from afar. Returning inside, Izuku was met with the warm atmosphere of laughter and joy as they prepared to slice the cake that 𝗒𝐭 had baked. The night passed in a delightful haze until it was time for the 𝗬𝗬𝗪𝗧 family to depart. Mr. 𝗬𝗬𝗪𝗧 informed everyone that he had notified the head of security, and it was time to head back. 𝗒𝐭 organized the takeaway bentos for the staff, while Izuku inquired about their thoughts on his teleportation quirk. Momo explained that they assumed he was a dual quirk user, keeping his second ability a secret. With a soft burst of smoke, Izuku sent the 𝗬𝗬𝗪𝗧 family and the food back home, reflecting on the day's events. He murmured to himself about what a day it had been. 𝗒𝐭, feeling tired, headed down the hallway, while Izuku decided to rest as well. The next day, Izuku awoke feeling refreshed, though faint bags lingered beneath his eyes. He prepared a simple breakfast of eggs over rice and miso soup. 𝗒𝐭 entered the kitchen, settling into a chair and sipping the coffee he had made. She inquired about his plans, to which he replied that he intended to stay home for the 2-day break before returning to the dorms. 𝗒𝐭 finished her coffee and raised her empty mug expectantly, prompting Izuku to refill it while reminding her not to fill up on coffee before breakfast. She mentioned that after his performance the previous day, the office would likely be lively. Izuku shot her a concerned look, expressing his worry about her safety. 𝗒𝐭 reassured him that she knew how to defend herself and had undergone some training. As they shared breakfast, the atmosphere was filled with warmth and familial love, setting the stage for the adventures that lay ahead. Izuku playfully mentioned that if he had a moment to breathe, he could summon someone or use his summoning scroll. He placed a fried egg atop a bed of fluffy white rice, and 𝗒𝐭 responded, saying she wasn't carrying that massive thing everywhere. After breakfast, Izuku quickly showered and changed into a red long-sleeve shirt, blue sweatpants, and a baseball cap and face mask themed after ectoplasm. When he stepped out of his room, 𝗒𝐭 immediately noticed his attire and asked if he was going for a morning run. Izuku replied that a little training wouldn't hurt, lifting his left arm to show the seal etched there, indicating he was carrying 120 kilograms. 𝗒𝐭 blinked in surprise and inquired about the weight. Izuku casually mentioned that he barely felt the old weights a while back, but now he had 480 kilos on his limbs and 220 on his waist. 𝗒𝐭 stared in disbelief, murmuring that it was hard to believe no matter how many times she saw it. She asked if that was his everyday setup, to which Izuku admitted it was a big jump from 600 total, but he would dial it back if it felt like too much. He headed for the door, slipping on his familiar red sneakers, and called out to his mother that he would be off. 𝐒𝐭 reminded him to be careful on his run as she refilled her coffee. Izuku stepped into the hallway, vaulted over the railing, and dove gracefully toward the ground below. New residents gasped in alarm, and one person even sprinted forward, arms outstretched, trying to catch him. Izuku hit the ground in a smooth roll and immediately broke into a run. For the long-time residents, this was a familiar sight. No matter how many times they warned him or suggested he seek help, nothing stopped the teen from pursuing his daily dose of exercise. A young boy from the same apartment complex, heading to school, remarked that they would get used to it. A man shouted in disbelief, questioning what was wrong with him. An elderly man, calmly walking by, noted that Izuku had won the festival the previous day, indicating his strength. A woman carrying shopping bags added that they had given up trying to stop him long ago. As long as it wasn't illegal, not even his mother could deter him. A middle-aged man who had just moved into the block muttered that he was quite a crazy kid. Meanwhile, Izuku continued running, completely unfazed. On paper, it was a jog, but in reality, it was more like a marathon sprint around 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗃. The wind rushed past his ears, tugging at his hair as he ran. The distant laughter of children blended with the rhythmic thump of his footsteps. As he passed near forested areas, the sharp chirping of birds cut through the noise of the city, creating a peaceful atmosphere that was rarely seen in their chaotic, quirk-filled world. Izuku mused to himself that it was unusual not to encounter any trouble while out and about and decided to savor the moment. That was when something caught his eye, a bakery display, new judging by the sign. The sign advertised a luxurious cake, and Izuku slowed to a stop to read it aloud. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a storage seal, releasing his wallet in a small puff of chakra. He marveled at the cake, thinking it would make a great present, and wondered if he had enough money. After checking, he found he had just enough. He resolved to buy it, even if it meant being strapped for cash for the rest of the month. With that decision made, Izuku pushed open the bakery door, and soft chimes rang overhead to announce his arrival. He approached the counter, briefly scanning the other items on display, but none caught his interest. He greeted the cashier politely, who responded with a hint of caution in her voice. Izuku ordered one imperial golden velvet cake and placed all his money on the counter, asking for it to be wrapped as a gift. The cashier visibly relaxed, realizing he was just a customer. She called out for the cake and then told him to take a seat, apologizing for the wait. Izuku moved to a chair along the wall, but stopping entirely wasn't his style. He closed his eyes and began to meditate, circulating chakra through his body. To anyone else, he appeared to be a stranger dozing off in a chair, albeit a suspicious one hidden beneath a mask and hat. 45 minutes later, the cake was brought out in an elegant box decorated with motifs of golden imperial tip tea leaves. Izuku commented on the cake's expense and expressed hope that the bakery wasn't selling it at a loss. He pulled out another storage seal, and with a brief flash, the cake vanished into storage for safekeeping. The cashier blinked, assuming it was his quirk, and assured him that there was no need to worry, explaining that the tea brand was connected to her father's old friends who provided samples to promote the shop. Izuku found this pretty cool, and they exchanged waves before he resumed his run. By the time he returned home, the house was empty. He called out that he was back but sighed, realizing his mother was already at work. He headed straight for the shower, washing away the sweat and heat from his run. Refreshed, he sprawled out on the couch with a towel draped around his neck and his hair still slightly damp, now wearing a simple white t-shirt and green briefs. He contemplated his agenda for the day, which included watching the second year's sports festival at Momo's, refining his classmates' quirk entries in his notebooks, and possibly a dinner date with Momo. He stared up at the ceiling, recalling that his elder sensei had advised him to take it easy for the next few days, even banning him from using shadow clones to scrounge around. Silence filled the room, and he reflected that he hadn't had days like this in a long time. Sitting upright and crossing his legs, he decided to meditate while it was still early. As he closed his eyes, chakra flowed gently through his body, calm and steady, enveloping him like a warm embrace, shielding him from the world's sharp edges. This reminded him of when he first discovered chakra, morning runs, meditation afterward, and months of frustration with no results. One day, Izuku finally sensed it. He had come a long way since then. After an hour, He opened his eyes and glanced at the clock. It was almost time. He gathered the storage seal containing the cake, along with his keys, wallet, and phone, pocketing everything. He pondered the idea of getting a seal tattooed on himself instead of placing them on his clothes, but quickly dismissed the thought. With a flash of light, Izuku activated Hiraishin and reappeared in his designated teleportation area at Momo's estate, known as the Izuku Door. In the past, he had teleported directly into her study or bedroom, but they both agreed that was quite inconvenient. Now, he had his own space filled with peculiar knickknacks, old pottery, ancient memoirs, and relics of long-gone shinobi. A heavy door behind him was etched with a seal that prevented it from opening without permission, functioning like a keycard lock. Stepping out, Izuku made his way to the living room where Momo was already seated on the couch, waiting for him. She wore a white blouse and denim jeans, and looked up as he entered. He greeted her with a warm good morning, and she returned the greeting with a gentle smile. Izuku sat beside her and pulled out a storage seal, activating it in a small cloud of smoke. A beautifully decorated box appeared, which he carefully placed on the table between them. Momo pointed at the box, curious about its contents. Izuku explained that it was an imperial golden tip tea-infused cake he had picked up from a bakery during his morning run. He opened the box to reveal the most expensive cake he had ever bought. Momo gestured to one of the nearby maids, who approached with her hair neatly braided. She calmly instructed the maid to bring some tea from their personal stash, along with cutlery, and to slice the cake. The maid acknowledged the request with a respectful bow before leaving. Izuku asked Momo if she still had some of the plants he had grown, to which she admitted that their supply was running low as her parents had been using it frequently. He offered to dry a batch of leaves for her, and Momo's mind began to race with possibilities. She speculated that if they produced enough, it could compete with well-known producers and even claim health benefits. She noted that even if others obtained a sample, they would never find the same plant, as it was native to a different dimension. Their conversation paused when the maid returned with a trolley carrying a fancy kettle filled with freshly brewed Myoboku tea, assorted cutlery, and sliced fruit meant to cleanse the palate. She placed a cup in front of Momo and then turned to Izuku, offering him his cup as well. Izuku cringed slightly at being addressed as young Mstr, preferring simply to be called Izuku, but he had long since given up trying to correct the household staff. Momo glanced at the clock and reached for the remote to turn on the television. It was nearly time. With a small plate of cake in hand, she shifted closer, snuggling up beside him as the screen lit up. President MIC's energetic voice boomed through the speakers, announcing the start of the second-year UA Sports Festival. After a 2-day break, the students returned to their classrooms, the familiar buzz of conversation filling the air. Shoji asked if Izuku had seen the third-year festival, and Zero commented on the strange cuts and lag that had been happening for the past 3 years. Kaminari leaned over to Mineta, inquiring about his absence during the third round. Mineta, looking dejected, explained that he had been stuck in a conference room with the business course, tied to a chair. Kaminari tried to comfort him, but Mineta continued to describe the chaos of being analyzed and shouted at by his classmates. Jiru joined the conversation, mentioning that Yororozu had Aizawa-sensei on speed dial, which was a precaution for when Izuku did something reckless. Momo explained that Aizawa-sensei had given her his number since Izuku had met him before attending Ida interjected, recalling their discussion about Izuku's nightly strolls, and Momo confirmed that Aizawa-sensei's number was for emergencies. The topic of their discussion was currently slumped over his desk, clearly asleep. Hagakure wondered what had tired him out, but Momo chose to look out the window instead. Before Ashido could pry for more details, the bell rang, signaling the start of the school day. Everyone quickly returned to their seats as Aizawa entered the room, followed by Eri. He greeted the class and announced that they would be discussing hero draft picks. The class perked up at the mention of draft picks, and Aizawa explained that the UA Sports Festival served as an introduction to the world, where any pro-hero interested in them could send internship offers. He displayed graphs showing the number of internship offers each student had received. Kirishima exclaimed in surprise at Yororozu's impressive number, while Zero noted Todoroki's close count. Shoto explained that his brother's and father's influence likely contributed to the numbers. Uraraka questioned why Izuku had only received 27 offers, despite winning the festival. Izuku muttered that it was probably due to the stunt he pulled at the end of the cavalry battle. Aizawa reassured the class that UA had agencies ready to take in turns if they did not receive offers. However, he emphasized the importance of deciding on their hero names, which led to excitement among the students. Aizawa's quirk activated, silencing the room as he reminded them that their hero names would be how the public recognized them, urging them to take it seriously. If not, there would be consequences. Midnight declared as she entered the room with flair. Aizawa, who was not great with names, decided to take a nap instead. He zipped himself into his yellow sleeping bag and shuffled over to the unicorn corner near Eri, collapsing immediately. Eri observed the class with quiet curiosity. Izuku mentioned that present MIC was the one who came up with the name Eraserhead. Aizawa shot upright, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Izuku, demanding to know how he knew that. Izuku casually replied that it took just a big bowl of courage with 7 different 𝐶𝐵 keys. Aizawa grumbled and flopped back down. Midnight cheerfully pointed out that it was a good example of what not to let happen, but since he was underground, no one cared. She clapped her hands and instructed the students to pass mini whiteboards to the back and write down their hero names. After 15 minutes, they were to come up front and reveal everything. The classroom fell into a tense silence, broken only by the sounds of markers squeaking, erasers swiping, and occasional groans of frustration. When time was up, Midnight announced it was time to see what the students had come up with. She called for volunteers. 𝗂𝗪 eagerly jumped to his feet and strutted to the podium, proudly declaring his hero name, Shining Hero, I Cannot Stop Twinkling, with sparkles erupting around him. Midnight took his whiteboard and made some adjustments, suggesting he remove the I and change cannot to can't for it to be acceptable. Izuku asked if Spotlight was already taken, to which 𝗂𝗪 confirmed it was. Midnight called for the next volunteer, and Ashido bounced up, excitedly announcing her name, Ridley Hero, Alien Queen. Midnight frowned, comparing it to a creature with acidic BLD that eats faces, and firmly rejected it. She explained that copyrights were real and marketability mattered, gesturing toward Aizawa's sleeping bag. The sleeping bag wiggled ominously before going still. Izuku muttered that it had been around 200 years since the license expired, and pointed out that there were heroes with death in their names. Midnight cautioned against underestimating companies known for being litigious, mentioning that some had been fighting to protect their characters for over a century. A few students winced at the implications. She continued, explaining that names were the first thing people judged, and if a name was associated with something negative, people would assume the same about the hero. She sighed dramatically, recalling how rough things were for 𝗓𝗏 during his first year. Bakugo scowled and erased whatever he had written, quickly jotting down something else. Ashido sighed and decided to think of another name, returning to her seat. Midnight called for the next volunteer, and Asui calmly stood up, presenting her board with the name, the rainy season hero, 𝗵𝗃. She explained that it was the name she had in mind since childhood, and cute frog doodles decorated the board. Midnight beamed and approved it. Kirishima stepped forward next, grinning widely as he held up his board, the sturdy hero, Red Riot, inspired by his idol, Crimson Riot. Midnight nodded approvingly and gave her approval. Ashido bounded up again, striking a dramatic pose as she revealed her board, the ridiculously awesome hero, Pinky. Midnight smiled and approved it, noting it was cute and very fitting for her. Tokoyami stepped forward with quiet confidence, presenting his name, Jet Black Hero, Tsukuimi. Midnight raised an eyebrow but nodded, approving the mysterious and powerful name. Kaminari spun his board around, announcing, the electrifying hero, Charge Bolt. Midnight agreed it fit his quirk perfectly and approved it. Jiru followed, holding her board up shyly, the hearing hero, Earphone Jack. Midnight warmly approved it, appreciating its simplicity. Ojiro stood next, presenting, the martial arts hero, Tailman, stating it was straightforward, just like him. Midnight agreed that sometimes simple is best and approved it. Zero grinned as he stepped forward with, the taping hero, Cellophane, making a pun about tape. Midnight chuckled and found it memorable enough to approve. Hagakure's board floated up next, declaring, "The stealth hero, invisible girl." Midnight laughed, approving the obvious choice. Koda approached hesitantly, presenting, "The petting hero, Anima." Midnight's expression softened, and she praised it for suiting his kind nature. Soto flexed before revealing, "Sugarman." Midnight grinned, calling it short, sweet, and strong, and approved it. Uraraka practically bounced to the front with, "The anti-gravity hero, 𝗬𝗓𝗏." Midnight approved it, saying it complemented her quirk perfectly. Minoru Mineta strutted forward confidently, slapping his board down and declaring, "The fresh-picked hero, grape juice." Midnight paused, then smirked, finding it ridiculous but memorable enough to approve. Bakugo stomped up next, slamming his board down with, "The explosion hero, dynamite." Midnight praised it as an ode to all might and approved it. Ida stepped forward next, rigid as ever, presenting, "The jet hero, Nitro." Midnight nodded, approving the speedy name. Shoto walked up calmly, declaring, "The balance hero, Equinox." Midnight hummed, finding it mysterious yet fitting, and approved it. Momo approached with elegance, presenting, "The origin hero, Genesis." Midnight expressed clear approval for its highbrow nature. Finally, it was Izuku's turn. He walked forward, faint bags under his eyes, and announced, "The fire shadow hero, 𝐒𝐭𝐻." Midnight found it perfect for his fire quirk but questioned the shadow aspect. Izuku explained it was due to his preference for underground heroism. Midnight mused that an underground hero with a powerful fire quirk seemed contradictory but ultimately approved it. With that, Midnight expressed her surprise at how quickly they finished. Just then, a robot rolled into the classroom, pushing a trolley stacked high with papers. It began distributing them to the students. Midnight explained that those were their internship offers and they had until Friday to submit their paperwork for the hero they wanted to work with, urging them to choose wisely. She winked and exited the room. By lunchtime, the class buzzed with excitement as students examined their offers. Momo calmly stated that she didn't really need to go through all the offers. They seemed organized by specialty, combat, investigative, rescue, depending on the type of hero work she wished to pursue. She sifted through the neatly sorted options. Zero called out to Todoroki, asking who he was going with. Shoto replied that he was going with Derby. Zero inquired if it wasn't his father, to which Shoto explained that his brother had both ice and fire quirks, even if the latter caused him pain. Kirishima then asked Bakugo who he was going with, and Bakugo confidently answered that he was with Best Jeanist. Kirishima expressed excitement about going with fourth kind. Uraraka suggested they decide while they ate, and Ida eagerly accepted, with Momo agreeing and Izuku admitting he was hungry. As they left the classroom with their offers, the conversation shifted to internships. Uraraka asked if anyone had ideas about their placements. Ida enthusiastically announced he was going with his brother. Izuku, stretching, muttered that it was no surprise. Uraraka noticed Izuku seemed distracted and asked what was wrong. He scratched his head and admitted he had been analyzing the quirks of the second and third years and had gotten carried away. Momo dryly pointed out that it wouldn't have gone that far if she hadn't lent him her phone. Izuku countered that it wasn't her fault he loved analyzing, to which Momo replied that she shouldn't have enabled him. Uraraka quickly intervened to calm them down as Ashido and Jiro approached with their lunches. Ashido commented that things were getting heated, and Jiro added that they were just arguing about something trivial. Ashido asked what it was about, and Jiro explained that Izuku had stayed up all night thinking about quirks, and Momo felt responsible. Ashido deflated, finding it lame, and Jiro questioned why Izuku borrowed Momo's phone instead of his own. Izuku explained that hers had a high resolution and could enhance photos, which he needed for a better view of the students. He reminded them they were supposed to be discussing internships. Uraraka pulled out her offers and mentioned she was considering Gunhead, a combat specialist, realizing she needed to learn how to fight if she wanted to be a hero. Izuku nodded in understanding, and Uraraka asked the others about their plans. Momo glanced at her stack of papers, which was smaller but still thicker than everyone else's, and admitted she hadn't decided yet. Ashido confessed she left hers in the classroom, and Dshiroux sighed, wishing she had brought hers too. Uraraka asked Izuku what he had, and he flipped through his papers, noting several well-known heroes, including Fat Gum, Derby, Endeavor, Best Jeanist, and Mako. He paused, wondering if teachers could even send offers. The cafeteria had grown quiet as other students listened in, intrigued by the offers from top heroes, especially All Might. Izuku lowered his voice and continued to sift through his stack, muttering that they were all daylight heroes. Ida tried to reassure him that their popularity wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Izuku then spotted an interesting offer and held it up, prompting Uraraka to ask who it was. Dshiroux admitted she had never heard of him either, and Izuku explained that was precisely why he caught his attention. Momo mentioned she found an offer from Mako as well and asked if Izuku wanted to go together. A flicker of irritation crossed Momo's mind as she firmly advised him to think it through carefully, stating that such decisions shouldn't be made on a whim. Izuku apologized, slightly pouting as he returned to his papers. After another quick review, he sighed, realizing that aside from the one hero, the rest were quite well known. Dshiroux asked if he was leaning toward that hero, and Izuku replied he had until tomorrow to decide. Momo then held up another interesting offer from Ryukyu, another top 10 hero. She noted she still had a lot to go through. By the end of lunch, only Ida, who had already decided on his brother, and Uraraka had made firm choices, while the rest remained undecided. They returned to their classroom, preparing for heroics, sitting quietly as they awaited the lesson. The door swung open, and All Might announced that today's class would focus on researching potential internship heroes. The class blinked in confusion as All Might explained that public information about a hero often didn't reveal the whole picture. He gestured broadly, using himself as an example, explaining that if someone couldn't keep up or could swim through solid matter, they would be quickly separated. A few students nodded in understanding. All Might added that some heroes focused more on the business side of heroics, which might not suit everyone, and encouraged them to ask him about any heroes they were interested in interning with. He held up a tablet filled with data, stating he had access to information not available to the public. Students with only a few offers flocked to All Might, eager for insights. While much of the information was inconsequential, some details were crucial, such as learning that 𝗬𝗓𝗵𝗲 focused heavily on modeling and marketing rather than practical heroics. Izuku approached All Might with several questions in mind, asking why he had sent him an internship offer and if teachers could even do that. All Might simply stated he wanted to see Izuku go all out, with no other reason. Izuku countered that All Might could have just asked for a private spar, to which All Might clarified he meant more than just battling. Izuku then asked one last question about 𝗵𝗲, noticing All Might's sudden stiffness and nervous sweat. All Might carefully inquired why Izuku wanted to know, and Izuku explained he had received an offer from 𝗵𝗲, noting All Might's familiar reaction. All Might admitted that 𝗵𝗲 had been his challenging trainer and his homeroom teacher at UA for a year, adding that he was supposed to be retired. Izuku wondered why he would send an offer to him, and All Might honestly replied that he did not know. Unsatisfied, Izuku returned to his seat. As class neared its end, most students had decided on their internships, though many looked more irritated than relieved after sorting through stacks of paperwork. Kaminari groaned about being exhausted and wished they had just been given a list. Dshiroux pointed out that Kaminari hadn't even had that many offers. Kaminari complained further, and Ida explained it was likely done to ensure they had as much information as possible to avoid regrets. Izuku muttered that it was Nezu's way of making them suffer. Ida snapped at him, insisting their principal wouldn't do something so petty, but All Might calmly agreed with Izuku's assessment. A crackling laugh echoed through the PA system, only from the speaker in Class 1A, and the class dispersed shortly afterward. Later, in the teacher's lounge, All Might placed a secure call through a private line courtesy of an old contact on Island. After a brief pause, the call connected. An old, gravelly voice greeted Toshinori, expressing surprise at his absence. The voice wondered if it was due to Toshinori's successor and questioned why he hadn't shared this information. Toshinori explained that he still possessed his abilities and had not passed them on to anyone. 𝗵𝗲𝗁, also known as Sarahiko Torino, expressed disbelief. Toshinori, with a hint of pride, mentioned that his successor was strong due to rigorous training, doubting that any challenges Torino presented would surpass what young Midoriya already faced. Torino scoffed, expressing a longing to test that theory. Toshinori quietly revealed that Midoriya had indeed chosen Torino, partly due to Torino's lesser popularity. Torino retorted, asserting his past fame, but Toshinori cut the conversation short, ending the call. The next day, homeroom commenced with Aizawa at the podium. He announced that it was the final day for students to select their internships, reminding them to submit their paperwork by the end of Heroic's class. He explained that those without offers would be assigned to one of the 42 partner agencies. The day progressed quietly, with Heroic's class focusing on quirkless combat. By the end of the day, every student had submitted their choices. That evening, the girls gathered in Momo's dorm room, dressed casually. Uraraka cheerfully inquired about their internship plans, sharing that she would be training with Gunhead. Toru teased her about learning martial arts, while Asui mentioned she would be with Selkie, the marine hero. Mina expressed disappointment at not receiving any offers and decided to join one of US partner agencies. Jiru announced her placement with Death Arms, prompting 𝐎𝐻𝑒𝐽 to comment on the unusual pairing. When asked about her choice, Momo stated she had selected Mako. The room fell silent, and Jiru inquired if Midoriya would be joining her, to which Momo regretfully replied that he would not. They spent the night talking before deciding to sleep together, with Momo's bed accommodating most, while futons were provided for the others. Over the weekend, students had the freedom to enjoy their time, as long as they didn't cause destruction on school property. Momo and Izuku opted to train all day at Mount Myaboku. After waking up surrounded by her classmates, Momo changed into red sweatpants and a matching shirt. She equipped herself with weighted armbands and a waistband before heading to Izuku's room. She knocked on the door, and Izuku, dressed in green sweatpants and a matching shirt, asked if she was ready. Momo nodded and entered, and Izuku locked the door before performing hand signs to activate the reverse summoning technique. Smoke enveloped them, and in an instant, they vanished. When the smoke cleared, they found themselves before the elder Toad, who greeted them cheerfully, though a hint of menace lingered in his smile. He warned them that they would be working hard from the start. Both gulped as the elder summoned floating ball of water, instructing them to dodge while running laps around the mountain on their hands. By lunchtime, Izuku retrieved the bentos he had prepared the night before, unwilling to rely solely on food that could still move. He also built a small campfire to roast some of their provisions. Izuku cautiously mentioned to the elder that they didn't eat raw food. The elder playfully insisted they should try it, slurping a grub worm from his plate. Night fell before they realized how much time had passed. Covered in dirt and feeling sore, Izuku and Momo packed away their shuriken and kunai into storage seals. The elder reminded them that even though they wouldn't be returning for a while, they shouldn't slack off. Izuku assured him they would be training under pro heroes, leaving little time for idleness. The elder grinned and waved goodbye, performing hand signs before they reappeared in Izuku's room. Izuku collapsed onto his bed, followed by Momo, both indifferent to the dirt now on the sheets. With the weights removed, their bodies finally found respite. Izuku admitted he felt a bit excited about the internship, while Momo expressed her nervousness about training with Mako, known for rarely taking in turns. Izuku reassured her, reminding her of her capabilities, and she squeezed his hand in response. They remained in that moment until the discomfort of dirt against their skin became too much to ignore. As Momo stepped into the hallway, she was suddenly tackled by Mina, who demanded all the details with wide eyes and an exaggerated grin. Mina insisted on dragging Momo away, her excitement palpable. Momo struggled to explain that they had only been training and had taken a brief rest, but it proved more challenging than anticipated. Time passed, and soon it was departure day. The students gathered at the train station, each carrying a briefcase with their hero costumes. Aizawa reminded them that they would be representing UA as sidekicks during the week and cautioned them against any actions that could harm the school's reputation. The class responded affirmatively, and they split off into their respective lines, exchanging well wishes and reminders to stay safe. Izuku arrived at his destination and stared at the building before him. It appeared old, dilapidated, and neglected. He muttered to himself while double-checking the address on his phone, sighing as he realized standing there wouldn't provide answers. He knocked on the door but received no response. Pushing the door open, he announced himself as Izuku Midoriya, there for the internship. He froze at the sight before him. A man lay sprawled on the floor, food smeared everywhere. Without hesitation, Izuku pulled out his phone to call for help. Suddenly, the old man sprang up, waving his arms and declaring he was alive. Izuku calmly ended the call, apologizing for the false alarm. The old man remarked on Izuku's calm demeanor, to which Izuku replied that he had assumed the man had suffered a heart attack. No rational individual would choose to cover themselves in condiments and hot dogs as a prank. Gran Torino clicked his tongue, acknowledging Izuku's strong life force with a nod. He then challenged Izuku, disappearing in an instant. The room became a blur as Gran Torino ricocheted off every surface, creating a dizzying effect. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise, his mouth slightly open in awe of the impressive display. He complimented Torino's agility, but the older hero dismissed the praise with a bark, continuing his rapid movements. From above, Torino launched an attack. Izuku twisted just enough to evade him, never directly facing his opponent. Kicks came from all directions, but Izuku spun, bent, and shifted, avoiding every strike. Their unusual sparring continued for several minutes until Torino finally came to a halt, landing on a table with crossed arms, visibly frustrated. Not a single mark was left on Izuku. Gran Torino muttered about how he would have fared better in his youth, while Izuku grinned, explaining that he had been training in this manner since he was very young. Torino inquired about the nature of Izuku's training, to which Izuku calmly replied that he had been dodging high-speed projectiles while 𝗵𝗃, often ending his days with cuts and bruises. Torino remarked that it sounded more like abuse, but Izuku countered that it was only abuse if he had asked to stop and they hadn't. He was aware of his limits. Torino fell silent, contemplating Izuku's determination. He thought to himself that if Toshinori ever chose a successor, it should be this kid. Eventually, Torino asked what Izuku was supposed to learn if he could dodge everything thrown at him. Izuku shrugged, suggesting they continue practicing while he wore weights. Torino smirked, relieved that he wouldn't be bored. Meanwhile, Shoto Todoroki was in Ďabi's agency training room, practicing rapid transitions between flame and ice. During a break, his brother Tuya tossed him a bottle of water. Shoto thanked him and took a few quick sips before heading to the showers to wash off the sweat and change into his hero suit. Later, the brothers were out on patrol, scanning the area for anything suspicious. Tuya remarked that it felt surreal to be a hero alongside Shoto, recalling how their father had been before Izuku came into their lives. Shoto admitted he barely remembered their father, only that he had been louder. Tuya chuckled softly, recalling their father's harsh words and desperate ambition to be number one, which had led him to push his children to surpass him. Shoto nodded, understanding the weight of those memories. He quietly noted that their father had changed, thanks to Izuku's influence. Tuya shared that he had never expected a random kid to make him realize he should pursue heroism for his own reasons rather than for approval. A heavy silence fell between them as Tuya hesitated, revealing that he had once tried to harm Shoto out of jealousy when he was a baby. Shoto was taken aback, unable to fathom his brother's feelings at the time. Tuya explained that after Shoto's birth, their father's focus shifted entirely to him, leaving Tuya feeling forgotten. He had tried to prove himself by generating as much fire as possible, almost harming himself in the process. It was then that he met Izuku, who had shown him the importance of being his own hero. Shoto acknowledged that Izuku had indeed been a positive influence. They resumed their patrol, the city remaining quiet. Meanwhile, Momo stood in front of an apartment building, her posture straight and alert. She recalled Izuku describing her as a wild card, someone who went wherever she pleased, leaving the paperwork to her secretary. Approaching the door, she introduced herself to Miss Mako, announcing her arrival for the internship. Suddenly, something moved swiftly from inside. Momo stepped aside just as the door swung open, revealing the rabbit hero, Mako. Mako grinned, noting Momo's quick instincts and expressing disappointment that Izuku hadn't come along. Momo explained that he was with 𝗓𝗓𝗏, to which Mako responded with curiosity about who that was. Momo clarified that he was All Might's mentor. Mako, resembling a more intense version of Bakugo, acknowledged Momo's impressive fighting skills. She laid out the plan for their patrol, emphasizing the importance of keeping up and taking down any villains they encountered. Momo agreed and asked if she could change into her costume. Mako instructed her to do so inside within 5 minutes, and Momo dashed in, feeling optimistic about the productive internship ahead. Elsewhere, Class 1A was engaged in their own internships. Mineta was busy cleaning Mount Lady's apartment, while Tetsu and Kirishima reunited in front of Fourth Kind's agency, both excited about their choice of a manly hero. Ida zipped through patrol routes with his brother, barely containing his enthusiasm. Bakugo endured Best Jeanist meticulously grooming his hair, veins bulging in frustration. Tsuyu swam alongside the hero Selkie, while Kendo Itsuka patrolled with Jiro Kyuka under Death Arm's guidance, both laughing together despite the somewhat embarrassing situation. Meanwhile, Tokoyami sat quietly in Hawk's agency lounge, face to face with the wing hero. Across the country, most UA students were having productive internships, learning the realities of hero work, refining their skills, and gaining new techniques under professional guidance that reshaped their understanding of combat and responsibility. In the League of Villains hideout, Shigaraki Tomura angrily crushed a newspaper in his hands, his fingers twitching dangerously. The dim light from a flickering television barely illuminated the chaotic scene. The news anchor's cheerful voice praised the surge of hero activity, highlighting young students training under pro heroes and the hope they represented for society. Each word grated on him. Shigaraki growled in frustration, pacing and scratching at his neck. He expressed his disdain for the constant focus on heroes, feeling overlooked and frustrated by their rising prominence. Kurogiri, behind the counter, calmly polished a glass, acknowledging that their last encounter had not gone as planned. Shigaraki slammed the newspaper onto the counter, the headline about rising hero students making his skin crawl. He seethed at the thought of those students growing stronger while the world cheered for them, feeling like nothing more than a footnote in their story. As he glared at the television, he muttered about the false peace they believed in. They believed they had already triumphed. He exhaled sharply, his voice dropping into a cold, venomous whisper, deciding to let them think that. Kurogiri tilted his head slightly, inquiring if he had something planned. Shigaraki smirked, the expression shifting between childish resentment and something more sinister. He stepped forward, crushing the remnants of the newspaper beneath his boot, declaring that if they wouldn't discuss them, they would ensure they couldn't be ignored any longer. The setting sun painted the sky orange, marking the conclusion of Izuku's first day of internship. With a quiet exhale, he removed the seals from his training weight bands and stored them neatly in the designated compartment of his bag. Gran Torino remarked on the convenience of it, though his tone carried a hint of suspicion. Izuku casually mentioned that a friend possessed a particularly useful quirk. Torino shot back, questioning the validity of a quirk that was unregistered and drew unusual things. Izuku nodded, unfazed, explaining that the short version of his friend's life was filled with paranoia, emphasizing that the best protection was to keep one's abilities hidden. Gran Torino sighed deeply, rubbing the bridge of his nose, muttering that he had figured out who Aizawa's headache was this year and had just invited him to be his problem for an entire week. Choosing not to dwell on it, Torino observed as Izuku calmly strapped on another set of weights. He then expressed his hunger, instructing Izuku to grab the taiyaki from the fridge and heat them in the microwave. Izuku pointed out that the microwave was broken, prompting Torino to acknowledge his mistake. Izuku retrieved his phone from his bag and began dialing, asking if ramen would be acceptable, offering to treat. When Torino inquired about the sauce, Izuku mentioned Ichiraku ramen, and Torino ordered pork miso. After dinner, Izuku gathered the bowls and chopsticks, washing everything without prompting. Gran Torino lounged on the couch, satisfied and content, his gaze drifting back to the spot where Izuku had stood during training, noting the distinct circle of dust on the ground. The kid barely moved. What a monster. The next morning brought another training session in a narrow alley, chosen specifically for Torino to move freely without causing further damage to his apartment. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 struggled more than before, a yellow blur relentlessly pursuing him. 𝗨𝐵𝗨 taunted him, questioning if he couldn't see him as he landed a hit squarely on 𝗧𝗑𝗁's back. 𝗧𝗑𝗁 stumbled but managed to stay upright, asserting that he didn't need to see 𝗨𝐵𝗨 to defend himself. 𝗨𝐵𝗨 chastised him for merely defending and urged him to fight back. Frustrated, 𝗧𝗑𝗁 swung a backhand, but 𝗨𝐵𝗨 twisted mid-air, narrowly avoiding it, then rocketed back in. 𝗧𝗑𝗁 timed a low kick just as 𝗨𝗨 was about to land, but 𝗨𝗨 redirected himself straight toward 𝗧𝗑𝗁. 𝗧𝗑𝗁 bent backward at an unnatural angle, allowing the attack to skim past him, then launched a sharp jab from his precarious position. 𝗨𝗨 blocked it by crossing his arms and propelled himself away using his jet quirk, landing a short distance away with a frown. He noted that 𝗧𝗑𝗁 was doing it again, barely moving from the same spot, as a small circle had formed beneath his feet. 𝗧𝗑𝗁 apologized, explaining it was a force of habit. 𝗓𝗏 glanced up at the sky, noting the sun was already at its peak, and declared that it was enough for now, suggesting they eat. He headed back to his apartment with 𝗧𝗑𝗁 following closely behind. 𝗨𝗨 opened the fridge and retrieved several frozen taiyaki, prompting 𝗧𝗑𝗁 to remind him about the broken microwave. 𝗨𝗨 smugly replied that he had already ordered a replacement online, which should arrive shortly. He set the frozen treats on the table as 𝗧𝗑𝗁 removed his weights and swapped them for a different set. Meanwhile, Momo sprinted across the rooftops alongside 𝗵𝗃. 𝗵𝗃 pointed at a speeding car below, announcing her intent to pursue it. Genesis formed 4 shuriken mid-stride, launching 2 to shred the rear tires before vaulting to the opposite side and hurling the remaining 2 into the front tires. The car fishtailed violently, skidded into the guardrails, and came to a screeching halt. Moments later, Genesis and 𝗵𝗃 descended cautiously as police cars arrived, their red and blue lights illuminating the scene. 𝗵𝗃 tore open the driver's side door, dragging out the perpetrator, still shielded by the deployed airbag. Genesis moved to the rear doors and yanked them open, pulling out 2 more figures. All 3 criminals wore ski masks and were unconscious. 𝗵𝗃 ordered Genesis to check the trunk, and Genesis nodded, muscles coiled as she carefully opened it. Inside were open duffel bags stuffed with cash. Genesis reported that she had found the money taken from the bank. 𝗵𝗃 praised her work as she handed the robbers over to the police medics. Glancing around, 𝗵𝗃 noted the antique shop clock, realizing it was already afternoon and they hadn't eaten anything. She called out to Genesis, who twitched slightly at the nickname that reminded her too much of Bakugu. Responding in a carefully neutral tone, she acknowledged 𝗵𝗃. 𝗵𝗃 dismissed the formalities, declaring it was break time and suggesting they get some food. She leaped onto a nearby rooftop, clearly intent on eating in peace, away from fans, civilians, or anyone else who might interrupt. Momo followed closely, sprinting up the side of one building, rebounding off another, and going wall-to-wall until she reached the top. By the time she arrived, Rumi was already munching loudly on a carrot, leaving Momo to wonder where she had even obtained it. Rumi, noticing Momo's gaze, asked what she was staring at, claiming she wouldn't share. Momo flatly replied that she wasn't interested, opening a compartment in her outfit to reveal a storage seal from which she pulled out a neatly wrapped sandwich before sitting on the edge of the roof. After finishing her meal, Momo had gone through several sandwiches, which would have been strange if she hadn't taken every single one from the same small pouch. 𝗵𝗃 exclaimed her astonishment at the size of Momo's pocket, expressing her longing for one. Momo calmly explained that it belonged to a cautious friend with a storage quirk. She produced a tissue made on the spot, wiped her mouth, and sealed it away for later disposal. Suddenly, Rumi's ears twitched, and she froze, her head snapping toward a distant sound. Announcing that break time was over, she launched herself off the rooftop, with Genesis following immediately. Back with 𝗧𝗑𝗁, he and 𝗓𝗏 were finally on patrol, hopping across rooftops as they scanned the streets below. 𝗓𝗏 reminded 𝗧𝗑𝗁 that they would be underground the following night, heading west toward the Chuo train line. When 𝗧𝗑𝗁 questioned why they wouldn't patrol Shibuya, noting the commotion, 𝗨𝗏 explained that there were too many heroes, even at night, and that 𝗧𝗑𝗁 wouldn't learn anything if everything was already handled. 𝗧𝗑𝗁, flashing a cheeky grin, insisted that 𝗨𝗏 shouldn't underestimate him. That was when he spotted it, An alley across the street, behind Torino's back, a mugging. A man with a finger gun Quirk stood with his arm extended, the barrel aimed at a small family. A father, a mother, and a young boy, all dressed in expensive-looking clothes. A hold-up in broad daylight. Izuku thought as he sprang into action. Gran Torino barked a warning as Izuku leapt off the rooftop. The mugger demanded all their money, while the father pleaded for their safety, stepping protectively in front of his wife and child. The mother clutched their son tightly as the father fumbled for his wallet, throwing it to the ground near the criminal's feet. The father declared that was everything he had and begged to be left alone. The villain, smirking, picked up the wallet and aimed his quirk at them, then made a chilling demand for the child, stating that to live, they had to hand him over. A ransom could buy him back. Fear enveloped the family. In an instant, 𝐒𝐭𝐲 appeared silently behind the mugger. He swiftly maneuvered to the side, forcing the villain's arm away from the family, then grasped his face and slammed it against the alley wall. The criminal crumpled, unconscious before he even realized what had occurred. Izuku retrieved a pair of HNDCFFs from his costume compartment and secured the man's hands. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 inquired if everyone was all right. The father responded shakily, expressing gratitude. The mother, her voice soft, asked for his name. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 modestly replied that he was just a hero student on internship. The boy's eyes lit up with excitement upon recognizing him as a student from 𝐒𝐭𝐲 smiled in response, and Gran Torino, landing beside him, acknowledged the young hero's actions with a nod, though he quickly added a warning not to act without permission. As time passed without incident, the following night found Izuku and Gran Torino, both in their hero costumes, riding the Chuo line westbound. The train rattled along the tracks, filled with the low hum of late-night commuters. A sense of foreboding washed over Izuku. Something was approaching. Gran Torino, noticing his distraction, asked if he was paying attention. Izuku blinked, apologizing and sharing his uneasy feeling about an impending threat. Suddenly, he sensed something fast and dangerously close. Without hesitation, Izuku sprang into action, sprinting down the carriage and pulling several passengers out of harm's way with urgency. He commanded everyone to clear out, his voice sharp and authoritative. Panic turned to instinct as a force crashed through the side of the train, sending sparks and debris flying. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 turned to face the breach, muttering in disbelief at the sight of a monstrous figure. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a 𝗍𝗵𝗲 charged into view, its grotesque appearance striking fear. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 intercepted it mid-charge with a powerful kick, halting its advance. In one swift motion, he drew a kunai and struck at the creature's neck. He inhaled deeply, then exhaled flames that engulfed the 𝗍𝗵𝗲 entirely. The creature's form blackened and collapsed into a charred heap. The train fell silent, passengers staring in shock, some frozen in place as the reality of the encounter sank in. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 gazed out at the cityscape, fires raging and explosions echoing in the distance. Gran Torino landed nearby, demanding to know what was happening. Izuku grimly explained that the creature was a 𝗍𝗵𝗲, a bioweapon created by the League of Villains, reanimated corpses endowed with multiple quirks. Nearby passengers overheard, some gagging at the revelation. An impact shook the area as 𝗕𝗏 landed, flames rolling off him, revealing the remains of another 𝗍𝗵𝗲 beneath his boot. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 approached 𝗕𝗏, seeking an update. 𝗕𝗏, recognizing him, demanded his code name. When Izuku replied, 𝗕𝗏 turned serious, informing him of 16 more 𝗍𝗵𝗲 in various directions. Izuku reiterated their nature and the necessity for lethal force. 𝗕𝗏 activated his comms, relaying the information and authorizing deadly force. He then offered Izuku the opportunity to assist in the fight, emphasizing the importance of protecting civilians. He tossed Izuku an earpiece linked to HeroNet, which Izuku caught and fitted into place. Gran Torino protested against sending a teenager into battle, but 𝗕𝗏 countered, urging him not to underestimate Izuku. Reluctantly, Gran Torino agreed to help, and they set off at incredible speed. The city of Hosu was in chaos, debris scattered, and buildings smoldering as multiple 𝗍𝗵𝗲 rampaged through the streets. Izuku raced through the turmoil, searching for survivors amidst the destruction. Suddenly, a 𝗍𝗵𝗲 charged from a side street, its massive form a terrifying sight. Without hesitation, Izuku unleashed a torrent of dragon-shaped fire, engulfing the Nomiu completely. When the flames subsided, nothing remained but ash. He continued running, determined to find more victims in need of rescue. Two familiar figures approached at high speed, 𝗔𝗵𝗲 and Nitro skidding to a halt upon seeing him. They expressed surprise at his presence and questioned why he was alone. Izuku calmly explained that he had been authorized to act independently. Before they could respond, a distant explosion rocked the street, and a two-story building erupted in flames, launching a figure into the air. Izuku caught the falling hero, who wore a costume reminiscent of Native American attire, though it was damaged. He quickly assessed the situation and passed the injured hero to 𝗔𝗵𝗲, instructing him to get him to safety while he focused on the source of the blast. 𝗔𝗵𝗲 protested, but Izuku was already on the move, racing toward the firestorm. As he reached the burning building, a Nomiu emerged from the flames, its grotesque features horrifying. Izuku remained calm, stating that the creature was surrounded by fire. He commanded the flames to obey him, and they spiraled inward, encasing the Nomiu in a blazing dome. In an instant, both the fire and the creature vanished, leaving only silence in their wake. Izuku pressed on, his senses alert for more Nomiu and anyone needing help. He slipped into a narrow alley, hidden from view. Elsewhere, 𝗵𝗲 spotted two individuals trapped in a burning building and ordered her allies to rescue them while she confronted a Nomiu with fearsome morning star fists. She launched herself at the creature, delivering a powerful kick that sent it skidding backward. The creature let out a deafening roar and slammed its arms down, causing the ground to shake and debris to fly into the air. It paused, scanning the area. 𝗵𝗲 descended from above, executing a powerful axe kick that struck the creature's exposed brain in a single, decisive blow. Genesis landed beside her, carrying two unconscious civilians over her shoulders. She stated her intention to get them to the paramedics in the safe zone and quickly moved away. 𝗵𝗲 urged her to hurry as she frowned, feeling a sense of unease about the chaos unfolding around her. Just then, the ground erupted again, and a brown Nomiu emerged, winged and resembling an owl. It took to the air silently, disappearing into the smoke and darkness. 𝗵𝗲 pressed against a wall, trying to minimize her blind spots while straining to catch any sound. All she could hear was the crackling of flames. Suddenly, a heavy thump caught her attention. The Nomiu lay sprawled on the asphalt, headless, with blood pooling where its neck had been severed. 𝗵𝗲 murmured in surprise, wondering if a hero had intervened. She scanned the area and noticed a dark green figure disappearing into the alley, leaving only the lifeless body behind. Elsewhere in the city, a group of Nomiu rampaged through the streets. One massive brute tackled a pro-hero equipped with heavy welding gauntlets. The hero absorbed the impact, but the force sent him crashing into a wall, leaving him limp. The Nomiu raised its arm, preparing to finish him off when a kunai struck its skull. A burning paper tag fluttered for a moment before detonating, causing the Nomiu's head to vanish in a powerful explosion, its body collapsing backward. The remaining Nomus froze, sensing danger. From the shadows of a nearby alley, 𝗏𝗪𝗏 stepped forward, drawing a wakizashi wreathed in flames. His eyes focused on the creatures as he moved with purpose. He calmly remarked that there was no need to hold back against the Nomiu. He launched himself at the nearest one, a lanky creature with greenish-blue skin, fly-like wings, and razor-sharp claws. He swung the wakizashi upward, and the blade sliced cleanly through the Nomiu's torso, splitting it apart. Without hesitation, he turned his gaze to the next target. Another Nomiu lunged as the first fell. This one was broader, its arms jagged with glowing bone growths. 𝗏𝗪𝗏 shifted his stance, tracking its charge through the haze of heat. He threw 3 shuriken, each spinning perfectly and finding their mark, 2 in the Nomiu's eyes and 1 between them. The creature recoiled with a guttural shriek, clawing at its face as black fluid spilled down its cheeks. 𝗏𝗪𝗏 was already in motion, closing the distance in an instant. The wakizashi flashed upward, slicing through the creature's guard and severing its head from its body. Yet another Nomiu lunged from the side, a massive brute with thick, armored plates along its arms. The ground cracked under its charge. 𝗏𝗪𝗏 spun, catching its movement from the corner of his eye. He drew another kunai in one smooth motion and flicked it low, striking the creature's knee. The blade sparked on impact but bit deep enough to stagger its step. Seizing the opportunity, 𝐒𝐭𝐻 dashed forward as the 𝗵𝗲 swung wide, its claw tearing through a wall. He slipped under the arc, planted his foot, and drove his flaming wakizashi into the creature's side. Fire erupted from the wound, washing over its body. The 𝗵𝗲 roared, stumbling backward before collapsing to its knees, smoke pouring from its chest. 𝗒𝐭𝐻 pulled the blade free and flicked the flames off the edge, his breathing steady as he scanned the area for the next threat. Suddenly, a low, thunderous growl rolled through the smoke, and the ground trembled under the weight of something massive approaching. 𝗒𝐭𝐻 tightened his grip on the wakizashi, muttering to himself about the impending danger. The smoke parted to reveal another 𝗵𝗲, its skin black and smooth like obsidian, muscles shifting beneath the surface. It was larger than the others, and every step cracked the ground beneath it. 𝗒𝐭𝐻 steadied his stance, flames flickering around him as he prepared his technique. He unleashed a torrent of dragon-shaped fire toward the creature, but the flames reflected off its body without effect. The 𝗵𝗲 roared and charged at him. 𝗒𝐭𝐻 met it head-on, slashing across its chest, but the blade slid off harmlessly. The 𝗵𝗲's arm swung wide, striking the street and sending a shockwave that knocked 𝗒𝐭𝐻 back. He caught himself, skidding on one knee, eyes locked on the creature. He realized it was too tough to take down easily. As the 𝗵𝗲 rushed again, 𝗒𝐻 weaved between its blows, sparks flying where claws met pavement. He leaped onto its arm, running along its forearm toward its head. He quipped to the creature before driving the wakizashi deep into its mouth. The 𝗵𝗲 thrashed, but 𝗒𝐭𝐻 held firm, releasing a surge of fire through the weapon. The heat built rapidly, and the creature convulsed, light flashing through cracks along its neck. In a sudden burst, its head exploded, scattering smoke and molten fragments across the street. The body fell heavily to the ground. 𝗒𝐭𝐻 pulled the blade free and stepped back, allowing the flames to extinguish before sheathing the weapon. Without looking back, he moved on, smoke rolling through the street and carrying the scent of burning concrete. He crouched low, scanning the collapsed block with focused eyes. Faint screams echoed between the ruined buildings. He identified 3 voices coming from the south side, basement level, and ran toward them, stepping over twisted metal and scattered glass. A section of the road had caved in due to a gas main explosion, leaving a tilted building pressed against its neighbor. The fire had not yet reached the lower floors, but it would soon. Concentrating, he gathered fire at his palm, then closed his hand as if to extinguish the flames. 𝗒𝐻 descended the stairs to find a man with an injured leg bleeding and a woman clutching a boy protectively. He asked if they were okay, and the boy inquired if the monsters were gone. 𝗒𝐭𝐻 offered a reassuring smile and knelt to pat the boy's head, assuring him that nothing could hurt them now. He then turned to the injured man, bandaging the wound as best as he could without using healing techniques that might complicate matters. The man expressed his gratitude, and 𝗒𝐭𝐻 explained that this was part of his training. The man blinked in surprise, asking if he was not a hero. 𝗒𝐭𝐻 clarified that he was a hero in training. Once he finished, he pressed the call button on his earpiece, reporting the civilian's location and requesting an extraction team for the heavily injured man. The response confirmed that help would arrive in 10 minutes. 𝗒𝐭𝐻 carried the 3 civilians out, moving through the crumbling building with steady urgency as it groaned under the strain. The man thanked him again, his voice still strained. 𝗒𝐭𝐻 assured him it was no problem and introduced himself. A hero in training observed a woman on the curb, who looked up at him and asked about the title of 𝗒𝐭𝐻, comparing it to Fire Shadow. A sheepish grin appeared on his face as he confirmed her observation. For a brief moment, he seemed pleased that someone recognized the significance of the title. He remained with the family while they waited, vigilant and scanning the streets, his body positioned protectively even as he appeared relaxed. When the ambulance finally arrived, 𝗒𝐭𝐻 waved goodbye to the small family and then swiftly disappeared into the devastated city, moving with the speed of a wildfire. Meanwhile, the city below was engulfed in flames. From a rooftop, Shigaraki surveyed the chaos, watching as 𝗵𝗲s rampaged through the streets, their monstrous forms demolishing cars and toppling buildings, sending squads of heroes sprawling. Smoke and fire twisted together, creating a nightmarish scene that painted the sky in shades of red and black, a grim backdrop for the city's downfall. Leaning forward with his elbows on his knees, Shigaraki tapped his fingers idly, finding a twisted sense of pleasure in the explosions, screams, and the desperate clashes of heroes against overwhelming odds. A faint, amused laugh escaped him as he spread his arms slightly, as if to embrace the chaos. The 𝗏𝗏 ran wild, the heroes struggled, and the world hung in the balance. Shigaraki, perched above it all, felt untouchable, relishing the moment. The city was ablaze, and for the first time in years, he felt truly alive. Genesis and Mako stood amidst the remnants of their own battle. Around them lay several 𝗏𝗏s, their bodies rendered motionless. Mako crouched, resting on her heels as she surveyed the aftermath. She muttered to herself about the nature of these creatures. Genesis wiped her katana clean, her expression serious, and speculated about the origins of the 𝗏𝗏s, suggesting that they were created by someone who could manipulate quirks, possibly a doctor specializing in genetics or quirk biology. Mako snorted at the mention of a boogeyman from childhood stories, but then noticed Momo's serious demeanor. Momo's jaw tightened, and her unwavering gaze made Mako's grin falter. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Mako acknowledged Momo's seriousness. Momo confirmed that whispers from the underground had reached her ears. When Mako inquired if Momo planned to go underground, Momo replied that her boyfriend intended to do so. Mako expressed concern about the dangers involved, to which Momo responded with a controlled voice, explaining that much of the information came from online forums filled with rampant rumors. Elsewhere in the city, 𝗬𝗵 and 𝗏𝗏 encountered 3 𝗏𝗏s, or what remained of them, frozen beneath thick layers of ice. 𝗬𝗵 stepped closer, observing the grotesque shapes and expressing his disgust. 𝗏𝗏 explained that these were 𝗏𝗏s, creatures with multiple quirks. 𝗬𝗵 nodded, taking in the ruined landscape around him. Broken buildings, torn-up roads, and scattered fires that made the city resemble a bleeding wound. As they moved forward, 𝗏𝗏 spread cold across the ruins, extinguishing flames, while 𝗬𝗵 followed suit with his own efficiency. The heroes worked tirelessly to defeat the remaining 𝗏𝗏s, focusing their efforts on rescue. They excavated collapsed buildings, extinguished fires, and cleared debris, and by the end of the night, the city fell silent for those lost in the attack, both heroes and civilians. 𝐻OKAGE utilized a jutsu to manipulate existing flames, extinguishing fires as he rescued as many people as possible. His heart felt heavy for those he could not save. Despite his experiences as a vigilante, he would never grow accustomed to the sight of innocent lives lost. He lifted a slab of concrete off a young man trapped beneath a collapsed building and inquired if he was all right. The civilian expressed gratitude, relieved to be unharmed, and acknowledged his luck in merely being pinned down. 𝗻𝗏 insisted that it was best for the man to be checked by paramedics and then carried him to the nearest aid station. The young man was surprised by the sudden lift and thanked 𝗻𝗏, expressing a longing to buy merchandise if he had the chance. 𝗻𝗏, scratching the back of his head, mentioned his plans to go underground, revealing that he was still a sidekick and a first-year student at UA. With a sense of urgency, he excused himself to continue his rescue efforts, leaving the man astonished. Izuku gazed at the rising sun, realizing he had been working throughout the night. He lamented his inability to use his clones, concerned that if members of the shadow joined him, his teachers might become suspicious. He felt frustrated, wishing he could have saved more people. As he ran, he sensed a familiar presence approaching. Gran Torino called out to him, noticing how exhausted Izuku looked, covered in dirt and soot. Gran Torino suggested he take a break, as reinforcement had arrived, but Izuku insisted he could still move and continued his search for survivors. Gran Torino sighed, watching Izuku dash to a new area, feeling too old for this kind of work. Izuku felt guilty for not helping more, despite having the ability to do so. He thought of using shadow clones to search more effectively for both 𝗏𝗏s and victims, using basic earth jutsus to stabilize crumbling structures, and even his adamantine chains to reach precarious spots where survivors might be. Later, Izuku met up with Momo for lunch on a rooftop ledge. Mako remained in the city to assist with cleanup and rescues, her keen senses proving invaluable. Momo, noticing the troubled look on Izuku's face, confronted him about his downcast mood. Momo inquired about what was on Izuku's mind. He sighed, setting aside his bento filled with his mother's katsudon. He questioned whether he could have performed better, shadows lingering in his eyes. Momo responded with a question of her own, prompting him to reflect. He mentioned that he had only relied on his body and fire, wondering if he should have utilized his other techniques. He was cautious with his words, knowing that the truth of his powers, chakra and ninjutsu, remained a secret to most. Momo shifted closer on the ledge, the breeze gently tousling her hair. She placed her warm hand over his, her touch steady. With a soft voice, she reminded him that he was judging himself based on what he wished he could have done, rather than what was realistically possible. Her thumb brushed reassuringly across the back of his hand, a comforting gesture. She acknowledged the burden he carried, expressing that he had already pushed himself beyond what anyone could have expected. With a small, sad smile that conveyed worry, pride, and affection, she affirmed that he had done everything he could safely manage, more than most would have under the circumstances. Izuku's shoulders relaxed slightly as he looked down at their hands, swallowing hard. He admitted that he understood her point but felt troubled about those he couldn't reach in time. Momo leaned in, her forehead gently touching his temple, a quiet gesture of intimacy. She whispered that caring deeply did not equate to failure. It meant his heart was in the right place. Izuku exhaled shakily, releasing some of the tension within him. He nodded, accepting her reassurance, even as guilt lingered. He expressed his gratitude to Momo, who squeezed his hand, allowing silence to envelop them. She remained close, letting the breeze flow between them before speaking again, her voice steady and gentle. She encouraged him not to force his feelings away but to avoid letting them overshadow his accomplishments. Momo shifted her position, resting her hands on her knees, composed yet present. She glanced at his bento, urging him to eat, reminding him that his body required the same care he offered to others. It was a gentle nudge rather than a command, wrapped in concern. She fell silent again, giving him the choice to respond or simply exist beside her. Izuku nodded and resumed eating, savoring the taste of his mother's cooking. He acknowledged how Momo always knew the right words to lift his spirits, to which she replied that she felt the same about him. They continued their lunch in comfortable silence, drawing strength from each other's presence, a brief respite from the exhaustion that had weighed on them since the Nomu attack. Later, while the interns were busy assisting in various ways, Shoto, Momo, Tenya, and Izuku were in the field, while their mentors held a briefing to discuss the events of the attack. The heroes gathered in a room at the Hosu Police Department, seated at desks arranged like a classroom. Chief Tsuragami summarized the situation, noting that 20 creatures had appeared unexpectedly and caused chaos. He had sent samples to the labs, hoping to glean more information. Ingenium questioned the origin of the information about the creatures, which were identified as bioengineered monsters called Nomu with multiple quirks. Gran Torino interjected, revealing that the information came from the intern he was mentoring, hinting at the possibility of a certain individual still being alive. Endeavor confirmed the report from 𝐒𝐭𝐲, clarifying that it was about Izuku Midoriya. Chief Tsuragami noted that he had read a report matching the description from the USJ incident, where no bodies were recovered, only ash. Enji chuckled, suggesting that Midoriya was responsible for that outcome. The meeting continued, discussing the unsettling revelation of living cadavers reanimated to possess multiple quirks, controlled by a psychotic individual known as the leader of the so-called League of Villains. That night would be remembered as the Hosu disaster. For the remainder of the week, those involved in the cleanup focused solely on their tasks. While there were minor incidents of looting and petty crimes, law enforcement and heroes swiftly intervened. It became clear that committing crimes in a city still on high alert after a terrorist attack, surrounded by protectors, was exceedingly difficult. On the final day of his internship, Izuku packed his belongings for the return to UA. He had little to bring, some clothes and personal items, which barely filled his bag due to storage seals. His hero costume was already secured in its case, so it wasn't part of the clutter in the room. As he worked efficiently, the emptiness of the room became more apparent, stepped down to bare walls and borrowed furniture. Once finished, his gaze landed on the case containing his hero costume. Memories of those he had been too late to save flooded his mind, filling him with guilt as he clenched his fists at the thought. However, he recalled his conversation with Momo, which helped ease his swirling doubts. His shoulders relaxed, and he released the tension in his fists. Taking a deep breath, he sat in a lotus position on the ground, meditating as his chakra flowed through him. A knock on the door interrupted his trance. Grand Torino called out from outside the door, asking if Izuku was finished. Izuku replied that he was done, quickly gathering his case and bag before stepping out to meet Torino. Torino admitted that the internship hadn't gone as he had planned, noting that it wasn't about cleanup and rescue, but he hoped Izuku had learned something. He leaned against the wall, expressing that he had expected more action. Izuku reassured him with a small smile, stating that the third day had been plenty of excitement. As he headed out the front door, Torino called after him, reminding him to be careful. Izuku looked back with a thumbs up and a confident smile, assuring Torino that he had everything under control before closing the door behind him. Back in the dormitories, Izuku finished unpacking, noticing his hero suit still in its case on the bed. He thought about giving it to the support department later, along with some suggestions for adjustments, as it felt a bit tight. As night fell, he contemplated what to cook for dinner, considering that his classmates would be hungry after their trip. He decided that curry would suffice and made his way to the kitchen to prepare the meal. He took out a large pot, rinsing it until it shone, and set it aside. Opening the fridge, he retrieved a selection of vegetables. He pulled out a cutting board and began peeling and chopping carrots into even pieces. Next, he sliced onions thinly, letting their layers fall apart. He crushed and minced garlic, cubed potatoes, and grated ginger before taking the beef from the fridge and cutting it into small cubes. After washing and drying his hands, he placed the pot on the stove, adding oil and turning the heat to medium. Once the oil shimmered, he added the onions, letting them sizzle quietly as he stirred occasionally. The onions softened and turned translucent, gradually browning as he scraped the bottom of the pot to prevent burning. He added the garlic and ginger, stirring until the sharpness mellowed and filled the kitchen with a delightful aroma. Sprinkling in curry powder, he stirred quickly to coat the onions, deepening the color and enhancing the fragrance. He added the meat piece by piece, ensuring it seared rather than stewed, seasoning it with salt and pepper. Slowly, he poured in water, stirring to prevent anything from sticking to the bottom, before adding the carrots and potatoes, submerging them beneath the surface. When the mixture reached a gentle boil, he lowered the heat and set the lid slightly ajar, allowing the curry to simmer. He stirred occasionally, checking the thickness and softness of the vegetables, adjusting the seasoning with soy sauce and a hint of sugar. After tasting and nodding in satisfaction, he closed the lid, letting the curry rest, thick and fragrant, waiting to be served. Next, he started on the rice, washing it and adding water before placing it in the rice cooker. He found the simple act of cooking grounding after a hectic week, reminding him that heroes also lead ordinary lives amidst the chaos. Some time later, two classmates entered the dining area, drawn in by the enticing aroma. They quickly took their seats, with one of them exclaiming about the delicious smell and asking when they could eat. Izuku reassured them that the rice would be ready shortly, just as the rice cooker beeped. He prepared plates, adding rice and curry to each, and served the hungry students. They praised his cooking, with one student joking that they would have burned the building down without him. Izuku expressed his enjoyment of cooking, and as more students returned from their internships, the dining room became livelier, filled with laughter, even as Bakugo scowled at the teasing about his new hairstyle. The day concluded with satisfied bellies and smiling faces, except for Bakugo's persistent frown. Later, Izuku took a shower, rinsing off the day's events when he suddenly vanished from the bathroom. As time passed, the first day of classes after the internships arrived. Aizawa greeted the students, emphasizing the importance of what they had learned during their time with professional heroes. He mentioned that he had written reports on their performances and would review them for areas of improvement. Scanning the room, he concluded the session, asking if there were any questions. Izuku raised his hand, prompting a sigh from Aizawa. He inquired about Eri, noting her absence. Aizawa explained that Eri had gained more control over her quirk and was now attending elementary school with children her age, while still being a ward of the school. Izuku was curious about which school she was attending and what her quirk was. Aizawa informed him that she was at Kawahara Elementary and that her quirk was classified. Tsuyu chimed in, mentioning that it was the same school as her little sister and expressing hope that they would become friends. Meanwhile, at 𝗂𝐻𝑜RA Elementary, Eri stood nervously outside her classroom door, dressed neatly in her school uniform. As the teacher announced her arrival, the class welcomed her with applause. Eri hesitated before stepping inside, her eyes darting around the unfamiliar faces. When encouraged to introduce herself, she spoke softly, sharing her name and her fondness for heroes and music. A curious student asked about her quirk, causing Eri to freeze in anxiety. The teacher quickly intervened, stating that her quirk was private and asking the class not to inquire further. Eri was then shown to her seat next to 𝗬𝗓𝗓, feeling a mix of nerves and hope as she began her new journey. She had the same name. Eri approached the empty desk and settled next to a girl who had a unique appearance. Large black pupils, 3 long eyelashes on each upper lid, and small, subtle eyebrows. The girl leaned closer with a friendly smile and introduced herself as Satsuki Asui. Eri responded softly, feeling a little less frightened. When recess arrived, laughter filled the air as the classroom emptied. Eri stepped outside with her classmates, clutching her bag tightly. The playground spread out before her, swings, jungle gyms, and children running about. It felt expansive but not overwhelming. Just new. Satsuki remained by her side. Satsuki asked if Eri wanted to sit first or walk around. Eri hesitated, then suggested walking. They strolled across the yard together, where a group of boys nearby pretended to be heroes, shouting dramatically at imaginary foes. Eri let out a small giggle before quickly covering her mouth. Satsuki remarked that it was cute, and Eri agreed, her cheeks warming as she recalled how the boys had argued about who would be All Might. They reached the swings, and one was empty, swaying gently in the breeze. Satsuki asked if Eri wanted to try it. Eri admitted she had never used one before, but Satsuki assured her it was fine and offered to push her. After a brief pause, Eri nodded and sat down, gripping the chains tightly. Satsuki gave her a gentle push, and at first, the swing moved slowly, but soon it went higher. The wind brushed against Eri's face, cool and pleasant, and she laughed in surprise, exclaiming that it was fun. Satsuki had been right. After some time, they swayed places, and Eri pushed Satsuki carefully, watching her feet lift off the ground. Eri asked if she was doing it right, and Satsuki confirmed that she was a natural. Later, they sat on the steps, sharing a small pack of cookies. Satsuki mentioned her love for music and that there was a piano room at school that sometimes opened after class. Eri's eyes lit up with excitement, and Satsuki promised to show her the room the next day. When the bell rang, calling them back inside, Eri noticed her steps felt lighter, and her shoulders were no longer tense. School wasn't scary anymore. It had swings, heroes, cookies, and a friend. That was more than enough. Back at UA, Class 1A stood assembled in their hero costumes, surrounded by a convincing artificial cityscape. All Might stood proudly at the center of the starting area, hands on his hips, and announced that they would be participating in a race. A murmur spread through the class as he explained that he would go to a random location in the city with a tracker, and their job was to reach him as quickly as possible. They would be grouped into teams of 4, racing against each other, and the faster they reached him, the better their score would be. The remaining students could watch thanks to US drones, which buzzed around All Might. When Ida raised his hand to ask where Aizawa-sensei was, All Might replied that he would join them later after picking up Eri. Ida nodded in understanding and lowered his hand. All Might announced the first team, Midoriya, Ida, Zero, and Todoroki. The 4 students stood at attention as All Might reminded them that when they heard start over the PA system, it would be their cue. With that, he bent his knees and vanished in a single leap, disappearing toward the skyline. A moment later, the speakers crackled to life, signaling the start of the race. The 4 of them moved instantly, their receivers flashing as All Might's location locked in. Izuku sprinted forward with all his strength, relying on pure conditioning and speed. Beside him, Ida's engines roared to life, propelling him forward with bursts of speed. Zero skillfully fired his tape, swinging between buildings and using the momentum to gain speed. Ahead of them, Xiaoto created a smooth path of ice beneath his feet, gliding effortlessly while controlled bursts of flame propelled him forward. Izuku climbed to the rooftops, using every foothold he could find to reach his destination faster. He focused on the direction of All Might's signal, jumping from rooftop to rooftop. Ida aimed to use straight roads to maintain a high average speed, while 𝗧𝗪 utilized his tape to navigate rooftops and adjust his course. 𝗬𝗪 carefully managed his ice slide, ensuring it remained stable as he propelled himself with fire. Meanwhile, the other students watched on screens, cheering for their classmates. Mina exclaimed how impressive their speed was, while Tokoyami praised 𝗬𝗪's control, noting that his internship had paid off. Izuku landed near All Might, who was waiting on a rooftop. All Might congratulated him for being the first to arrive. Izuku thanked him but admitted that the others had put up a good challenge. A few moments later, 𝗬𝗪 joined them, and Izuku welcomed him to the group. 𝗬𝗪 arrived shortly after, feeling a bit down for being last, but All Might encouraged him, reminding him that he still arrived at a respectable time. All Might then called for the next group, Yororozu, Ashido, Uraraka, and Asui, instructing them to return to base. He leapt up again, heading to a new location in the faux city. The class ended on a high note, with everyone feeling proud of their progress, bolstered by All Might's encouragement. In the dorms, Okako noticed Eri drawing in a notebook and stepped closer to see her artwork. It was a childlike drawing of herself and a girl with twin tails playing on a swing. Okako gently asked who the girl was, and Eri looked up with a small smile, saying she was her friend. When asked for her name, Eri stuttered slightly, saying it was Satsuki. Elsewhere, Satsuki was excitedly recounting her day with her new friend to her older sister. She described how they played hide-and-seek tag with the other kids, noting how good Eri was at hiding. Tsuyu commented on how cool that was and guessed that her friend's name was Eri. Satsuki's eyes widened in surprise, and she asked how her sister knew. Tsuyu thought to herself that it was a secret not to be shared. Kiro. She responded with a finger on her lips. Satsuki frowned at the answer. Later that night, Nezu was in his office, finishing the last of the paperwork. He acknowledged that Shadow had once again bypassed the security system. Nezu asked what brought Shadow to him. Shadow mentioned that Nezu had promised something a few weeks prior and had waited until he was certain it wasn't a trap. Nezu retrieved a hard drive from a drawer, explaining that it contained a list of high-ranking wanted criminals and their locations. Shadow speculated that Nezu wanted him to take care of it and questioned whether the drive contained any harmful software. Nezu assured him it did not and presented stacks of papers he had prepared in anticipation of Shadow's concerns. Shadow examined the papers and noted that he had already dealt with some of the individuals listed. Nezu pointed out that fingerprints do not update in real time like digital records. Shadow created clones to sort through the documents, categorizing them into captured, under investigation, and unknown. He acknowledged that the information would be beneficial but questioned why Nezu would trust him with it instead of local heroes. Nezu explained that he had already provided the information to local heroes and law enforcement, but their slow response time was due to the need for planning and paperwork. In contrast, Shadow and his team would act with a unified purpose. Shadow teleported the papers to Yororozu's estate and noted that some of his students were trained in shinobi arts. Nezu confirmed this but stated that they would not interfere. Meanwhile, Izuku was running across rooftops when he sensed something near Ue. An underground hero, who often joined him on his nightly excursions, inquired if he had seen anything unusual. Izuku playfully mentioned thinking he saw a woman changing by a window, which prompted a light-hearted reprimand from the hero. The following night, in Iechi Prefecture, dark figures moved stealthily through alleyways and across rooftops, surrounding an abandoned port. Cracked concrete jetties extended into the water, and a large warehouse loomed nearby, its broken windows reflecting the moonlight. A solitary cargo crane stood still against the horizon, its arm reaching skyward. The night was eerily quiet, save for the soft sound of footsteps on the concrete. Unidentified individuals patrolled the area, clearly not employees of a legitimate company, as they lacked uniforms or safety gear. The shadows moved swiftly, and one by one, the guards vanished without a sound. Once the area was secured, the figures infiltrated the warehouse, where only a few individuals remained unaware of the impending raid. They were quickly subdued by the overwhelming forces. Those asleep were apprehended without resistance. As moonlight streamed through a window, one of the raiders stepped into the light, revealing Shadow. He approached a crate secured with heavy chains and, using a kunai infused with fire chakra, severed the chains. Upon opening the crate, he discovered high-caliber weapons and a significant quantity of them. Other Shadow clones opened additional crates, uncovering various contraband items, including counterfeit money, fake identification, and narcotics. Shadow realized that these criminals were far from small-time operators and contacted the police using a burner phone. After dropping the phone and destroying it, he vanished in a cloud of smoke. Across the country, criminal operations were dismantled almost overnight, with all witnesses, including the criminals, reporting only seeing shadows. The next morning, in the HPSC headquarters, the president, a middle-aged woman with a steely demeanor and turquoise eyes, reviewed reports detailing the recent actions of the vigilante group. An HPSC agent informed her that the group's activities had significantly lowered the crime rate nationwide. The president pondered the implications of the reports, noting the various criminal activities that had been neutralized. She inquired about contacting a member of Shadow, but the agent informed her that their heroes had been unsuccessful in making contact. The president instructed that the next time one of their agents encountered Shadow, they should not engage but simply convey the message that she wanted to talk. She believed that if they could align with Shadow, they could maintain the peace established by the symbol of peace. The agent questioned why they should not simply allow Shadow to operate freely, citing the dangers of unregulated vigilantes. The president countered that Shadow acted with the precision of an elite squad, and if they were ever to turn against Japan, it would pose a significant threat. The agent expressed confidence in their heroes and law enforcement, but the president reminded him that even the top heroes had failed to capture any of them. She concluded the discussion, sending the agent back to his duties while she continued to contemplate the reports. Meanwhile, in UA, a peculiar creature was watching the news, nearly cackling with glee. The news anchor announced a significant crackdown on criminal organizations, attributing the success to the vigilante group known as Shadow. Nezu could no longer contain his laughter, spilling tea everywhere as he celebrated the unexpected turn of events. He marveled at how Shadow had taken action so swiftly after receiving the files just 2 nights prior. In the Midoriya household, Inko was enjoying her morning coffee when she heard the news. She watched as Izuku emerged from his room, looking disheveled and weary. She teasingly asked if he had a busy night, to which Izuku responded with a soft grunt, resting his head on the table. Inko suggested he take the day off from school and let a clone handle his responsibilities, but Izuku declined, already feeling the effects of a long night. Adding another clone's memories without sufficient rest would make things worse, Izuku explained while resting his head on the table. Inko stood up to fetch some medicine, telling him to eat to regain his strength. Izuku grumbled in agreement. After having breakfast and taking a pill, he teleported back to his dorm room, took a quick shower, and dressed for class. Upon arriving at the lounge, he was greeted by his classmates enjoying their breakfast. Zero acknowledged him with a bowl of cereal in hand, while Gyro noted his slouched posture and drooping eyes, expressing concern for his well-being. Ojiro suggested that he might want to skip the day, but Izuku insisted he was fine, claiming he had stayed up all night reading. Ida, with his usual seriousness, reminded everyone that as future heroes, they must maintain a healthy lifestyle to perform well. Izuku retorted with a quip about their homeroom teacher. Kaminari, lounging on the couch in front of the TV, called everyone's attention to a news report. The reporter detailed a large-scale attack by the notorious vigilante group, Shadow, against various villain groups across the country, showing images of captured criminals and marked locations on a map. Kaminari was in awe, while Ida maintained that they should not interfere with hero work. Zero noted Ida's surprising calmness, unaware that Shadow had saved his brother from a dangerous villain. Weeks passed with a routine of schooling, hero training, shinobi training, and quality time with Momo. Their extra training sessions on Fridays varied in attendance, sometimes including students from Class 1B and even some general education students like Hitoshi Shinso. One morning, during homeroom, Aizawa approached the teacher's podium and announced that the final exam for the semester would take place the following week, consisting of written and practical exams. He warned that anyone who failed even one would not be allowed to join the UA summer camp. After his announcement, the class erupted in a frenzy, particularly those who struggled academically. Kaminari lamented his midterm ranking, while Mina expressed frustration at the amount of schoolwork. Mineta, feeling smug about his ranking, remarked that paying attention in class should be enough to pass, unintentionally demoralizing his classmates. Momo was approached by Kaminari and Mineta, who bowed deeply and pleaded for her help. She agreed to let them use the dorm living room for study sessions and welcomed anyone else who wanted to join. Meanwhile, Izuku contemplated the possibilities for the practical exams, considering scenarios like fighting robots or rescue missions. His thoughts were interrupted when Zero asked if he could help Momo's study group, noting the number of people gathered around her table. Izuku agreed, realizing she would need assistance. Ida, eager to ensure the class performed well, announced his intention to help as well. Kirishima approached Bakugo, asking for help with studying after placing 15th in midterms. Bakugo reluctantly agreed, warning Kirishima not to expect an easy ride. A few minutes later, Present MIC entered the room, greeting the students and acknowledging their collaborative spirit. He then informed Izuku that Nezu wanted to see him. Curious about the reason, Izuku left the classroom and approached Nezu's office. He wondered what the principal wanted to discuss, hoping it wouldn't take long. Upon entering, Nezu instructed him to take a seat. Izuku playfully picked up a small chair and asked where to put it, prompting a chuckle from Nezu. Nezu explained that they would wait for All Might and Aizawa for safety reasons, revealing that Izuku might be the only one who understood the situation they were facing. A moment later, Aizawa and All Might entered and took their seats. Nezu then revealed a small book covered in seals that he had acquired from an antique collector who had been unable to open it. He handed it to Izuku, noting its resemblance to seals he had shown before. Izuku examined the seals carefully, noting the potential danger if mishandled. He assured them he could unseal it easily. One by one, he meticulously removed the seals, treating the task with the utmost caution, as if defusing a bomb. Once finished, he declared the book clear and began to examine its contents. The title and author had been removed, leaving only a damaged cover. Izuku concluded that whoever sealed the book did not want anyone to discover its contents. He opened to a random page and began to read. A few minutes later, his face turned noticeably red. As he continued, his cheeks flushed deeper, his eyes glued to the text. Suddenly, BLD trickled from his nose. The teachers quickly stood up, with Aizawa reaching for the book. Izuku instinctively jumped and twisted away, his body moving on its own. Aizawa called out for him to stop reading, but it was too late. BLD burst from his nose, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. This jolt snapped him out of his trance. He retrieved a storage seal from his pocket and pulled out a box of tissues, wiping his nose and plugging it up. The concerned adults in the room looked at him with worry. Nezu stepped forward, asking if he was all right and if recovery girl should be called. Izuku reassured them that it wasn't necessary. He picked up the fallen book and held it out for the teachers to see, explaining that it was merely a work of fiction with nothing dangerous about it. Aizawa pointed out that BLD had come from his nose. Izuku's face turned crimson as he awkwardly described the book's NTMT scenes, mentioning that it seemed like something Midnight would read. Aizawa questioned why such a book would be so carefully sealed, to which Nezu chuckled, noting that adults often hide what they don't want children to see. Izuku nodded, thinking that if he could discover the author or the book's title, he could figure out the other. He had an idea and hoped Momo would appreciate it. Aizawa sighed, resting his forehead on his hand, muttering about the situation being just for risk literature. Izuku insisted he was keeping the book, placing it back in the storage seal and expressing gratitude for the gift. Nezu replied that it should never be mentioned again. When Izuku asked if there was anything else, he was told there was not, and he bowed before leaving the room, leaving the three adults behind. Aizawa muttered about the headache he had. All Might placed a hand on his shoulder, trying to see the bright side by noting that at least it wasn't dangerous. Nezu corrected him, suggesting that in a certain way, it was. As lunchtime arrived, Izuku sat at a table in the cafeteria with Momo and their friends, quietly enjoying their meal when 𝗂𝗪𝗋 and Kaminari skidded to their table. Kaminari boasted about some information he had. Izuku guessed it was about Nezu's species, while Uraraka suggested it might be about Aizawa's liquor stash. Momo speculated it could be about Midnight's lover, and Shoto jokingly suggested that Izuku was All Might's secret love child. Everyone at the table turned to him, and Izuku reminded them that he had met his dad and they even resembled each other. Shoto quickly corrected himself, saying he meant grandchild. Izuku dismissed that idea as well. 𝗂𝗪𝗋 leaned in, revealing that they had heard from upperclassmen that it involved fighting robots. Izuku raised an eyebrow, questioning if that was too easy. He pointed out that this was UA, where the principal's motto was Go Plus Ultra, and it was likely they would face something more challenging. The realization caused the two to slump in disappointment. Izuku encouraged them to cheer up, while Ida advised them not to let this minor setback affect their spirits. Okiko, with determination, stated that they had been training hard and could handle anything the teachers threw at them. The two regained their spirits at her words, though Izuku muttered about the possibility of facing the teachers themselves. Momo agreed that it seemed likely they would be pitted against pro-heroes. The others visibly shuddered at the thought. Kaminari asked if they were sure, reminding everyone that they had a target on their backs from the League of Villains and had faced real combat during the USJ incident. Momo noted that they had experienced the Hosu disaster, suggesting that the teachers wanted to prepare them for worst-case scenarios. After lunch, they returned to the classroom, only to find self-study written on the board in bold letters. Izuku seized the opportunity to share their lunch revelations. He stepped up to the teacher's podium, with Momo by his side, and waited for everyone to settle down. Once all his classmates were present, he announced that they might have figured out what their practicals would entail. This caught everyone's attention. He explained that while it wasn't confirmed, they had reason to believe they would be facing the teachers. 𝗧𝗪𝗋 interjected, questioning if that was too much since they were professionals. Momo explained that they had already faced villains, so it was reasonable to expect the challenges to escalate. Mineta crudely stated that if that was the case, they were in trouble, prompting Ida to reprimand him for his language. Tsuyu suggested that perhaps the teachers would take it easy on them. The classroom buzzed with speculation about the practicals. Meanwhile, in a meeting room, the teachers discussed who would face whom. Nezu chirped that 𝗬𝗪𝗏 would go against Soto and Kirishima, while Midnight would face Zero and Mineta. Hound Dog noted they were nearly finished, with just 4 students left to assign. 𝗵𝗃 lost track of the students as Hound Dog listed Midoriya, Uraraka, Todoroki, and Bakugo, with only All Might and Eraserhead available to face them. Midnight suggested that since Midoriya wanted to go underground, Aizawa would be a good match for him. Nezu leaned back in his chair, explaining that Aizawa barely used his quirk and was a stealth expert. He believed the test should focus on the students overcoming their weaknesses or learning a lesson, voting for Midoriya to face All Might. Power Loader countered that Midoriya might just sneak past him, to which All Might commented that he could blow everything away. The other teachers agreed, and Hound Dog noted that Midoriya would face All Might. They still had 3 students to assign. Ectoplasm suggested pairing Todoroki with All Might, while 13 pointed out that Eraserhead would be a good fit. Most of the other teachers nodded in agreement. 𝗵𝗃 muttered about needing one for each student and asked for ideas. Nezu ordered Bakugo to face Aizawa, suggesting that sometimes a quiet approach was better. All Might observed that this left him with Midoriya and Uraraka, smiling slightly. Back in Class 1A, Kaminari argued that Nezu would be the scariest opponent to face, while Zero pointed out that Eraserhead could shut them down. Tsuyu interjected, asking about All Might, to which Kaminari quipped that they didn't want to die. The classroom buzzed with discussions about potential opponents. Izuku, sitting at a desk, was engaged in a circle discussion, muttering that they were getting nowhere. With so many variables, it was challenging to agree on a common denominator among the students. Momo noted that it could be 4 against 1, and Gyro reminded them that teachers could be reused. A light bulb moment struck Izuku as he pondered whether they were the only ones taking the test that day. Momo thought for a moment and confirmed that, according to the syllabus, they were indeed the only ones scheduled. The other class would hold their practicals on a different day. 𝐈𝐵 inquired about the total number of teachers, to which he received the answer of 33. All teachers at UA were professional heroes, and 𝐒𝐿𝐵 noted that 15 of them interacted with first-year students or were homeroom teachers. 𝐻𝐠 exclaimed that the maximum number they could face with 20 students was 10. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 elaborated that this meant they could encounter 10 opponents, not counting All Might, Recovery Girl, Lunch Rush, and 𝗫𝗠 himself, although he couldn't completely rule out the possibility of 𝗫𝗠 joining in. 𝗫𝗪 crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow as she pointed out that this still left 18 potential opponents. They were still uncertain about their partners or who they would be fighting. Izuku suggested they needed to look deeper into the situation, explaining that there was likely a hidden reason behind the secret they were trying to uncover. Momo suggested compatibility, and Izuku agreed, mentioning how 𝗒𝐿𝐵 and 𝗎𝗪 might face Aizawa, while Koda and 𝗎𝗪 could be up against present VC. 𝗎𝗪 thought Kirishima would be a good match against 𝗬𝗏𝗄s, suggesting he could tire him out before he got close, while 𝗒𝐿𝐵 proposed 𝐒𝐵 against 𝗬𝗨𝐿oda, envisioning him creating potholes everywhere. 𝐒𝐵 admitted it would be challenging to fight 𝗬𝗨𝐿oda, and 𝗎𝗪 joked about Mineta facing Midnight, imagining he would be overwhelmed. Suddenly, the classroom fell silent, and they noticed their classmates staring at them. Izuku squeaked in response to the attention, prompting a collective shout of excitement from his peers. He blinked in surprise, feeling that their guess was merely a starting point. 𝗬𝗫 remarked that it was better than having no plan at all. The week passed quickly as the students reviewed their notes, trained their abilities, and reflected on potential opponents. On a Sunday morning in the Class 1A dorms, the day before the 3-day written exams, Toru mentioned the possibility of facing Hound Dog, who would easily sniff her out. 𝗎𝗪 commented on Snipe's accuracy, while Tokoyami speculated that ectoplasm might be his opponent. Shoji leaned back on the couch, pondering the situation. Ojiro asked about a question on page 133, and Momo leaned over to help him, causing him to blush. Kirishima requested clarification on a topic, and Bakugo threatened him to pay attention or face consequences. It was a peaceful morning, with Eri listening to music on the couch while Izuku wrote in a notebook, occasionally mumbling his thoughts. Tsuyu approached Izuku, curious about what he was writing. He explained that he was noting countermeasures against their teachers. When she asked to see his notes, he handed her the notebook, which contained strategies against various teachers. Tsuyu found the information very informative and returned the notebook, acknowledging the importance of being prepared. Despite their relaxed appearance, the students felt a sense of tension. They were confident in their hypothesis about facing their teachers in a 2-on-1 scenario, but uncertainty lingered about their partners and opponents. As hours passed, the study group continued working, with Kaminari and Mina showing signs of exhaustion. Momo suggested a break for lunch, and the group agreed, leaving their studies for later. Izuku announced that he had prepared lunch, surprising his classmates. He explained that he had sneaked out an hour earlier to make meat and potato stew. As he served the meal, it provided a welcome respite from the upcoming tests, which were sure to be challenging. Time passed as the students took their written tests, each day leaving them feeling dizzy or exhausted, particularly for those who struggled academically. The top students managed better, but the pressure was palpable. Finally, Thursday morning arrived, and Class 1A gathered in a mock city created by UA. The students, dressed in their hero costumes, lined up before various teachers. The sight of the professional heroes made some students wish their earlier assumptions had been incorrect. 𝗫𝗠 appeared from Aizawa's capture scarf, greeting the students and explaining that they would be tested on their abilities through battles against their teachers. Midnight raised an eyebrow at the lack of excitement among the students, prompting Mina to shyly mention that they had anticipated this outcome. She explained that Izuku had hinted at the need for harder training to prepare for potential villain encounters. As the teachers looked at him, Izuku turned his gaze away, feeling the weight of their attention. 𝗫𝗠 called for everyone to refocus on the topic at hand. The test was about to begin. It was a hero versus villain scenario. The students would be transported to their designated training site for the practical exam, and when the signal was announced over the speakers, the test would officially start. The room fell silent as everyone focused intently on the details being shared. Their role was to act as heroes, with the objective of capturing the villains, who would be played by the teachers. 𝗫𝗠 displayed a pair of HNDCFFs, explaining that at least one wrist needed to be secured for a capture to count. The other way to win was to escape through the designated exit, which 𝗫𝗠 pointed out. He emphasized that running away from a villain could be seen as a strategic retreat to call for backup. 𝗫𝗠 raised 3 fingers, indicating the time limit. They had 30 minutes to either escape or capture the villains. Failure to do so would result in a failing grade. With his paws behind his back, he asked if there were any questions. A few students raised their hands. 𝗫𝗠 acknowledged one of them, a girl named Asui, who inquired about whether the teachers would have any handicaps. 𝗫𝗠 cheerfully explained that to keep things fair, the proctors would wear high-density metal alloy strapped to their bodies, equal to half their body weight. 𝐈𝑧𝐻 demonstrated this by showing the metal bands on his arms. Transport vehicles arrived near the teachers, and 𝗫𝗠 gestured toward the newly arrived short buses, which would take the students to their exam sites. He then pulled a clipboard from under 𝐈𝑧𝐻's scarf and began announcing the teams and their opponents. Team 1 consisted of Mineta Minoru and 𝗬𝗪 Hunter, who would face Midnight. Midnight playfully encouraged them as she hopped into a transport vehicle, and 𝗬𝗪, carrying a drooling Mineta, followed her inside. Team 2 was made up of Bakugo Katsuki and Todoroki Shoto, who would be up against Eraserhead. Bakugo warned Todoroki not to get in his way as they both entered the vehicle, while Shoto silently looked back at Izuku and Momo, mouthing for help before joining Bakugo. Team 3 featured Soto Rikido and Kirishima A Hero, who would battle Cementos. Kirishima expressed his excitement for a manly fight as they boarded the vehicle, while Soto muttered about something Izuku had mentioned earlier. Team 4 included Asui Tsuyu and Tokoyami Fumikiage, facing ectoplasm. Tsuyu remarked on the challenge ahead, and Tokoyami stated their goal was to either escape or capture their opponent. Dark Shadow emerged, adding enthusiasm to their mission. Team 5 had Ida Tenya and Ojiro Mashirao, who would confront Power Loader. Ida recalled discussing strategies with Yororozu and Midoriya as they followed their proctor. Team 6 was made up of Uraraka Ochako and Amr Yuga, who would take on 13. Okako felt nervous while Amr sparkled with excitement as they entered the vehicle. Team 7 consisted of Ashido Mina and Kaminari Denki, who would face 𝗫𝗠 himself. The two groaned at the thought of battling one of the smartest beings in the world as they approached their transport. Team 8 included Koda Koji and Jiro Kyoka, who would be up against 𝗵𝗃𝗻𝐵. 𝗵𝗃𝗻𝐵 enthusiastically welcomed them as they boarded the transport, and Jiro smirked, asking Koda if he was ready. Team 9 featured Hagakure Toru and Shoji Mizo, who would face 𝗏𝗏. 𝗏𝗏 encouraged them to hop on, and Shoji whispered to Hagakure about their training. Finally, 𝗫𝗠 announced Team 10, Midoriya Izuku and Yororozu Momo, who would be up against All Might. After lowering the clipboard, 𝗫𝗠 got into his transport, and they drove away, creating an atmosphere of tension. All Might stepped forward, his presence commanding attention. He expressed excitement about their upcoming match and instructed them to get into position. Momo and Izuku exchanged glances, realizing the challenge they faced against such a formidable opponent. The PA system crackled to life, delivering a special message just for them. 𝗫𝗠's voice echoed, revealing that their test would not be monitored or recorded. They were free to give it their all. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise, a grin spreading across his face, while Momo felt a mix of apprehension and determination. They had to strategize carefully against All Might. As they reached their starting area, far from the exit, they began to formulate a plan. Momo shared her ideas, and Izuku suggested using adamantine chains to quickly secure their opponent. Momo cautioned that it might be too risky, knowing All Might's experience. Izuku argued for the chance to fight All Might directly, wanting to prove himself without any hidden agendas. After a moment of silence, Momo proposed a compromise. They would have 15 minutes to defeat All Might, and if they failed, they would use everything they had to escape. Izuku's face lit up with joy at the agreement, and Momo couldn't help but chuckle at his enthusiasm. Just then, a loud announcement echoed through all the test sites, signaling the start of the first-year heroics practical exam. Nezu's recorded voice announced the start of the challenge. Momo and Izuku, along with the rest of Class 1A, set off. As they ran across the rooftops, Izuku focused on sensing All Might's presence, with Momo right beside him. The moment he located All Might, a powerful wind surged through the city, sweeping away everything in its path. All Might proclaimed himself a villain, indifferent to the destruction he caused. Beneath the debris of a collapsed building, Izuku emerged unscathed, thanks to Momo's quick-thinking shield. However, they remained trapped beneath the rubble. Without hesitation, Izuku formed a sphere of swirling chakra and pressed it against the debris, creating a powerful blast that cleared their escape route. Concerned, Izuku checked on Momo, who assured him she was fine. They leaped out of the hole and surveyed the chaos around them. Momo noted the extent of the destruction and questioned if Izuku was still planning to confront All Might directly. He nodded in determination, and she encouraged him to go for it. Izuku dashed toward All Might, executing a swift kick aimed at his face. The impact resonated loudly, but All Might remained unfazed and attempted to seize Izuku's leg. Quick on his feet, Izuku evaded the grasp and remarked that he was merely assessing his opponent. He then retrieved a scroll from his belt, leaping high as he unfurled it. An array of kunai erupted from the scroll, raining down around All Might. Unperturbed, All Might clapped his hands together, generating a shockwave that deflected the kunai away from him. He urged Izuku to take the fight seriously. In the midst of the chaos, Izuku launched another kunai, this one embedded with a flaming tag. All Might caught it, and it exploded, enveloping the area in smoke. All Might brushed aside the smoke and reiterated his demand for seriousness. Suddenly, he heard high-pitched squeaks, reminiscent of countless chirping birds, triggering his instincts. He turned just in time to see Izuku, enveloped in crackling lightning and focusing energy in his left fist, narrowly graze his arm. Although he managed to dodge the attack, All Might noticed a long cut on his arm, with blood trickling down. Izuku acknowledged the danger of his combination and decided to utilize chakra mode for the time being. His fists clenched as his chakra flared, and lightning enveloped his form. All Might grinned, recalling the last time he had a serious fight that wasn't about life or death but rather a test of skills. It had been a long time since he faced someone capable of pushing him to his limits. Izuku, now radiating lightning, prepared to confront All Might. The symbol of peace remained vigilant, aware of the potential threat his student posed. Izuku recalled that he had only learned this technique a month prior and felt the strain it placed on him, akin to trying to fill a wicker basket with water. He sprinted faster than ever, twisting his body to deliver a powerful flying kick to All Might's face. The impact created a shockwave that sent All Might stumbling back. But Izuku was not finished. All Might retaliated with an uppercut that sliced through the air. Izuku narrowly avoided the blow by backflipping away. Unlike the 𝐻𝐽 All Might relied on skill rather than brute force, making counterattacks challenging. This time, he was not fighting to defeat his opponent but rather to test his abilities. Despite the lack of direct contact, Izuku felt the force of the air pressure generated by All Might's punch, forcing him to crouch low and regain his footing. Scanning the area, Izuku noticed the scattered kunai and smirked. In an instant, he vanished, and All Might felt a sudden pain at the back of his head. He swung his fist blindly, hitting nothing. A jab struck his right ribcage, and again, he swung down, but met only air. To an outside observer, it appeared as if All Might was battling phantoms, a spectacle that could easily be mistaken for madness. Momo watched from a distance, near the crater where they had been buried. The ground trembled with each clash between the two fighters. Even as All Might moved, there was always a kunai nearby for Izuku to teleport to. Momo noted that maintaining such a rapid pace with Hiraishin and chakra mode would be a strenuous task for anyone, even Izuku. She glanced back at the backup plan in the hole, where a clone was meditating. Meanwhile, the battle raged on. Izuku drew his blade and unleashed a technique called lightning release, Kaidori Senbon, sending tiny electric needles flying toward All Might. All Might countered with a powerful chop that created a shockwave, deflecting the needles. Undeterred, Izuku charged in again, preparing to unleash lightning release, lightning blade, aiming for All Might's thigh. Just as he was about to strike, All Might twisted and delivered an overhead blow aimed at him. Using 𝐒𝐻𝑒ation, 𝗔𝗂𝘁 managed to teleport behind All Might, but the force of the attack still knocked him back, disrupting his concentration and momentarily dropping chakra mode. He quickly regained his balance and landed safely. All Might, striking a pose reminiscent of the 𝗕𝗏𝗄 statue, smiled brightly. He faced 𝗔𝗂𝘁 and admitted that this had been the toughest fight he had experienced in a long time, especially against a first-year student. He expressed excitement for what 𝗧𝗂𝘁 would achieve in the future. 𝗧𝗂𝘁, lowering his center of gravity and brandishing his wakizashi, prepared for his next move. He mentioned that he would be going underground, making it difficult for All Might to track him. All Might countered that he would find a way to uncover the truth, emphasizing his determination to remain number one. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 felt a shiver at the thought of being pursued by such a formidable opponent. All Might then slammed his right fist into his left palm, signaling that the fight was far from over. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 prepared to resume his efforts. He activated hypothetical once more, teleporting to a kunai lodged in the second story of a building to All Might's left. He dashed along the wall, unleashing a flurry of small flames. The fire release, Fox Fire Jutsu rained down on All Might, yet he remained unfazed. Like a relentless barrage from a machine gun, the fiery projectiles swirled around him. All Might drew back his right fist while blocking the incoming flames with his left, then unleashed a powerful punch that sent 𝗧𝗂𝘁 flying, causing him to lose his wakizashi. Frustration welled up within 𝗧𝗂𝘁 as he thought about the repeated setbacks. He was eager to conclude the battle. Teleporting to another kunai near All Might, which lay amidst rubble, he formed a swirling ball of chakra in his hand. Engaging lightning chakra mode, he flash-stepped directly in front of All Might and executed his 𝗂𝗓𝗓 technique. All Might countered with a punch, and their attacks collided, generating shockwaves that rippled outward. Glass shattered, concrete cracked, and fierce winds swept through the area. Momo steadied herself, anchoring to the ground with chakra as both fighters were pushed back. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 quickly wrapped a chakra-guided wire around All Might's torso and sent a surge of lightning through it. The lightning release, Snake Constrict, jolted All Might, but he barely reacted. Grabbing the wire, All Might yanked 𝗧𝗂𝘁 toward him with tremendous force, sending him tumbling through the air. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 released the wire and used 𝗒𝗄𝗓 to reposition himself behind All Might, charging in once more. A kick struck All Might's lower back, causing him to stumble slightly. He retaliated with a backhand but missed, only to block another strike aimed at his cheek. All Might acknowledged 𝗧𝗂𝘁's effort with a remark about his attempt, then seized 𝗧𝗂𝘁's fist and prepared to throw him. However, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 used 𝗒𝗄𝗓 to escape, landing about 20 meters away, though not without injury. He felt a dislocation in his shoulder, which All Might noticed. With a hint of satisfaction, All Might declared his victory. 𝗧𝗂𝘁, undeterred, grimaced as he reset his shoulder with determination, challenging All Might's assertion. Taking advantage of the moment, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 scanned his surroundings and spotted a large clock in a nearby building, its glass and debris scattered on the floor, yet still ticking. He pondered Nezu's realistic design choices as he noted the time. 7 minutes had passed since the fight began. It was time for the finale. He released chakra mode and closed his eyes. All Might, curious about 𝗧𝗂𝘁's next move, remained still, anticipating what would come next. The clone in the crater near Momo dissipated in a puff of smoke, prompting her to realize the battle was nearing its conclusion. Back with 𝗧𝗂𝘁, his eyes suddenly glowed with orange highlights. All Might raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the transformation of one of the most unique students he had encountered. 𝗧𝗂𝘁 opened his eyes, revealing a striking change. His irises turned yellow, and his pupils became horizontal rectangles. He had entered Sage mode. He reflected on the power he had used against the USJ Nomu, clenching and unclenching his right hand. With a surge of energy, lightning enveloped him once more. He understood he could not maintain both techniques for long and needed to finish the fight in a single strike. Lowering his stance, 𝗧𝗂𝘁 positioned his feet shoulder-width apart, knees bent, and focused intently on All Might. Sensing 𝗧𝗂𝘁's determination, All Might prepared himself, contemplating the impending conclusion of their clash. He readied a fist, winding it back as much as possible. 𝗧𝗂𝐁 formed a sphere of swirling chakra, the wind whipping around him wildly. For a brief moment, the world seemed to hold its breath, anticipating the final confrontation. Then, they surged forward. All Might unleashed his signature move, the Texas Smash, while 𝗧𝗂𝐁 countered with a natural energy-infused 𝐒𝐻𝐳𝐸𝐺. The collision of their powers generated an even more powerful shockwave, causing buildings to collapse and streets to crack and distort. Momo had to retreat to avoid the devastation, moving as far away from the epicenter as possible. Both All Might and 𝗧𝗂𝐁 were propelled away from each other, crashing through multiple structures. In the aftermath, a deep crater formed at the center of their battle, resembling the impact of a meteorite. Momo rushed to find 𝗧𝗂𝐁, sensing his chakra. When she located him, he was struggling to crawl out from beneath a pile of rubble, visibly exhausted and breathing heavily. He had exited chakra mode but used the remaining natural energy to heal himself. Momo helped him out, assessing his condition. His costume was tattered, dirt and dust covering him, but he appeared to have no major injuries, likely thanks to Sage Mode's healing properties. She grasped his arm and pulled him up, asking if he had enjoyed himself. 𝗧𝗂𝐁, breathless, admitted he had given it his all and felt satisfied. Momo encouraged him to take a break, handing him a calorie bar while reminding him that the test was not yet over. Meanwhile, All Might lay on the ground, his condition mirroring 𝗧𝗂𝐁's. His costume was torn, particularly the sleeve of the arm he had used for the Texas Smash, and his arm bore bruises with a trickle of blood from his knuckles. Slowly, he sat up, feeling the pain from the battle. He quipped about a truck, rubbing his head as he pushed himself up with his knee. Dusting himself off, he approached the hole in the wall through which he had entered, surveying the trail of destruction left in his wake. He marveled at the fact that someone quirkless could achieve such feats, smiling confidently as he reflected on the bright future ahead. With a leap, he exited the wall in search of his students. Though the fight had concluded, the exam was just beginning. Meanwhile, Momo and 𝗧𝗂𝐁 found refuge in one of the intact buildings, far from the chaos. They discussed their next move, recognizing that All Might would likely be guarding the exit. Momo suggested they remain hidden and use clones to distract him, but 𝗧𝗂𝐁 shook his head, explaining that they were still unaware of his clones. 𝗧𝗂𝐁 wanted to keep his ability a secret for the time being. He proposed that their best options were to use genjutsu or for one of them to act as a distraction. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He reached into a belt pouch containing another storage seal, pulled out a piece of paper, and summoned another kunai, which he handed to Momo. She immediately understood his intention. 𝗧𝗂𝐁 admitted that he was eager to face their opponent again. He noted that they were already aware of his teleportation ability, and if they hadn't considered it during the exam's planning, they should take full advantage of it. Momo smiled at the simplicity yet effectiveness of the plan. 𝗧𝗂𝐁 outlined their strategy. While he lured All Might away, Momo would head for the exit. If All Might shifted his focus, she would use genjutsu to confuse him. 𝗧𝗂𝐁 was pleased with their plans, noting that his plan C still involved teleportation. Momo acknowledged this, understanding that it could be used to create a diversion with the kunai. They stood up and opened the window, making their way toward the exit. Utilizing the terrain, they moved through dark alleys, entering and exiting buildings while minimizing their exposure. Although they suspected All Might be waiting, they knew that caution was essential for survival. As they approached the exit, they found no sign of All Might. 𝗧𝗂𝐁 threw a kunai toward a building, but a sudden gust of wind knocked it off course. In an instant, All Might appeared, descending from the sky like a powerful eagle, clad in his tattered red, white, and blue costume and carrying a concrete pole. He hurled the pole down, prompting 𝗧𝗂𝐁 and Momo to scatter. The projectile struck the roof, causing it to collapse into rubble. All Might then launched himself toward 𝗧𝗂𝐁. A wall of flames erupted, blocking his path. Undeterred, All Might charged through the flames, slightly singed but undaunted. 𝗧𝗂𝐁 threw a kunai into the air just before All Might broke through. When All Might emerged on the other side, 𝗧𝗂𝐁 had vanished. Hearing a rush of wind, All Might turned to find 𝗧𝗂𝐁 ready to strike with a ball of chakra. The 𝐒𝐻𝐳𝐸𝐺 hit All Might in the back, propelling him forward as he spun like a windmill. He skidded across the asphalt, managing to regain his balance in just 2 seconds since the initial attack. Crouching down, All Might focused on Izuku, who held the kunai he had used as a beacon. Meanwhile, All Might noticed Momo making her way toward the exit. Clenching his fist, he launched himself toward her. Izuku, realizing the danger, teleported to Momo's side just in time to intercept All Might's attack. Unfortunately, this was exactly what All Might had anticipated. With a swift motion, he sent both Momo and Izuku tumbling away from the exit, positioning himself as a barrier between the students and their goal. Regaining their footing, Momo and Izuku rolled to a stop, standing together several meters away from All Might. Izuku asked if she had a plan D, to which Momo replied that it was more like plan B2.0, but they still needed a distraction. Upon hearing the word distraction, Izuku crouched slightly, ready to take action. He dashed forward, prepared for another confrontation. Momo shook her head in exasperation but couldn't help but smile. Izuku threw a kunai to a spot a few meters away from All Might, using Hiraishin to teleport to the kunai and then employing the body flicker technique to deliver a punch to All Might's face. All Might, unfazed, commented on the pleasant breeze. He then countered with a punch of his own. Izuku teleported away, narrowly avoiding the strike but not the force of the wind it created, which sent him and the kunai tumbling to the ground. All Might taunted him, questioning where his earlier strength had gone and if he was tired. Slowly, Izuku rose, his head bowed and his eyes obscured by his hair. He spoke about the thrill of fighting All Might, expressing how it was a significant moment for him. He chuckled at the wordplay, considering it a check on his bucket list. All Might listened intently, not making a move, intrigued by Izuku's words. After taking a deep breath, Izuku prepared to savor the moment before concluding their fun. He inhaled deeply, gathering fire chakra within him, and released a large cloud of smoke. All Might clapped once, dispersing the smoke around him, but in doing so, he lost sight of Izuku. As All Might scanned the area, he remained unaware of the faint pink hue in the air. Meanwhile, Momo performed hand signs while concealed in the fog. Her genjutsu was now in effect. An ethereal voice echoed through the air, calling out to All Might. He looked around, visibly unsettled by the sound. As the voice continued to call his name, All Might became increasingly disoriented, spotting a silhouette in the smoke with an outstretched hand. Confused, he reached out, only to be struck by the realization that the person he sought was no longer there. Anger surged within him, replacing his confusion. With a powerful swing, he attempted to strike the shadow. At that moment, Izuku emerged from the smoke, clamping 𝐻𝗫𝐷𝐴𝐹𝐹𝑠 onto All Might's wrist. All Might paused, surprised by the turn of events, but then a genuine smile spread across his face. His students had passed the exam with flying colors. As the smoke cleared, Momo joined Izuku, standing proudly beside All Might. He congratulated them, applauding their success in the exam. Izuku expressed his gratitude, stating that it had been an enjoyable experience. All Might agreed, noting that he hadn't had such an opportunity to let loose in a while. He rolled his shoulders, praising them for making him work hard. However, he had one question about the smoke. He mentioned hearing voices that had thrown him off balance. Izuku and Momo exchanged glances, silently debating whether to explain Momo's technique. After a moment of contemplation, they both nodded, and Momo stepped forward to explain. She described her technique, which produced a slightly pink mist that caused those within it to hear the voices of their loved ones, potentially lowering their cognitive clarity. All Might understood, acknowledging that it explained his momentary lapse in focus. He coughed lightly before adopting a teacher-like demeanor, announcing that they had both passed the exam and could return to the main campus. The hero students were instructed to visit Recovery Girl and rest in their dorms. They nodded in agreement and swiftly departed using the body flicker technique. Meanwhile, Kirishima and Soto were tirelessly breaking through concrete slabs, pushing through every obstacle that 𝗵𝗲 created. They felt fatigued and drained. Soto expressed his frustration, noting that they were not making any progress. Kirishima recalled Midoriya's words about saving lives and stopping villains. Although he hesitated to take what he considered an unmanly action, he resolved to proceed. He asked Soto if he could keep punching through, to which Soto replied that he couldn't sustain it for much longer. Kirishima encouraged him to continue, claiming he had an idea, and then dashed into a nearby alley. Soto complied, continuing to smash through the concrete walls, albeit at a slower pace. 𝗵𝗲𝗄, observing their efforts, believed they were nearing exhaustion. Suddenly, Kirishima leaped from the roof of a nearby building, landing on 𝗵𝗲𝗄 and cuffing him while he was down. The speakers announced their success, and 𝗵𝗲𝗄, still on the ground, congratulated them for their creative thinking. After uncuffing him, 𝗵𝗲𝗄 instructed them to head to the transport that would take them to Recovery Girl. Kirishima saluted and led the exhausted Soto to the vehicle. Meanwhile, Tokoyami found himself engulfed by a massive clone of ectoplasm, while Tsuyu managed to escape but had to confront the hero alone. Inside the clone, it was pitch black, but Dark Shadow grew in size and strength. Tokoyami struggled, and Dark Shadow mirrored his movements. They eventually broke free from the sticky confines, surprising ectoplasm and diverting his attention from Tsuyu. Seizing the opportunity, she lunged at ectoplasm with 𝐻𝗫𝐷𝐴𝐹𝐹𝑠 in hand, but he kicked her away, causing her to lose her grip. Dark Shadow took advantage of the distraction, restraining ectoplasm and cuffing his wrists. The announcement confirmed their success, praising their teamwork. Elsewhere, Ashido and Kaminari were dodging debris from collapsing buildings while Nezu observed from a crane, sipping tea. Okako and AMR clung to a rail as 13 utilized her quirk. When Uraraka slipped and flew toward 13, the hero halted her actions, allowing Uraraka to capture her teacher. The announcement declared their success, and Uraraka wiped the sweat from her brow, feeling fortunate. 13 reassured her that sometimes luck is what a hero needs. Koda faced his fears and summoned insects to incapacitate present MIC, causing him to faint from shock. Carrying an injured Gyro, Koda managed to reach the exit, and their success was announced. In another area, Mineta was consumed by jealousy as he watched Zero sleeping on Midnight's lap, affected by her quirk. After some time, he devised a plan to lure Midnight away from the exit and used his sticky ball to trap her. Covering his nose and mouth with Zero's tape to avoid Midnight's quirk, he carried the sleeping Zero out of the exit gate, achieving success. Ida and Ojiro utilized Ida's Recipro burst, with Ojiro clinging to Ida's leg, launching him like a human catapult. Power Loader interrupted their progress by bursting through the ground, but Ojiro managed to slip past and reach the exit. Power Loader commended their risky yet effective move. In a smoke-filled corridor, Shoji raised his hands in surrender as Snipe had him in his sights. Unbeknownst to Snipe, 𝗎𝗓𝗄 stealthily approached and handcuffed him, leading to their success announcement. Bakugo and Todoroki were engaged in a battle against their homeroom teacher in a suburban test site. Xiaoto unleashed a wave of fire directed at Eraserhead, who was perched atop an electric pole. Eraserhead evaded the attack by jumping to a nearby tree and countering Xiaoto's efforts. Bakugo charged in explosively, but Eraserhead erased his quirk, causing him to crash to the ground. Seizing the moment, Xiaoto created a massive wall of ice to separate them from the hero. Bakugo expressed his frustration, while Xiaoto prepared for close combat with an ice sword and dagger. Eraserhead, using his scarf, grappled onto a sharp edge and propelled himself over the ice wall. Xiaoto quickly alerted Bakugo, and they both made a run for the exit. As they turned a corner, a capture scarf shot out, nearly catching Todoroki, but he narrowly avoided it. Aizawa approached the students, ready for a hand-to-hand confrontation. Bakugo engaged explosively, but Eraserhead erased his quirk again, causing him to stumble. Xiaoto took the opportunity to create another ice wall, launching ice spikes at Eraserhead, who managed to evade the attack. Xiaoto then used flames to sublimate the ice, creating a dense fog that obscured Eraserhead's vision. Bakugo regained some awareness, still feeling disoriented as he stood up and surveyed his surroundings, only to find himself surrounded by clouds. Someone grabbed his arm with surprising strength and pulled him along the slippery ground. Eraserhead, shrouded in fog, closed his eyes and concentrated, realizing after a moment that the students had vanished. He thought to himself about how far they could have gone. Using his capture weapon, he secured it to the roof of a nearby house and propelled himself upward. He dashed toward the exit gate, aiming to intercept them. Meanwhile, 𝗵𝘃𝗂 and 𝗧𝗪𝐺 found themselves in an alley, surrounded by wooden crates and an empty trash can. 𝗧𝗪𝐺 kept a watchful eye on the rooftops of the buildings across the street. He inquired about 𝗵𝘃𝗂's condition, asking how his head felt. 𝗵𝘃𝗂, irritated, growled that he didn't need any help as he perched on one of the boxes. 𝗧𝗪𝐺 sighed but remained alert, muttering about how 𝐒𝐫𝐿 claimed 𝗵𝘃𝗂 had mellowed out, expressing his confusion over how 𝐒𝐫𝐿 managed to tolerate him. 𝗵𝘃𝗂, feeling provoked, jumped to his feet, demanding to know what 𝗧𝗪𝐺 had just said. 𝗧𝗪𝐺 cautioned him to lower his voice, reminding him that they were hiding so 𝗵𝘃𝗂 could rest. 𝗵𝘃𝗂 shouted back, getting closer to 𝗧𝗪𝐺 and pointing accusingly at him, declaring that he wouldn't be told what to do, especially by Deku's sidekick. 𝗧𝗪𝐺 thought to himself about 𝗵𝘃𝗂's childish behavior, deciding to let him have his way. He started toward the exit, but 𝗵𝘃𝗂 followed closely behind. 𝗧𝗪𝐺 sprinted at full speed, frost emanating from one hand as a warning sign. 𝗵𝘃𝗂 trailed behind, still trying to assert his independence. 𝗧𝗪𝐺 questioned why 𝗵𝘃𝗂 was still with him if he wanted to be alone. 𝗵𝘃𝗂 insisted he was heading to the exit to confront the guard. 𝗧𝗪𝐺 silently thought that 𝗵𝘃𝗂 would serve as a great distraction. Unbeknownst to them, 𝐒𝐻𝐵 had already positioned himself above them, launching his capture scarf once more. 𝗧𝗪𝐺 felt a tingle at the back of his neck and pushed 𝗵𝘃𝗂 aside just in time to avoid the binding cloth. 𝗵𝘃𝗂, finally aware of 𝐒𝐻�'s presence, charged recklessly, only to have his quirk nullified again. However, this time he managed to land on his feet and looked up, only to find 𝗬𝐻� had vanished. The capture scarf came at him again from the right, and 𝗵𝘃𝗂 redirected it using his explosions. 𝗧𝗪𝐺 unleashed a wave of ice in an attempt to ensnare the proctor, but 𝗬𝐻� leaped away, evading the icy attack. 𝗵𝘃𝗂 charged forward, ready to use his explosions to blind 𝗬𝐻�. As he closed in, 𝗬𝐻� erased his quirk once more and ensnared him with the binding cloth. Suddenly, ice surged from behind 𝗵𝘃𝗂. 𝗬𝐻� couldn't erase it since 𝗧𝗪𝐺 had positioned himself to use 𝗵𝘃𝗂 as a shield. The ice enveloped both 𝗵𝘃𝗂 and 𝗬𝐻�, trapping them. 𝗵𝘃𝗂 exclaimed in frustration as he struggled to free himself using his quirk. Realizing 𝗵𝘃𝗂's intent, 𝗧𝗪𝐺 quickly moved to secure HNDCFFS on 𝗬𝐻�'s one free hand. With that, the announcement came that 𝗧𝗪𝐺 𝗬𝗏 and 𝗵𝘃𝗂 𝗁𝗠𝐺 had passed. 𝗧𝗪𝐺 let out a sigh of relief, teasing 𝗵𝘃𝗂 about being a good distraction. 𝗵𝘃𝗂 remained in shock. 𝗧𝗪𝐺 melted the ice, freeing them both. 𝗵𝘃𝗂 muttered that he had been used, his head down and posture slumped. 𝗧𝗪𝐺 clarified that he hadn't planned it that way, he simply seized the opportunity to pass. He pointed out that 𝗵𝘃𝗂 hadn't wanted to discuss a plan in the first place, suggesting that the test could have been much easier if they had. 𝗵𝘃𝗂's hands crackled with energy as he seethed, calling 𝗧𝗪𝐺 a 𝗵𝘃𝗲 and launching himself at him, ready to unleash his quirk. However, 𝗧𝗪𝐺 remained unfazed, knowing 𝗬𝐻� was present. 𝗬𝐻� swiftly nullified 𝗵𝘃𝗂's quirk and restrained him with his capture weapon, causing him to fall to the ground. 𝗬𝐻� commanded them to stop, declaring the exam over. 𝗵𝘃𝗂 protested, insisting that 𝗧𝗪𝐺 needed to pay for what he had done. 𝐒𝐻𝐵 instructed 𝗧𝗪𝐺 to head to the bus by the exit, stating he needed to speak with 𝗵𝘃𝗂. 𝗧𝗪𝐺 nodded and made his way toward the bus, leaving 𝗵𝘃𝗂 and his teacher behind.